Section 1, Volume 5 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 1. 357th Night to 360th Night. The Ebony Horse. There was once in times of yore and ages, long gone before, a great and puissant king of the kings of the Persians, Sabur by name, who was the richest of all the kings in store of wealth and dominion, and surpassed each and every in wit and wisdom. He was generous, open-handed, and beneficent, and he gave to those who sought him and repelled not those who resorted to him, and he comforted the broken-hearted and honorably entreated those who fled to him for refuge. Moreover, he loved the poor and was hospitable to strangers, and did the oppressed justice upon the oppressor. He had 3 daughters, like full moons of shining light or flower gardens blooming bright, and a son as he were the moon. And it was his wont to keep 2 festivals in the 12th, those of the Nauros, or New Year, and Mirgan, the autumnal equinox, on which occasions he threw open his palaces and gave largesse, and made proclamation of safety and security, and promoted his chamberlains and viceroys. And the people of his realm came in to him, and saluted him and gave him joy of the holy day, bringing him gifts and servants and eunuchs. Now he loved science and geometry, and one festival day, as he sat on his kingly throne, there came in to him 3 wise men, cunning artificers and past masters in all manner of craft and inventions, skilled in making things curious and rare, such as confounded the wit, and versed in the knowledge of occult truths, and perfect in mysteries and subtleties. And they were of 3 different tongues and countries, the first a Hindi or Indian, the second a Rumi or Greek, and the third a Farsi or Persian. The Indian came forwards and, prostrating himself before the king, wished him joy of the festival, and laid before him a present befitting his dignity, that is to say, a man of gold, set with precious gems and jewels of price, and holding in hand a golden trumpet. When Sabur saw this, he asked, "O sage, what is the virtue of this figure?" And the Indian answered, "O my lord, if this figure be set at the gate of thy city, it will be a guardian over it, for if an enemy enter the place, it will blow this clarion against him, and he will be seized with the palsy and drop down dead." Much the king marvelled at this and cried, "By Allah, O sage, and this thy word be true, I will grant thee thy wish and thy desire." Then came forward the Greek and, prostrating himself before the king, presented him with a basin of silver, in whose midst was a peacock of gold, surrounded by 24 chicks of the same metal. Sabur looked at them and turning to the Greek said to him, "O sage, what is the virtue of this peacock?" "O my lord," answered he, "as often as an hour of the day or night passeth, it pecketh one of its young and crieth out and flappeth its wings, till the 24 hours are accomplished. And when the month cometh to an end, it will open its mouth and thou shalt see the crescent therein." And the king said, "An thou speak sooth, I will bring thee to thy wish and thy desire." Then came forward the Persian sage and, prostrating himself before the king, presented him with a horse of the blackest ebony wood inlaid with gold and jewels, and ready harnessed with saddle, bridle and stirrups, such as befit kings; which when Sabur saw, he marvelled with exceeding marvel and was confounded at the beauty of its form and the ingenuity of its fashion. So he asked, "What is the use of this horse of wood, and what is its virtue, and what the secret of its movement?" And the Persian answered, "O my lord, the virtue of this horse is that, if one mount it, it will carry him whither he will and fare with its rider through the air and cover the space of a year in a single day." The King marvelled and was amazed at these three wonders, following thus hard upon one another on the same day, and turning to the Sage said to him, "By Allah the Omnipotent and our Lord the Beneficent, who created all creatures and feedeth them with meat and drink, and thy speech be veritable and the virtue of thy contrivance appear, I will assuredly give thee whatsoever thou lustest for and will bring thee to thy desire and thy wish." Then he entertained the sages 3 days, that he might make trial of their gifts, after which they brought the figures before him and each took the creature he had wroughten and showed him the mystery of its movement. The trumpeter blew the trump, the peacock pecked its chicks, and the Persian sage mounted the ebony horse, whereupon it soared with him high in air and descended again. When King Sabur saw all this, he was amazed and perplexed and felt like to fly for joy, and said to the three sages, "Now I am certified of the truth of your words, and it behoveth me to quit me of my promise. Ask ye therefore what ye will, and I will give you that same." Now the report of the King's daughters had reached the sages, so they answered, "If the King be content with us and accept of our gifts and allow us to prefer a request to him, we crave of him that he give us his 3 daughters in marriage, that we may be his sons-in-law, for that the stability of kings may not be gainsaid." Quoth the King, "I grant you that which you wish and you desire," and bade summon the Kazi forthright, that he might marry each of the sages to one of his daughters. Now it fortuned that the Princesses were behind a curtain, looking on; and when they heard this, the youngest considered her husband to be, and behold, he was an old man, 100 years of age, with hair frosted, forehead drooping, eyebrows mangy, ears slitten, beard and moustachios stained and dyed, eyes red and goggle, cheeks bleached and hollow, flabby nose like a brinjal or egg plant, face like a cobbler's apron, teeth overlapping and lips like camel's kidneys, loose and pendulous. In brief, a terror, a horror, a monster, for he was of the folk of his time the unsightliest and of his age the frightfullest. Sundry of his grinders had been knocked out and his eye teeth were like the tusks of the Jinni who frighteneth poultry in hen houses. Now the girl was the fairest and most graceful of her time, more elegant than the gazelle however tender, then the gentlest zephyr blander, and brighter than the moon at her full, for amorous fray right suitable, confounding in graceful sway the waving bow, and outdoing in swimming gait the pacing roe. In fine, she was fairer and sweeter by far than all her sisters. So when she saw her suitor, she went to her chamber and strewed dust on her head and tore her clothes and fell to buffeting her face and weeping and wailing. Now the Prince, her brother, Kamar al-Akmar, or the Moon of Moon's height, was then newly returned from a journey and, hearing her weeping and crying, came in to her, for he loved her with fond affection, more than his other sisters, and asked her, "What aileth thee? What hath befallen thee? Tell me and conceal not from me." So she smote her breast and answered, "O my brother and my dear one, I have nothing to hide. If the palace be straitened upon thy father, I will go out, and if he be resolved upon a foul thing, I will separate myself from him, though he consent not to make provision for me, and my lord will provide." Quoth he, "Tell me what meaneth this talk and what hath straitened thy breast and troubled thy temper?" "O my brother and my dear one," answered the Princess, "know that my father hath promised me in marriage to a wicked magician, who brought him as a gift a horse of black wood and hath bewitched him with his craft and his necromancy. But as for me, I will none of him and would because of him I had never come into this world." Her brother soothed her and solaced her, then fared to his sire and said, "What be this wizard to whom thou hast given my youngest sister in marriage? And what is this present which he hath brought thee, so that thou hast killed my sister with chagrin? It is not right that this should be." Now the Persian was standing by, and when he heard the Prince's words, he was mortified and filled with fury, and the King said, "O my son, an thou sawest this horse, thy wit would be confounded and thou wouldst be amated with amazement." Then he bade the slaves bring the horse before him, and they did so. When the Prince saw it, it pleased him; so, being an accomplished cavalier, he mounted it forthright and struck its sides with the shovel-shaped stirrup irons, but it stirred not, and the King said to the Sage, "Go show him its movement, that he also may help thee to win thy wish." Now the Persian bore the Prince a grudge because he willed not he should have his sister; so he showed him the pin of ascent on the right side of the horse and saying to him, "Trill this," left him. Thereupon the Prince trilled the pin, and lo! the horse forthwith soared with him high in ether, as it were a bird, and gave not over flying till it disappeared from men's espying, whereat the King was troubled and perplexed about his case and said to the Persian, "O Sage, look how thou mayst make him descend." But he replied, "O my lord, I can do nothing, and thou wilt never see him again till Resurrection Day, for he of his ignorance and pride asked me not of the pin of descent, and I forgot to acquaint him therewith." When the King heard this, he was enraged with sore rage and bade Bastinado the sorcerer and clap him in jail, whilst he himself cast the crown from his head and beat his face and smote his breast. Moreover, he shut the doors of his palaces and gave himself up to weeping and keening, he and his wife and daughters and all the folk of the city, and thus their joy was turned to annoy and their gladness changed into sore affliction and sadness. Thus far concerning them. But as regards the Prince, the horse gave not over soaring with him till he drew near the sun, whereat he gave himself up for lost and saw death in the skies, and was confounded at his case, repenting him of having mounted the horse and saying to himself, "Verily, this was a device of the Sage to destroy me on account of my youngest sister. But there is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the Glorious, the Great. I am lost without recourse. But I wonder, did not he who made the ascent pin make also a descent pin?" Now he was a man of wit and knowledge and intelligence; so he fell to feeling all the parts of the horse, but saw nothing save a screw like a cock's head on its right shoulder, and the like on the left, when quoth he to himself, "I see no sign save these things like buttons." Presently he turned the right hand pin, whereupon the horse flew heavenwards with increased speed. So he left it and looking at the sinister shoulder and finding another pin, he wound it up, and immediately the steed's upwards motion slowed and ceased, and it began to descend little by little towards the face of the earth, while the rider became yet more cautious and careful of his life.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 358th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the Prince wound up the sinister screw, the steed's upward motion slowed and ceased, and it began to descend, little by little, towards the earth, while the rider became yet more cautious and careful of his life. And when he saw this and knew the uses of the horse, his heart was filled with joy and gladness, and he thanked Almighty Allah for that He had deigned deliver him from destruction. Then he began to turn the horse's head whithersoever he would, making it rise and fall at pleasure, till he had gotten complete mastery over its every movement. He ceased not to descend the whole of that day, for that the steed's ascending flight had borne him afar from earth, and as he descended, he diverted himself with viewing the various cities and countries over which he passed and which he knew not, never having seen them in his life. Amongst the rest he descried a city ordered after the fairest fashion in the midst of a verdant and riant land, rich in trees and streams, with gazelles pacing daintily over the plains, whereat he fell a-musing and said to himself, "Would I knew the name of yon town and in what land it is." And he took to circling about it and observing it right and left. By this time the day began to decline and the sun drew near to its downing, and he said in his mind, "Verily I find no goodlier place to night in than this city; so I will lodge here, and early on the morrow I will return to my kith and kin and my kingdom, and tell my father and family what hath passed and acquaint him with what mine eyes have seen." Then he addressed himself to seeking a place wherein he might safely bestow himself and his horse, and where none should descry him; and presently, behold, he espied amiddlemost of the city a palace rising high in upper air, surrounded by a great wall with lofty crenelles and battlements, guarded by 40 black slaves, clad in complete mail and armed with spears and swords, bows and arrows. Quoth he, "This is a goodly place," and turned the descent pin, whereupon the horse sank down with him like a weary bird and alighted gently on the terrace roof of the palace. So the Prince dismounted and ejaculating, "Alhamdolillah, praise be to Allah!" he began to go round about the horse and examine it, saying, "By Allah, he who fashioned thee with these perfections was a cunning craftsman; and if the Almighty extend the term of my life and restore me to my country and kinsfolk in safety and reunite me with my father, I will assuredly bestow upon him all manner bounties and benefit him with the utmost beneficence." By this time night had overtaken him and he sat on the roof till he was assured that all in the palace slept; and indeed hunger and thirst were sore upon him, for that he had not tasted food nor drunk water since he parted from his sire. So he said within himself, "Surely the like of this palace will not lack of victual," and leaving the horse above, went down in search of somewhat to eat. Presently he came to a staircase and descending it to the bottom, found himself in a court paved with white marble and alabaster, which shone in the light of the moon. He marvelled at the place and the goodliness of its fashion, but sensed no sound of speaker and saw no living soul and stood in perplexed surprise, looking right and left and knowing not whither he should wend. Then said he to himself, "I may not do better than return to where I left my horse and pass the night by it, and as soon as day shall dawn, I will mount and ride away."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 359th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that quoth the King's son to himself, "I may not do better than pass the night by my horse, and as soon as day shall dawn, I will mount and ride away." However, as he tarried, talking to himself, he espied a light within the palace and making towards it, found that it came from a candle that stood before a door of the Harim, at the head of a sleeping eunuch, as he were one of the Ifrits of Solomon or a tribesman of the Jinn, longer than lumber and broader than a bench. He lay before the door with the pommel of his sword gleaming in the flame of the candle, and at his head was a bag of leather hanging from a column of granite. When the Prince saw this, he was affrighted and said, "I crave help from Allah the Supreme, O mine Holy One, even as thou hast already delivered me from destruction, so vouchsafe me strength to quit myself of the adventure of this palace." So saying, he put out his hand to the budget and taking it, carried it aside and opened it and found in it food of the best. He ate his fill and refreshed himself and drank water, after which he hung up the provision bag in its place and drawing the eunuch's sword from its sheath, took it, whilst the slave slept on, knowing not whence destiny should come to him. Then the Prince fared forwards into the palace and ceased not till he came to a second door, with a curtain drawn before it. So he raised the curtain and behold, on entering he saw a couch of the whitest ivory, inlaid with pearls and jacinths and jewels, and 4 slave girls sleeping about it. He went up to the couch to see what was thereon, and found a young lady lying asleep, chemised with her hair as she were the full moon rising over the eastern horizon, with flower white brow and shining hair paring and cheeks like blood red anemones and dainty moles thereon. He was amazed at her as she lay in her beauty and loveliness, her symmetry and grace, and he recked no more of death. So he went up to her, trembling in every nerve and, shuddering with pleasure, kissed her on the right cheek, whereupon she awoke forthright and opened her eyes, and seeing the Prince standing at her head, said to him, "Who art thou and whence comest thou?" Quoth he, "I am thy slave and thy lover." Asked she, "And who brought thee hither?" And he answered, "My lord and my fortune." Then said Shams al Nahar, for such was her name, "Haply thou art he who demanded me yesterday of my father in marriage, and he rejected thee, pretending that thou wast foul of favour. By Allah, my sire lied in his throat when he spoke this thing, for thou art not other than beautiful." Now the son of the King of Hind had sought her in marriage, but her father had rejected him, for that he was ugly and uncouth, and she thought the Prince was he. So when she saw his beauty and grace, for indeed he was like the radiant moon, the syntheism of love gat hold of her heart, as it were a flaming fire, and they fell to talk and converse. Suddenly her waiting women awoke and seeing the Prince with their mistress said to her, "O my lady, who is this with thee?" Quoth she, "I know not. I found him sitting by me when I woke up. Haply 'tis he who seeketh me in marriage of my sire." Quoth they, "O my lady, by Allah the All Father, this is not he who seeketh thee in marriage, for he is hideous and this man is handsome and of high degree. Indeed, the other is not fit to be his servant." Then the handmaidens went out to the eunuch and finding him slumbering awoke him, and he started up in alarm. Said they, "How happeth it that thou art on guard at the palace, and yet men come in to us, whilst we are asleep?" When the black heard this, he sprang in haste to his sword, but found it not, and fear took him and trembling. Then he went in, confounded, to his mistress and seeing the Prince sitting at talk with her, said to him, "O my lord, art thou man of Jinni?" Replied the Prince, "Woe to thee, O unluckiest of slaves! How darest thou even the sons of the royal Chosroes with one of the unbelieving Satans?" And he was as a raging lion. Then he took the sword in his hand and said to the slave, "I am the King's son in law, and he hath married me to his daughter and bidden me go in to her." And when the eunuch heard these words, he replied, O my lord, if thou be indeed of kind a man as thou avouchest, she is fit for none but for thee, and thou art worthier of her than any other. Thereupon the eunuch ran to the king, shrieking loud and rending his raiment and heaving dust upon his head. And when the king heard his outcry, he said to him, What hath befallen thee? Speak quickly and be brief, for thou hast fluttered my heart. Answered the eunuch, O King, come to thy daughter's succour, for a devil of the Jinn, in the likeness of a king's son, hath got possession of her, so up and at him. When the king heard this, he thought to kill him and said, How camest thou to be careless of my daughter and let this demon come at her? Then he betook himself to the princess's palace, where he found her slave women standing to await him, and asked them, What is come to my daughter? O King, answered they, slumber overcame us, and when we awoke, we found a young man sitting upon our couch in talk with her, as he were the full moon. Never saw we aught fairer of favour than he. So we questioned him of his case, and he declared that thou hadst given him thy daughter in marriage. More than this we know not, nor do we know if he be a man or a Jinni, but he is modest and well bred, and doth nothing unseemly or which leadeth to disgrace. Now when the king heard these words, his wrath cooled, and he raised the curtain little by little, and looking in, saw sitting at talk with his daughter a prince of the goodliest, with a face like the full moon for sheen. At this sight he could not contain himself of his jealousy for his daughter's honour, and, putting aside the curtain, rushed in upon them, drawn sword in hand, like a furious Gaul. Now when the prince saw him, he asked the princess, Is this thy sire? And she answered, Yes.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 360th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the prince saw the king rushing in upon them, drawn sword in hand, like a furious Gaul, he asked the princess, Is this thy sire? And she answered, Yes. Whereupon he sprang to his feet and seizing his sword, cried out at the king with so terrible a cry that he was confounded. Then the youth would have fallen on him with the sword, but the king, seeing that the prince was doughtier than he, sheathed his scimitar and stood till the young man came up to him, when he accosted him courteously and said to him, O youth, art thou a man or a Jinni? Quoth the prince, Did I not respect thy right as mine host and thy daughter's honour, I would spill thy blood. How darest thou fellow me with devils, me that am a prince of the sons of the royal Chosroes, who, had they wished to take thy kingdom, could shake thee like an earthquake from thy glory and thy dominions, and spoil thee of all thy possessions? Now when the king heard his words, he was confounded with awe and bodily fear of him and rejoined, If thou indeed be of the sons of the kings, as thou pretendest, how cometh it that thou enterest my palace without my permission and smirchest mine honour, making thy way to my daughter and feigning that thou art her husband and claiming that I have given her to thee to wife? I that have slain kings and kings' sons who sought her of me in marriage. And now who shall save thee from my might and majesty when, if I cried out to my slaves and servants and bade them put thee to the vilest of deaths, they would slay thee forthright? Who shall deliver thee out of my hand? When the prince heard this speech of the king, he answered, Verily I wonder at thee and at the shortness and denseness of thy wit. Say me, canst covet for thy daughter a maid comelier than myself, and hast ever seen a stouter hearted man, or one better fitted for a sultan, or a more glorious in rank and dominion than I? Rejoined the king, Nay, by Allah! But I would have had thee, O youth, act after the custom of kings and demand her from me to wife before witnesses, that I might have married her to thee publicly; and now even were I to marry her to thee privily, yet hast thou dishonoured me in her person." Rejoined the Prince, "Thou sayest sooth, O King; but if thou summon thy slaves and thy soldiers, and they fall upon me and slay me, as thou pretendest, thou wouldst but publish thine own disgrace, and the folk would be divided between belief in thee and disbelief in thee. Wherefore, O King, thou wilt do well, meseemeth, to turn from this thought to that which I shall counsel thee." Quoth the King, "Let me hear what thou hast to advise." And quoth the Prince, "What I have to propose to thee is this: either do thou meet me in combat singular, I and thou, and he who slayeth his adversary shall be held the worthier and having a better title to the kingdom; or else let me be this night and whenas dawns the morn, draw out against me thy horsemen and footmen and servants, but first tell me their number." Said the King, "They are 40,000 horse, beside my own slaves and their followers, who are the like of them in number." Thereupon said the Prince, "When the day shall break, do thou array them against me and say to them"—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 1. Read by Lars Rolander. Section 2, Volume 5 of the Book of a Thousand Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of a Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 2, 361st Night to 364th Night. When it was the 361st Night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that quoth the Prince, when day shall break, do thou array them against me and say to them, This man is a suitor to me for my daughter's hand, on condition that he shall do battle single-handed against you all. For he pretendeth that he will overcome you and put you to the rout, and indeed that ye cannot prevail against him. After which, leave me to do battle with them. If they slay me, then is thy secret sure guarded, and thine honour the better warded. And if I overcome them and see their backs, then is it the like of me a king should covet to his son-in-law. So the King approved of his opinion and accepted his proposition, despite his awe at the boldness of his speech and amaze at the pretensions of the Prince to meet in fight his whole host, such as he had described to him, being at heart assured that he would perish in the fray, and so he should be quit of him and freed from the fear of dishonour. Thereupon he called the eunuch and bade him go to his Wazir without stay and delay and command him to assemble the whole of the army and cause them don their arms and armour and mount their steeds. So the eunuch carried the King's order to the Minister, who straightway summoned the captains of the host and the lords of the realm and bade them don their harness of derring do and mount horse and sally forth in battle array. Such was their case; but as regards the King, he sat a long while conversing with the young Prince, being pleased with his wise speech and good sense and fine breeding. And when it was daybreak, he returned to his palace and, seating himself on his throne, commanded his merry men to mount and bade them saddle one of the best of the royal steeds with handsome selle and housings and trappings and bring it to the Prince. But the youth said, O King, I will not mount horse till I come in view of the troops and review them. Be it as thou wilt, replied the King. Then the two repaired to the parade ground, where the troops were drawn up, and the young prince looked upon them and noted their great number, after which the king cried out to them, saying, Ho, all ye men, there is come to me a youth who seeketh my daughter in marriage, and in very sooth never have I seen a goodlier than he, no, nor a stouter of heart, nor a doughtier of arm, for he pretendeth that he can overcome you single-handed, and force you to flight, and that, were ye 100,000 in number. Yet for him would ye be but few. Now when he chargeth down on you, do ye receive him upon point of pike and sharp of sabre, for indeed he hath undertaken a mighty matter. Then quoth the king to the prince, Up, O my son, and do thy devoir on them. Answered he, O king, thou dealst not justly and fairly by me. How shall I go forth against them, seeing that I am afoot and the men be mounted? The king retorted, I bade thee mount, and thou refusedst, but choose thou which of my horses thou wilt. Then he said, Not one of thy horses pleaseth me, and I will ride none but that on which I came. Asked the king, And where is thy horse? Atop of thy palace. In what part of my palace? On the roof. Now when the king heard these words, he cried, Out on thee! This is the first sign thou hast given of madness. How can the horse be on the roof? But we shall at once see if thou speakest the truth or lies. Then he turned to one of his chief officers and said to him, Go to my palace and bring me what thou findest on the roof. So all the people marveled at the young prince's words, saying one to other, How can a horse come down the steps from the roof? Verily, this is a thing whose like we never heard. In the meantime, the king's messenger repaired to the palace and mounting to the roof, found the horse standing there, and never had he looked on a handsomer. But when he drew near and examined it, he saw that it was made of ebony and ivory. Now the officer was accompanied by other high officers, who also looked on, and they laughed to one another, saying, Was it of the like of this horse that the youth spake? We cannot deem him other than mad. However, we shall soon see the truth of his case. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 362nd Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the high officials looked upon the horse, they laughed one to other and said, Was it of the like of this horse that the youth spake? We cannot deem him other than mad. However, we shall soon see the truth of his case. Peradventure herein is some mighty matter, and he is a man of high degree. Then they lifted up the horse bodily and, carrying it to the king, set it down before him, and all the lieges flocked round to look at it, marvelling at the beauty of its proportions and the richness of its saddle and bridle. The king also admired it and wondered at it with extreme wonder, and he asked the prince, O youth, is this thy horse? He answered, Yes, O king, this is my horse, and thou shalt soon see the marvel it showeth. Rejoined the king, Then take and mount it. And the prince retorted, I will not mount till the troops withdraw far from it. So the king bade them retire a bowshot from the horse, whereupon quoth its owner, O king, see thou, I am about to mount my horse and charge upon thy host and scatter them right and left and split their hearts asunder. Said the king, Do as thou wilt, and spare not their lives, for they will not spare thine. Then the prince mounted, whilst the troops ranged themselves in ranks before him, and one said to another, When the youth cometh between the ranks, we will take him on the points of our pikes and the sharps of our sabres. Quoth another, By Allah, this is a mere misfortune. How shall we slay a youth so comely of face and shapely of form? And a third continued, Ye will have hard work to get the better of him, for the youth had not done this, but for what he knew of his own prowess and preeminence of valor." Meanwhile, having settled himself in his saddle, the prince turned the pin of ascent, whilst all eyes were strained to see what he would do, whereupon the horse began to heave and rock and sway to and fro, and make the strangest of movements steed ever made, till its belly was filled with air, and it took flight with its rider and soared high into the sky. When the king saw this, he cried out to his men, saying, "Woe to you! Catch him, ere he escape you." But his Wazirs and Viceroys said to him, "O King, can a man overtake the flying bird? This is surely none but some mighty magician's or Marid of the Jinn or devil, and Allah save thee from him. So praise thou the Almighty for deliverance of thee and of all thy host from his hand." Then the king returned to his palace after seeing the feat of the prince and, going in to his daughter, acquainted her with what had befallen them both on the parade ground. He found her grievously afflicted for the prince and bewailing her separation from him, wherefore she fell sick with violent sickness and took to her pillow. Now when her father saw her on this wise, he pressed her to his breast and kissing her between the eyes, said to her, "O my daughter, praise Allah Almighty and thank Him for that He hath delivered us from this crafty enchanter, this villain, this low fellow, this thief who thought only of seducing thee." And he repeated to her the story of the prince and how he had disappeared in the firmament; and he abused him and cursed him, knowing not how dearly his daughter loved him. But she paid no heed to his words and did but redouble in her tears and wails, saying to herself, "By Allah, I will neither eat meat nor drain drink till Allah reunite me with him." Her father was greatly concerned for her case and mourned much over her plight, but for all he could do to soothe her, love longing only increased on her.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 363rd Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the king mourned much over his daughter's plight, but for all he could do to soothe her, love longing only increased on her. Thus far concerning the King and Princess Shams al Nahar; but as regards Prince Kamar al Akmar, when he had risen high in the air, he turned his horse's head towards his native land and, being alone, mused upon the beauty of the Princess and her loveliness. Now he had enquired of the King's people the name of the city and of its King and his daughter; and men had told him that it was the city of Sana'a. So he journeyed with all speed till he drew near his father's capital and, making an airy circuit about the city, alighted on the roof of the King's palace, where he left his horse, whilst he descended into the palace and, seeing its threshold strewn with ashes, thought that one of his family was dead. Then he entered as of wont and found his father and mother and sister clad in mourning raiment of black, all pale of faces and lean of frames. When his sire descried him and was assured that it was indeed his son, he cried out with a great cry and fell down in a fit; but after a time coming to himself, threw himself upon him and embraced him, clipping him to his bosom and rejoicing in him with exceeding joy and extreme gladness. His mother and sisters heard this; so they came in and seeing the Prince, fell upon him, kissing him and weeping and joying with exceeding joyance. Then they questioned him of his case; so he told them all that had passed from first to last, and his father said to him, "Praised be Allah for thy safety, O coolth of my eyes and core of my heart!" Then the King bade hold high festival and the glad tidings flew through the city. So they beat drums and cymbals and, doffing the weed of mourning, they donned the gay garb of gladness and decorated the streets and markets, whilst the folk vied with one another who should be the first to give the King joy. and the king proclaimed a general pardon and opening the prisons, released those who were therein prisoned. Moreover, he made banquets for the people, with great abundance of eating and drinking, for 7 days and nights, and all creatures were gladsomest. And he took horse with his son and rode out with him, that the folk might see him and rejoice. After a while the prince asked about the maker of the horse, saying, "O my father, what hath fortune done with him?" And the king answered, "Allah never bless him, nor the hour wherein I set eyes on him! For he was the cause of thy separation from us, O my son, and he hath lain in jail since the day of thy disappearance." Then the king bade release him from prison and, sending for him, invested him in a dress of satisfaction and entreated him with the utmost favour and munificence, save that he would not give him his daughter to wife; whereat the sage raged with sore rage and repented of that which he had done, knowing that the prince had secured the secret of the steed and the manner of its motion. Moreover, the king said to his son, "I reck thou wilt do well not to go near the horse henceforth, and more especially not to mount it after this day, for thou knowest not its properties, and belike thou art in error about it." Now the prince had told his father of his adventure with the king of Sana'a and his daughter, and he said, "Had the king intended to kill thee, he had done so; but thine hour was not yet come." When the rejoicings were at an end, the people returned to their places and the king and his son to the palace, where they sat down and fell to eating and drinking and making merry. Now the king had a handsome handmaiden, who was skilled in playing the lute; so she took it and began to sweep the strings and sing thereto before the king and his son, of separation of lovers; and she chanted the following verses. Deem not that absence breeds in me aught of forgetfulness. What should remember I did you fro my remembrance vain? Time dies, but never dies the fondest love for you we bear, and in your love I'll die, and in your love I'll arise again. When the prince heard these verses, the fires of longing flamed up in his heart, and pine and passion redoubled upon him. Grief and regret were sore upon him, and his bowels yearned in him for love of the king's daughter of Sana'a. So he rose forthright and, escaping his father's notice, went forth the palace to the horse and mounting it, turned the pin of ascent, whereupon birdlike it flew with him high in air and soared towards the upper regions of the sky. In early morning his father missed him and, going up to the pinnacle of the palace, in great concern, saw his son rising into the firmament, whereat he was sore afflicted and repented in all penitence that he had not taken the horse and hidden it, and he said to himself, "By Allah, if but my son return to me, I will destroy the horse, that my heart may be at rest concerning my son." And he fell again to weeping and bewailing himself.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 364th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the king again fell to weeping and bewailing himself for his son. Such was his case; but as regards the prince, he ceased not flying on through air till he came to the city of Sana'a and alighted on the roof as before. Then he crept down stealthily and, finding the eunuch asleep as of wont, raised the curtain and went on little by little, till he came to the door of the princess's alcove chamber and stopped to listen, when lo! he heard her shedding plenteous tears and reciting verses, whilst her women slept round her. Presently, overhearing her weeping and wailing, quoth they, "O our mistress, why wilt thou mourn for one who mourneth not for thee?" Quoth she, "O ye little of wit, is he for whom I mourn of those who forget or who are forgotten?" And she fell again to wailing and weeping till sleep overcame her. Hereat the prince's heart melted for her, and his gallbladder was like to burst. So he entered, and seeing her lying asleep without covering, touched her with his hand, whereupon she opened her eyes and espied him standing by her. Said he, "Why all this crying and mourning?" And when she knew him, she threw herself upon him and took him around the neck and kissed him and answered, "For thy sake, and because of my separation from thee." Said he, "O my lady, I have been made desolate by thee all this long time." But she replied, "'Tis thou who hast desolated me, and hadst thou tarried longer, I had surely died." Rejoined he, "O my lady, what thinkest thou of my case with thy father and how he dealt with me? Were it not for my love of thee, O temptation and seduction of the three worlds, I had certainly slain him and made him a warning to all beholders. But even as I love thee, so I love him for thy sake." Quoth she, "How couldst thou leave me? Can my life be sweet to me after thee?" Quoth he, "Let what hath happened suffice. I am now hungry and thirsty." So she bade her maidens make ready meat and drink, and they sat eating and drinking and conversing till night was well nigh ended. And when day broke, he rose to take leave of her and depart, ere the eunuch should awake. Shams al-Nahar asked him, "Whither goest thou?" And he answered, "To my father's house, and I plight thee my troth that I will come to thee once in every week." But she wept and said, "I conjure thee by Allah the Almighty, take me with thee whereso thou wendest and make me not taste anew the bitter gourd of separation from thee." Quoth he, "Wilt thou indeed go with me?" And quoth she, "Yes." Then said he, "Arise, that we depart." So she rose forthright and going to a chest, arrayed herself in what was richest and dearest to her of her trinkets of gold and jewels of price; and she fared forth, her handmaids recking not. So he carried her up to the roof of the palace and mounting the ebony horse, took her up behind him and made her fast to himself, binding her with strong bonds; after which he turned the shoulder pin of ascent and the horse rose with him high in air. When her slave women saw this, they shrieked aloud and told their father and mother, who in hot haste ran to the palace roof and looking up saw the magical horse flying away with the prince and princess. At this the King was troubled with ever increasing trouble and cried out, saying, "O King's son, I conjure thee by Allah, have ruth on me and my wife and bereave us not of our daughter." The Prince made him no reply, but thinking in himself that the maiden repented of leaving father and mother, asked her, "O ravishment of the age, say me, wilt thou that I restore thee to thy mother and father?" Whereupon she answered, "By Allah, O my lord, that is not my desire. My only wish is to be with thee wherever thou art, for I am distracted by the love of thee from all else, even from my father and mother." Hearing these words, the Prince joyed with great joy and made the horse fly and fare softly with them, so as not to disquiet her. Nor did they stay their flight till they came in sight of a green meadow, wherein was a spring of running water. Here they alighted and ate and drank, after which the Prince took horse again and set her behind him, binding her in his fear for her safety; after which they fared on till they came in sight of his father's capital. At this the Prince was filled with joy and bethought himself to show his beloved the seat of his dominion and his father's power and dignity, and give her to know that it was greater than that of her sire. So he set her down in one of his father's gardens without the city, where his parent was wont to take his pleasure, and, carrying her into a domed summer house prepared there for the King, left the ebony horse at the door and charged the damsel keep watch over it, saying, "Sit here till my messenger come to thee, for I go now to my father to make ready a palace for thee and show thee my royal estate." She was delighted when she heard these words and said to him, "Do as thou wilt."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 2. Read by Lars Rolander. Section 3, Volume 5 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 3. 365th Night to 368th Night. When it was the 365th Night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the maiden was delighted when she heard these words and said to him, 'Do as thou wilt,' for she thereby understood that she should not enter the city but with due honor and worship, as became her rank. Then the prince left her and betook himself to the palace of the king his father, who rejoiced in his return and met him and welcomed him. And the prince said to him, 'Know that I have brought with me the king's daughter of whom I told thee, and have left her without the city in such a garden, and come to tell thee that thou mayst make ready the procession of estate and go forth to meet her, and show her thy royal dignity and troops and guards.' Answered the king, 'With joy and gladness,' and straightway bade decorate the town with the goodliest adornment. Then he took horse and rode out in all magnificence and majesty, he and his host, high officers and household, with drums and kettle drums, fifes and clarions, and all manner instruments, whilst the prince drew forth of his treasuries jewellery and apparel and what else of the things which king hoards, and made a rare display of wealth and splendour. Moreover, he got ready for the princess a canopied litter of brocades, green, red, and yellow, wherein he set Indian and Greek and Abyssinian slave girls. Then he left the litter and those who were therein, and preceded them to the pavilion, where he had set her down, and searched but found not, neither princess nor horse. When he saw this, he beat his face and rent his raiment, and began to wander round about the garden, as he had lost his wits, after which he came to his senses and said to himself, 'How could she have come at the secret of this horse, seeing I told her nothing of it? Maybe the Persian sage who made the horse hath chanced upon her and stolen her away in revenge for my father's treatment of him.' Then he sought the guardians of the garden and asked them if they had seen any pass the precincts, and said, 'Hath anyone come in here? Tell me the truth and the whole truth, or I will at once strike off your heads.' They were terrified by his threats, but they answered with one voice, 'We have seen no man enter save the Persian sage who came to gather healing herbs.' So the prince was certified that it was indeed he that had taken away the maiden.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 366th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the prince heard their answer, he was certified that the sage had taken away the maiden, and abode confounded and perplexed concerning his case. And as he was abashed before the folk and, turning to his sire, told him what had happened and said to him, "Take the troops and march them back to the city. As for me, I will never return till I have cleared up this affair." When the king heard this, he wept and beat his breast and said to him, "O my son, calm thy choler and master thy chagrin and come home with us and look what king's daughter thou wouldst fain have, that I may marry thee to her." But the prince paid no heed to his words and farewelling him departed, whilst the king returned to the city and their joy was changed into sore annoy. Now, as destiny issued her decree, when the prince left the princess in the garden house and betook himself to his father's palace for the ordering of his affair, the Persian entered the garden to pluck certain samples, and scenting the sweet savour of musk and perfumes that exhaled from the princess and impregnated the whole place, followed it till he came to the pavilion and saw standing at the door the horse which he had made with his own hands. His heart was filled with joy and gladness, for he had bemourned its loss much since it had gone out of his hand. So he went up to it and examining its every part, found it whole and sound, whereupon he was about to mount and ride away, when he bethought himself and said, "Needs must I first look what the prince hath brought and left here with the horse." So he entered the pavilion and seeing the princess sitting there, as she were the sun shining sheen in the sky serene, knew her at the first glance to be some high born lady, and doubted not but the prince had brought her thither on the horse and left her in the pavilion, whilst he went to the city to make ready for her entry in state procession with all splendour. Then he went up to her and kissed the earth between her hands, whereupon she raised her eyes to him and, finding him exceedingly foul of face and favour, asked, "Who art thou?" And he answered, "O my lady, I am a messenger sent by the prince, who hath bidden me bring thee to another pleasance nearer the city, for that my lady the queen cannot walk so far, and is unwilling of her joy in thee, that another should forestall her with thee." Quoth she, "Where is the prince?" And quoth the Persian, "He is in the city with his sire, and forthwith he shall come for thee in great state." Said she, "O thou, say me, could he find none handsomer to send to me?" Whereat loud laughed the sage and said, "Yea, verily, he hath not a Mameluke as ugly as I am. But, O my lady, let not the ill favour of my face and the foulness of my form deceive thee. Hadst thou profited of me as hath the prince, verily thou wouldst praise my affair. Indeed, he chose me as his messenger to thee, because of my uncomeliness and loathsomeness in his jealous love of thee. Else hath he Mamelukes and negro slaves, pages, eunuchs, and attendants out of number, each goodlier than other." Whenas she heard this, it commended itself to her reason, and she believed him. So she rose forthright.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 367th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the Persian sage acquainted the Princess with the case of the King's son, she believed him; so she rose forthright and putting her hand in his, said, "O my father, what hast thou brought me to ride?" He replied, "O my lady, thou shalt ride the horse thou camest on." And she, "I cannot ride it by myself." Whereupon he smiled and knew that he was her master and said, "I will ride with thee myself." So he mounted and taking her up behind him, bound her to himself with firm bonds, while she knew not what he would with her. Then he turned the ascent pin, whereupon the belly of the horse became full of wind and it swayed to and fro like a wave of the sea and rose with them high in air, nor slackened in its flight till it was out of sight of the city. Now when Shams al Nahir saw this, she asked him, "Ho thou! What is become of that thou toldest me of my Prince, making me believe that he sent thee to me?" Answered the Persian, "Allah damn the Prince! He is a mean and skinflint knave." She cried, "Woe to thee! How darest thou disobey thy lord's commandment?" Whereto the Persian replied, "He is no lord of mine. Knowest thou who I am?" Rejoined the Princess, "I know nothing of thee save what thou toldest me;" and retorted he, "What I told thee was a trick of mine against thee and the King's son. I have long lamented the loss of this horse which is under us, for I constructed it and made myself master of it. But now I have gotten firm hold of it and thee too,
and I will burn his heart even as he hath burnt mine. Nor shall he ever have the horse again, no, never. So be of good cheer, and keep thine eyes cool and clear, for I can be of more use to thee than he, and I am generous as I am wealthy. My servants and slaves shall obey thee as their mistress. I will robe thee in finest raiment, and thine every wish shall be at thy will."
When she heard this, she buffeted her face and cried out, saying, "Ah, well away! I have not won my beloved and I have lost my father and mother." And she wept bitter tears over what had befallen her, whilst the Sage fared on with her without ceasing, till he came to the land of the Greeks and alighted in a verdant mead, abounding in streams and trees. Now this meadow lay near a city, wherein was a king of high puissance, and it chanced that he went forth that day to hunt and divert himself. As he passed by the meadow, he saw the Persian standing there, with the damsel and the horse by his side. And before the Sage was ware, the king's slaves fell upon him and carried him and the lady and the horse to their master, who, noting the foulness of the man's favour and his loathsomeness and the beauty of the girl and her loveliness, said, "O my lady, what kin is this oldster to thee?" The Persian made haste to reply, saying,
"She is my wife and the daughter of my father's brother."
But the lady at once gave him the lie and said, "O King, by Allah, I know him not, nor is he my husband. Nay, he is a wicked magician, who hath stolen me away by force and fraud." Thereupon the King bade bastinado the Persian, and they beat him till he was well nigh dead, after which the King commanded to carry him to the city and cast him into jail. And taking from him the damsel and the ebony horse, though he knew not its properties nor the secret of its motion, set the girl in his seraglio and the horse amongst his hoards. Such was the case with the Sage and the lady. But as regards Prince Kamar al Akmar, he garbed himself in travelling gear and taking what he needed of money set out tracking their trail in very sorry plight, and journeyed from country to country and city to city, seeking the Princess and enquiring after the ebony horse, whilst all who heard him marvelled at him and deemed his talk extravagant. Thus he continued doing a long while, but for all his inquiry and quest, he could hit on no new news of her. At last he came to her father's city of Sana'a and there asked for her, but could get no tidings of her, and found her father mourning her loss. So he turned back and made for the land of the Greeks, continuing to enquire concerning the twain as he went.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 368th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the King's son made for the land of the Greeks, continuing to enquire concerning the two as he went along, till, as chance would have it, he alighted at a certain khan and saw a company of merchants sitting at talk. So he sat down near them and heard one say,
"O my friends, I lately witnessed a wonder of wonders."
They asked,
"What was that?"
and he answered,
"I was visiting such a district in such a city,"
naming the city wherein was the Princess,
"and I heard its people chatting of a strange thing which had lately befallen. It was that their king went out one day hunting and coursing with a company of his courtiers and the lords of his realm, and issuing from the city they came to a green meadow where they espied an old man standing with a woman sitting hard by a horse of ebony. The man was foulest foul of face and loathly of form, but the woman was a marvel of beauty and loveliness and elegance and perfect grace. And as for the wooden horse, it was a miracle. Never saw eyes aught goodlier than it, nor more gracious than its make."
Asked the others,
"And what did the king with them?"
and the merchant answered,
"As for the man, the king seized him and questioned him of the damsel, and he pretended that she was his wife, and the daughter of his paternal uncle, but she gave him the lie forthright, and declared that he was a sorcerer and a villain. So the king took her from the old man and bade beat him and cast him into the trunk house. As for the ebony horse, I know not what became of it."
When the prince heard these words, he drew near to the merchant and began questioning him discreetly and courteously touching the name of the city and of its king, which when he knew, he passed the night full of joy. And as soon as dawned the day, he set out and travelled sans surcease till he reached that city. But when he would have entered, the gatekeepers laid hands on him, that they might bring him before the king to question him of his condition and the craft in which he was skilled and the cause of his coming thither, such being the usage and custom of their ruler. Now it was supper time when he entered the city, and it was then impossible to go in to the king or take counsel with him respecting the stranger. So the guards carried him to the jail, thinking to lay him by the heels there for the night. But when the warders saw his beauty and loveliness, they could not find it in their hearts to imprison him. They made him sit with them without the walls, and when food came to them, he ate with them what sufficed him. As soon as they had made an end of eating, they turned to the prince and said, "What countryman art thou?" "I came from Fars," answered he, "the land of Chosroes." When they heard this, they laughed, and one of them said, "O Chosroan, I have heard the talk of men and their histories, and I have looked into their conditions, but never saw I or heard I a bigger liar than the Chosroan which is with us in the jail." Quoth another, "And never did I see aught fouler than his favour or more hideous than his visnomy." Asked the prince, "What have ye seen of his lying?" And they answered, "He pretendeth that he is one of the wise. Now the king came upon him as he went a hunting and found with him a most beautiful woman and a horse of the blackest ebony; never saw I a handsomer. As for the damsel, she is with the king who is enamoured of her and would fain marry her; but she is mad, and were his man a leech, as he claimeth to be, he would have healed her, for the king doth his utmost to discover a cure for her case and a remedy for her disease, and this whole year past hath he spent treasure upon physicians and astrologers on her account, but none can avail to cure her. As for the horse, it is in the royal hoard house, and the ugly man is here with us in prison. And as soon as night falleth, he weepeth and bemoaneth himself and will not let us sleep."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 3. Read by Lars Rolander. Section 4, Volume 5 of the Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 4. 369th night to 372nd night. When it was the 369th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the warders had recounted the case of the Persian necromancer they held in prison, and his weeping and wailing, the prince at once devised a device whereby he might compass his desire. And presently the guards of the gate, being minded to sleep, led him into the jail and locked the door. So he overheard the Persian weeping and bemoaning himself in his own tongue, and saying, Alack and alas for my sin, that I sinned against myself and against the king's son in that which I did with the damsel. For I neither left her nor won my will of her. All this cometh of my lack of sense, in that I sought for myself that which I deserved not, and which befitted not the like of me. For whoso seeketh what suiteth him not at all falleth with the like of my fall. Now when the king's son heard this, he accosted him in Persian, saying, How long will this weeping and wailing last? Say me, thinkest thou that hath befallen thee that which never befell other than thou? Now when the Persian heard this, he made friends with him and began to complain to him of his case and misfortunes. And as soon as the morning morrowed, the warders took the prince and carried him before their king, informing him that he had entered the city on the previous night, at a time when audience was impossible. Quoth the king to the prince, Whence comest thou, and what is thy name and trade, and why hast thou travelled hither? He replied, As to my name, I am called in Persian Harja; as to my country, I come from the land of Fars, and I am of the men of art, and especially of the art of medicine and healing the sick, and those whom the Jinns drive mad. For this I go round about all countries and cities, to profit by adding knowledge to my knowledge, and whenever I see a patient, I heal him, and this is my craft. Now when the king heard this, he rejoiced with exceeding joy and said, O excellent sage, thou hast indeed come to us at a time when we need thee. Then he acquainted him with the case of the princess, adding, If thou cure her and recover her from her madness, thou shalt have of me everything thou seekest. Replied the prince, Allah save and favour the king! Describe to me all thou hast seen of her insanity, and tell me how long it is since the excess attacked her. Also how thou camest by her, and the horse and the sage. So the king told him the whole story, from first to last, adding, The sage is in jail. Quoth the prince, O auspicious king, and what hast thou done with the horse? Quoth the king, O youth, it is with me yet, laid up in one of my treasure chambers. Whereupon said the prince within himself, The best thing I can do is first to see the horse and assure myself of its condition. If it be whole and sound, all will be well, and end well. But if its motor works be destroyed, I must find some other way of delivering my beloved. Thereupon he turned to the king and said to him, O king, I must see the horse in question. Haply I may find in it somewhat that will serve me for the recovery of the damsel. With all my heart, replied the king, and taking him by the hand, showed him into the place where the horse was. The prince went round about it, examining its condition, and found it whole and sound, whereat he rejoiced greatly and said to the king, Allah save and exalt the king! I would fain go in to the damsel, that I may see how it is with her, for I hope in Allah to heal her by my healing hand, through means of the horse. Then he bade them take care of the horse, and the king carried him to the princess's apartment, where her lover found her wringing her hands and writhing and beating herself against the ground, and tearing her garments to tatters as was her wont. But there was no madness of Jinn in her, and she did this but that none might approach her. When the prince saw her thus, he said to her, No harm shall betide thee, O ravishment of the three worlds, and went on to soothe her and speak her fair, till he managed to whisper, I am Kamar al-Akmar. Whereupon she cried out with a loud cry and fell down fainting for excess of joy. But the king thought this was epilepsy brought on by her fear of him, and by her suddenly being startled. Then the prince put his mouth to her ear and said to her, O Shams al-Nahar, O seduction of the universe, have a care for thy life and mine, and be patient and constant. For this our position needeth sufferance and skilful contrivance to make shift for our delivery from the tyrannical king. My first move will be now to go out to him and tell him that thou art possessed of a Jinn, and hence thy madness, but that I will engage to heal thee and drive away the evil spirit, if he will at once unbind thy bonds. So when he cometh into thee, do thou speak him smooth words, that he may think I have cured thee, and all will be done for us as we desire." Quoth she, "Hearkening and obedience." And he went out to the king in joy and gladness and said to him, "O august king, I have by thy good fortune discovered her disease and its remedy and have cured her for thee. So now do thou go in to her and speak her softly and treat her kindly and promise her what may please her, so shall all thou desirest of her be accomplished to thee." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 370th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the Prince feigned himself a leach and went into the damsel and made himself known to her and told her how he purposed to deliver her, she cried, "Hearkening and obedience." He then fared forth from her and sought the King and said, "Go thou in to her and speak her softly and promise her what may please her, so shall all thou desirest of her be accomplished to thee." Thereupon the King went in to her, and when she saw him, she rose and kissing the ground before him, bade him welcome and said, "I admire how thou hast come to visit thy handmaid this day." Whereat he was ready to fly for joy and bade the waiting women and the eunuchs attend her and carry her to the Hammam and make ready for her dresses and adornment. So they went in to her and saluted her, and she returned their salams with the goodliest language and after the pleasantest fashion; whereupon they clad her in royal apparel and, clasping a collar of jewels about her neck, carried her to the bath and served her there. Then they brought her forth, as she were the full moon, and when she came into the King's presence, she saluted him and kissed ground before him, whereupon he joyed in her with joy exceeding and said to the Prince, "O sage, O philosopher, all this is of thy blessing. Allah increase to us the benefit of thy healing breath." The Prince replied, "O King, for the completion of her cure it behoveth that thou go forth, thou and all thy troops and guards, to the place where thou foundest her, not forgetting the beast of black wood which was with her, for therein is a devil; and unless I exorcise him, he will return to her and afflict her at the head of every month." "With love and gladness," cried the King, "O thou Prince of all philosophers and most learned of all who see the light of day." Then he brought out the ebony horse to the meadow in question and rode thither with all his troops and the Princess, little weeting the purpose of the Prince. Now when they came to the appointed place, the Prince, still habited as a leach, bade them set the Princess and the steed as far as eye could reach from the King and his troops, and said to him, "With thy leave and at thy word, I will now proceed to the fumigations and conjurations, and here imprison the adversary of mankind, that he may never more return to her. After this I shall mount this wooden horse, which seemeth to be made of ebony, and take the damsel up behind me, whereupon it will shake and sway to and fro and fare forwards till it come to thee, when the affair will be at an end. And after this thou mayst do with her as thou wilt." When the King heard his words, he rejoiced with extreme joy. So the Prince mounted the horse and taking the damsel up behind him, whilst the King and his troops watched him, bound her fast to him. Then he turned the ascending pin and the horse took flight and soared with them high in air, till they disappeared from every eye. After this the King abode half the day, expecting their return, but they returned not. So when he despaired of them, repenting him greatly of that which he had done and grieving sore for the loss of the damsel, he went back to the city with his troops. He then sent for the Persian who was in prison and said to him, "O thou traitor, O thou villain, why didst thou hide from me the mystery of the ebony horse? And now a sharper hath come to me and hath carried it off, together with a slave girl, whose ornaments are worth a mint of money, and I shall never see anyone or anything of them again." So the Persian related to him all his past, first and last, and the king was seized with a fit of fury which well nigh ended his life. He shut himself up in his palace for a while, mourning and afflicted, but at last his Wazirs came in to him and applied themselves to comfort him, saying, "Verily, he who took the damsel is an enchanter, and praised be Allah who hath delivered thee from his craft and sorcery." And they ceased not from him till he was comforted for her loss. Thus far concerning the king. But as for the prince, he continued his career towards his father's capital in joy and cheer, and stayed not till he alighted on his own palace, where he set the lady in safety; after which he went in to his father and mother and saluted them and acquainted them with her coming, whereat they were filled with solace and gladness. Then he spread great banquets for the townsfolk.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 371st Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the king's son spread great banquets for the townsfolk, and they held high festival a whole month, at the end of which time he went in to the Princess, and they took their joy of each other with exceeding joy. But his father brake the ebony horse in pieces and destroyed its mechanism for flight. Moreover, the prince wrote a letter to the princess's father, advising him of all that had befallen her and informing him how she was now married to him and in all health and happiness, and sent it by a messenger, together with costly presents and curious rarities. And when the messenger arrived at the city, which was Sa'anah, and delivered the letter and the presents to the king, he read the missive and rejoiced greatly thereat, and accepted the presents, honouring and rewarding the bearer handsomely. Moreover, he forwarded rich gifts to his son-in-law by the same messenger, who returned to his master and acquainted him with what had passed, whereat he was much cheered. After this the prince wrote a letter every year to his father-in-law and sent him presents till, in course of time, his sire, King Sabur, deceased and he reigned in his stead, ruling justly over his lieges and conducting himself well and righteously towards them, so that the land submitted to him and his subjects did him loyal service. And Kamar al-Akmar and his wife Shams al-Nahar abode in the enjoyment of all satisfaction and solace of life, till there came to them the Destroyer of delights and Sunderer of societies, the Plunderer of palaces, the Carterer for cemeteries, and the Garnerer of graves. And now glory be to the Living One who dieth not, and in whose hand is the dominion of the worlds visible and invisible. Moreover, I have heard tell the tale of Uns al-Wujud and the Wazir's daughter Al-Ward fil Akmam, or Rose in Hood. There was once in days of yore and in ages and times long gone before, a king of great power and lord of glory and dominion galore, who had a Wazir Ibrahim hight, and this Wazir's daughter was a damsel of extraordinary beauty and loveliness, gifted with passing brilliancy and the perfection of grace, possessed of abundant wit, and in all good breeding complete. But she loved wassail and wine and the human face divine and choice verses and rare stories; and the delicacy of her inner gifts invited all hearts to love, even as saith the poet describing her, Like moon she shines amid the starry sky, robbing in tresses blackest ink outvie. The morning breezes give her boughs fair drink, and like a branch she sways with supple ply. She smiles in passing us, O thou that art fairest in yellow robed or cramoisy. Thou play'st with my wit in love as though sparrow in hand of playful boy were I. Her name was Rose in Hood, and she was so named for her young and tender beauty and the freshness of her brilliancy. And the king loved her in his cups because of her accomplishments and fine manners. Now it was the king's custom yearly to gather together all the nobles of his realm and play with a ball. So when the day came round whereon the folk assembled for ball play, the minister's daughter seated herself at her lattice to divert herself by looking on at the game. And as they were at play, her glance fell upon a youth among the guards than whom never was seen a comelier face nor a goodlier form. For he was bright of favour, showing white teeth when he smiled, tall-statured and broad-shouldered. She looked at him again and again, and could not take her fill of gazing, and presently said to her nurse, "What is the name of yonder handsome young man among the troops?" Replied the nurse, "O my daughter, the dear fellows are all handsome. Which of them dost thou mean?" Said Rose in Hood, "Wait till he come past and I will point him out to thee." So she took an apple and, as he rode by, dropped it on him; whereupon he raised his head to see who did this and espied the Wazir's daughter at the window, as she were the moon of fullest light in the darkness of the night. Nor did he withdraw his eyes till his heart was utterly lost to her, and he recited these lines: "Wast archer shot me, or was thine eyes ruined lover's heart that thy charms espies? Was the notched shaft from a host outshot, or from latticed window in sudden guise?" When the game was at an end and all had left the ground, she asked her nurse, "What is the name of that youth I showed thee?" And the good woman answered, "His name is Uns al Wujud," whereat Rose in Hood shook her head and lay down on her couch with thoughts of fire for love. Then sighing deeply, she improvised these couplets: "He missed not who dubbed thee world's delight, a world's love conjoining to bounty's light. O thou, whose favour the full moon favours, whose charms make life and the living bright, thou hast none equal among mankind, Sultan of beauty, and proof I'll cite. Thine eyebrows are likest a well-formed Nun, and thine eyes As'ad by his hand indict. Thy shape is the soft green bow that gives, when asked, to all with all gracious sprite. Thou excell'st knights of the world in store, with delight and beauty and bounty dight." When she had finished her verses, she wrote them on a sheet of paper, which she folded in a piece of gold embroidered silk and placed under her pillow. Now one of her nurses had seen her, so she came up to her and held her in talk till she slept, when she stole the scroll from under her pillow and, after reading it, knew that she had fallen in love with Uns al Wujud. Then she returned the scroll to its place, and when her mistress awoke, she said to her, "O my lady, indeed I am to thee a true counsellor and am tenderly anxious on thy account. Know that love is a tyrant, and the hiding it melteth iron and entaileth sickness and unease; nor for whoso confesseth it is there aught of reproach." Rejoined Rose in Hood, "And what is the medicine of passion, O nurse mine?" Answered the nurse, "The medicine of passion is enjoyment." Quoth she, "And how may one come by enjoyment?" Quoth the other, "By letters and messages, my lady, by whispered words of compliment and by greetings before the world. All this bringeth lovers together and makes hard matters easy. So if thou have aught at heart, mistress mine, I am the fittest to keep thy secret and do thy desires and carry thy letters." Now when the damsel heard this, her reason flew and fled for joy; but she restrained herself from speech till she should see the issue of the matter, saying within herself, "None knoweth this thing of me, nor will I trust this one with my secret till I have tried her." Then said the woman, "O my lady, I saw in my sleep as though a man came to me and said, 'Thy mistress and Uns al Wujud love each other; so do thou serve their case by carrying their messages and doing their desires and keeping their secrets, and much good shall befall thee.' So now I have told thee my vision and it is thine to decide." Quoth Rose in Hood after she heard of the dream.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 372nd Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Rose in Hood asked her nurse after hearing of the dream, "Tell me, canst thou keep a secret, O my nurse?" Whereto she answered, "And how should I not keep secrecy, I that am of the flower of thee free?" Then the maiden pulled out the scroll, whereon she had written the verses and said, "Carry me this my letter to Uns al Wujud and bring me his reply." The nurse took the letter and repairing to Uns al Wujud, kissed his hands and greeted him right courteously, then gave him the paper, and he read it and comprehending the contents, wrote on the back these couplets: "I soothe my heart and my love repel, but my state interprets my love too well. When tears flow, I tell them mine eyes are ill, lest the censor see and my case foretell. I was fancy free and unknew I love, but I fell in love and in madness fell. I show you my case and complain of pain, pine and ecstasy that your wrath compel. I write you with tears of eyes so belike, they explain the love come my heart to quell. Allah guard a face that is veiled with charms, whose thrall is moon and the stars as well. In her beauty I never beheld the like, from her sway the branches learn sway and swell. I beg you, and 'tis not too much of pains, to call 'twere boon without parallel. I give you a soul you will haply take, to which union is heaven, disunion hell." Then he folded the letter and kissing it gave it to the go-between and said to her, "O nurse, incline the lady's heart to me." "To hear is to obey," answered she and carried the script to her mistress, who kissed it and laid it on her heart. Then she opened it and read it and understood it and wrote at the foot of it these couplets: "O whose heart by our beauty is captive ta'en, have patience and all thou shalt haply gain. When we knew that thy love was a true effect, and what pained our heart to thy heart gave pain, we had granted thee wished for call and more, but hindered so doing the Chamberlain. When the night grows dark through our love's excess, fire burns our vitals with might and main, and sleep from our beds is driven afar, and our bodies are tortured by passion bane. Hide love, in love's code is the first command, and from raising his veil thy hand restrain. I fell love fulfilled by yon gazelle, would he never wander from where I dwell." Then she folded the letter and gave it to the nurse, who took it and went out from her mistress to seek the young man. But as she would fare forth, the Chamberlain met her and said to her, "Whither away?" "To the bath," answered she. but in her fear and confusion she dropped the letter without knowing it, and went off unrecking what she had done, when one of the eunuchs, seeing it lying in the way, picked it up. When the nurse came without the door, she sought for it, but found it not, so turned back to her mistress and told her of this and what had befallen her. Meanwhile the Wazir came out of the Harim and seated himself on his couch, whereupon behold, the eunuch who had picked up the letter came in to him, holding it in hand, and said, "O my lord, I found this paper lying upon the floor and picked it up." So the minister took it from his hand, folded as it was, and opening it, read the verses as above set down. Then, after mastering the meaning, he examined the writing and knew it for his daughter's hand, whereupon he went to her mother, weeping so abundant tears that his beard was wetted. His wife asked him, "What maketh thee weep, O my lord?" And he answered, "Take this letter and see what is therein." So she took it and found it to be a love letter from her daughter Rose in Hood to Uns al Wujud, whereupon the ready drops sprang to her eyes; but she composed her mind and, gulping down her tears, said to her husband, "O my lord, there is no profit in weeping. The right course is to cast about for a means of keeping thine honour and concealing the affair of thy daughter." And she went on to comfort him and lighten his trouble. But he said, "I am fearful for my daughter by reason of this new passion. Knowest thou not that the Sultan loveth Uns al Wujud with exceeding love? And my fear hath two causes. The first concerneth myself; it is that she is my daughter. The second is on account of the king, for that Uns al Wujud is a favourite with the Sultan, and peradventure great trouble shall come out of this affair. What deemest thou should be done?"—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 4. Read by Lars Rolander. Section 5, Volume 5 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 5, 373rd Night to 376th Night. When it was the 373rd Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Wazir, after recounting the affair of his daughter, asked his wife, "What deemest thou should be done?" And she answered, "Have patience whilst I pray the prayer for right direction." So she prayed a 2-bow prayer according to the prophetic ordinance for seeking divine guidance, after which she said to her husband, "In the midst of the sea of treasures standeth a mountain named the Mount of the Bereaved Mother, the cause of which being so called shall presently follow in its place, Inshallah. And thither can none have access save with pains and difficulty and distress. Do thou make that same her abiding place." Accordingly, the minister and his wife agreed to build on that mountain a virgin castle, and lodge their daughter therein, with the necessary provision to be renewed year by year, and attendants to cheer and to serve her. Accordingly, he collected carpenters, builders, and architects, and dispatched them to the mountain, where they builded her an impregnable castle, never saw eyes the like thereof. Then he made ready vivers and carriage for the journey, and, going in to his daughter by night, bade her prepare to set out on a pleasure excursion. Thereupon her heart presaged the sorrows of separation, and, when she went forth and saw the preparations for the journey, she wept with sore weeping and wrote that upon the door which might acquaint her lover with what had passed, and with the transports of passion and grief that were upon her, transports such as would make the flesh to shiver and hair to stare, and melt the hardest stone with care, and tear from every eye a tear. And what she wrote were these couplets: By Allah, O thou house, if my beloved a morn go by, and greet with signs and signals lovers ever is wont to fly, I pray thee give him our salams in pure and fragrant guise, for he indeed may never know where we this eve shall lie. I wot not whither they have fared thus bearing us afar, at speed and lightly quipped, the lighter from one love to fly. When starkens night, the birds in brake or branches snugly perched, wail for our sorrow and announce our hapless destiny. The tongue of their condition saith, Alas, alas for woe, and heavy brunt of parting blow to lovers must abide. When viewed I separation cups were filled to the brim, and us with merest sorrow wine fate came so fast to ply. I mixed them with becoming share of patience self to excuse, but patience for the loss of you her solace doth refuse. Now when she ended her lines, she mounted and they set forward with her, crossing and cutting over wold and wild, and riant dale and rugged hill, till they came to the shore of the Sea of Treasures. Here they pitched their tents and built her a great ship, wherein they went down with her and her suite and carried them over to the mountain. The minister had ordered them, on reaching the journey's end, to set her in the castle and to make their way back to the shore, where they were to break up the vessel. So they did his bidding and returned home, weeping over what had befallen. Such was their case. But as regards Uns al-Wujud, he arose from sleep and prayed the dawn prayer, after which he took horse and rode forth to attend upon the Sultan. On his way he passed by the Wazir's house, thinking perchance to see some of his followers, as of wont, but he saw no one, and looking upon the door he read written thereon the verses aforesaid. At this sight his senses failed him. Fire was kindled in his vitals, and he returned to his lodging, where he passed the day in trouble and transports of grief, without finding ease or patience, till night darkened upon him, when his yearning and love longing redoubled. Thereupon, by way of concealment, he disguised himself in the ragged garb of a fakir, and set out wandering at random through the glooms of night, distracted and knowing not whither he went. So he wandered on all that night and next day, till the heat of the sun waxed fierce and the mountains flamed like fire and thirst was grievous upon him. Presently he espied a tree by whose side was a thin thread of running water; so he made towards it and sitting down in the shade on the bank of the rivulet, essayed to drink, but found that the water had no taste in his mouth, and indeed his colour had changed and his face had yellowed, and his feet were swollen with travel and travail. So he shed copious tears and repeated these couplets: The lover is drunken with love of friend, on a longing that groweth his joys depend. Love distracted, ardent, bewildered, lost from home, nor may food aught of pleasure lend. How can life be delightsome to one in love, and from lover parted 'twere strange unkenned. I melt with the fire of my pine for them, and the tears down my cheek in a stream descend. Shall I see them, say me, or one that comes from the camp who the afflicted heart shall tend? And after thus reciting, he wept till he wetted the hard dry ground; but anon without loss of time he rose and fared on again, over waste and wold, till there came out upon him a lion,
with a neck buried in tangled mane, a head the bigness of a dome, a mouth wider than the door thereof, and teeth like elephants' tusks. Now when Uns al Wujud saw him, he gave himself up for lost and turning towards the temple of Mecca, pronounced the professions of the faith and prepared for death. He had read in books that whoso will flatter the lion beguileth him, for that he is readily duped by smooth speech and gentled by being glorified. So he began and said, O lion of the forest, O lord of the waste, O terrible Leo, O father of fighters, O sultan of wild beasts, behold, I am a lover in longing, whom passion and severance have been wronging. Since I parted from my dear, I have lost my reasoning gear. Wherefore to my speech do thou give ear, and have wrath on my passion and hope and fear. When the lion heard this, he drew back from him and sitting down on his hindquarters, raised his head to him and began to frisk tail and paws, which when Uns al Wujud saw, he recited these couplets. Lion of the wold, wilt thou murder me, ere I meet her who doomed me to slavery? I am not game and I bear no fat, for the loss of my love makes me sickness dree. And estrangement from her hath so worn me down, I am like a shape in a shroud we see. O thou sire of spoils, O thou lion of war, give not my pains to the blamer's gree. I burn with love, I am drowned in tears, for a parting from lover sore misery, and my thoughts of her in the murk of night, for love hath made my being unbe. As he had finished his lines, the lion rose.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 374th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that as Uns al Wujud ended his lines, the lion arose and stalked slowly up to him, with eyes tear railing, and licked him with his tongue, then walked on before him, signing to him as though saying, Follow me. So he followed him, and the beast ceased not leading him on for a while till he brought him up a mountain and guided him to the farther side, where he came upon the track of a caravan over the desert and knew it to be that of Rose in Hood and her company. Then he took the trail, and when the lion saw that he knew the track for that of the party which escorted her, he turned back and went his way, whilst Uns al Wujud walked along the footmarks day and night, till they brought him to a dashing sea, swollen with clashing surge. The trail led down to the sandy shore, and there broke off, whereby he knew that they had taken ship and had continued their journey by water. So he lost hope of finding his lover, and with hot tears he repeated these couplets. Far is the fain and patience faileth me. How can I seek them over the abysmal sea? Or how be patient when my vitals burn, for love of them and sleep waxed insomny? Since the sad day they left the home and fled, my heart's consumed by love's ardency. Zion, Jaun, Euphrates, like my tears, make flood no deluged rain its like can see. Mine eyelids chafed with running tears remain, my heart from fiery sparks is never free. The hosts of love and longing pressed me, and made the hosts of patience break and flee. I've risked my life too freely for their love, and risk of life the least of ills shall be. Allah never punish I that saw those charms, enshrined and passing full moon's brilliancy. I found me felled by fair wide opened eyes, which pierced my heart with stringless archery, and soft lithe swaying shape enraptured me, as sway the branches of the willow tree,
With them I covet union that I win, o'er love, pains, cark and care a mastery. For love of them I morn and eve I pine, and doubt all came to me from evil eyne. And when his lines were ended, he wept till he swooned away, and abode in his swoon a long while. But as soon as he came to himself, he looked right and left, and seeing no one in the desert, he became fearful of the wild beasts. So he clomb to the top of a high mountain, where he heard the voice of a son of Adam speaking within a cave. He listened, and lo! they were the accents of a devotee who had forsworn the world and given himself up to pious works and worship. He knocked thrice at the cavern door, but the hermit made him no answer, neither came forth to him, wherefore he groaned aloud and recited these couplets. What pathway find I my desire to obtain? How 'scape from care and cark and pain and bane? All terrors join to make me old and hoar of head and heart ere youth from me is ta'en. Nor find I any aid in my passion, nor a friend to lighten load of bane and pain. How great and many troubles I've endured! Fortune hath turned her back, I see unfain. Ah, mercy, mercy on the lover's heart, doomed cup of parting and desertion drain. A fire is in his heart, his vitals waste, and severance made his reason vainest vain. How dread the day I came to her abode, and saw the writ they wrote on doorway lain. I wept till gave I earth to drink my grief, but still to near and far I did but feign. Then strayed I till in waste a lion sprang on me, and but for flattering words had slain. I soothed him, so he spared me and lent me aid. He too might haply of love's taste complain. O devotee, that idlest in thy cave, meseems eke thou hast learned love's might and main. But if at end of woes with them I league, straight I'll forget all suffering and fatigue. Hardly had he made an end of these verses, when behold, the door of the cavern opened, and he heard one say, Alas, the pity of it! So he entered and saluted the devotee, who returned his salam and asked him, What is thy name? Answered the young man, Uns al Wujud. And what caused thee to come hither? Quoth the hermit. So he told him his story in its entirety, omitting naught of his misfortunes, whereat he wept and said, O Uns al Wujud, these 20 years have I passed in this place, but never beheld I any man here until yesterday, when I heard a noise of weeping and lamentation and, looking forth in the direction of the sound, saw many people and tents pitched on the seashore, and the party at once proceeded to build a ship, in which certain of them embarked and sailed over the waters. Then some of the crew returned with the ship and breaking it up went their way, and I suspect that those who embarked in the ship and returned not are they whom thou seekest. In that case, O Uns al Wujud, thy grief must needs be great and sore, and thou art excusable, though never yet was lover but suffered love longing. Then he recited these couplets, Uns al Wujud, dost deem me fancy free, when pine and longing slay and quicken me. I've known love and yearning from the years, since mother milk I drank, nor ever was free. Long struggled I with love, till learned his might. Ask thou of him, he'll tell with willing gree. Love sick and pining drank I passion cup, and well nigh perished in mine agony. Strong was I, but my strength to weakness turned, and I sore brake through patience armory. Hope not to win love joys without annoy. Contrary ever links with contrary. But fear not change from lover true, be true.
Unto thy wish some day thine own 'twill be. Love hath forbidden to his votaries relinquishment as deadliest heresy. The eremite, having ended his verse, rose and coming up to Uns al Wujud, embraced him,—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 375th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the eremite, having ended his verse, rose and coming up to Uns al Wujud, embraced him, and they wept together, till the hills rang with their cries and they fell down fainting. When they revived, they swore brotherhood in Allah Almighty, after which said Uns al Wujud, This very night will I pray to God and seek of Him direction anent what thou shouldst do to attain thy desire. Thus it was with them, but as regards Rose in Hood, when they brought her to the mountain and set her in the castle and she beheld its ordering, she wept and exclaimed, By Allah, thou art a goodly place, save that thou lackest in thee the presence of the beloved. Then, seeing birds in the island, she bade her people set snares for them and put all they caught in cages within the castle; and they did so. But she sat at a lattice and bethought her of what had passed, and desire and passion and distraction redoubled upon her, till she burst into tears and repeated these couplets. Oh, to whom now of my desire complaining sore shall I bewail my parting from my fair compelled thus to fly? Flames rage within what underlies my ribs, yet hide them I in deepest secret, dreading I the jealous hostile spy. I'm grown as lean, attenuate as any pick of tooth, by sore estrangement, absence, ardour, ceaseless sob and sigh. Where is the eye of my beloved to see how I'm become? Like trees stripped bare of leafage, left to linger and to die. They tyrannized over me whom they confined in place, whereto the lover of my heart may never draw him nigh. I beg the sun for me to give greetings a thousandfold, at time of rising and again when setting from the sky. To the beloved one who shames a full moon's loveliness, when shows that slender form that doth the willow branch outvie. If Rose herself would even with his cheek, I say of her, thou art not like it, if to me my portion thou deny. His honey dew of lips is like the grateful water draught, would cool me when a fire in heart upflameth fierce and high. How shall I give him up who is my heart and soul of me, my malady, my wasting cause, my love, sole leach of me? Then, as the glooms of night closed around her, her yearning increased and she called to mind the past and recited also these couplets. 'Tis dark, my transport and unease now gather might and main, and love desire provoketh me to wake my wonted pain. The pang of parting takes for ever place within my breast, and pining makes me desolate in destitution lain. Ecstasy sore maltreats my soul and yearning burns my sprite, and tears betray love's secrecy which I would lief contain. I weet no way, I know no case that can make light my load, or heal my wasting body, or cast out from me this bane. A hell of fire is in my heart upflames with lambent tongue, and Laza's furnace fires within my liver place have ta'en. O thou exaggerating blame for what befell enough, I bear with patience whatsoever hath writ for me the pen. I swear by Allah never to find aught comfort for their loss. 'Tis oath of passion's children and their oaths are never in vain.
O night, salams of me to friends, and let to them be known of thee true knowledge, how I wake and waking ever wone. Meanwhile the hermit said to Uns al-Wujud, go down to the palm grove in the valley and fetch some fibre. So he went and returned with the palm fibre, which the hermit took and twisting into ropes, make therewith a net, such as is used for carrying straw, after which he said, O Uns al-Wujud, in the heart of the valley groweth a gourd, which springeth up and drieth upon its roots. Go down there and fill this sack therewith, then tie it together and casting it into the water, embark thereon and make for the midst of the sea, so haply thou shalt win thy wish, for whoso never ventureth shall not have what he seeketh. I hear and obey, answered Uns al-Wujud. Then he bade the hermit farewell after the holy man had prayed for him, and betaking himself to the soul of the valley, did as his adviser had counselled him, made the sack, launched it upon the water, and pushed from shore. Then there arose a wind which drave him out to sea, till he was lost to the eremite's view, and he ceased not float over the abysses of the ocean, one billow tossing him up and another bearing him down, and he beholding the while the dangers and marvels of the deep, for the space of 3 days. At the end of that time fate cast him upon the mount of the bereft mother, where he landed giddy and tottering like a chick unfledged, and at the last of his strength for hunger and thirst, but finding there streams flowing and birds on the branches cooing and fruit-laden trees in clusters and singly growing, he ate of the fruits and drank of the rills. Then he walked on till he saw some white thing afar off, and making for it found that it was a strongly fortified castle. So he went up to the gate and seeing it locked sat down by it, and there he sat for 3 days, when behold, the gate opened and an eunuch came out, who finding Uns al-Wujud there seated said to him, whence camest thou and who brought thee hither? Quoth he, from Ispahan, and I was voyaging with merchandise when my ship was wrecked and the waves cast me upon the farther side of this island. Whereupon the eunuch wept and embraced him, saying, Allah preserve thee, O thou friendly face! Ispahan is mine own country, and I have there a cousin, the daughter of my father's brother, whom I loved from my childhood and cherished with fond affection. But a people stronger than we fell upon us in foray and taking me among other booty, cut off my yard and sold me for a castrato, whilst I was yet a lad, and this is how I came to be in such case."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 376th Night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the eunuch who came forth from the castle where Rose in Hood was confined, told Uns al-Wujud all his tale and said, the raiders who captured me cut off my yard and sold me for a castrato, and this is how I came to be in such case. And after saluting him and wishing him long life, the eunuch carried him into the courtyard of the castle, where he saw a great tank of water surrounded by trees, on whose branches hung cages of silver with doors of gold, and therein birds were warbling and singing the praises of the requiting king. And when he came to the first cage, he looked in, and lo, a turtle dove, on seeing him, raised her voice and cried out, saying, O thou bounty fraught! Whereat he fell down fainting, and after coming to himself he sighed heavily and recited these couplets, O turtle dove, like me art thou distraught? Then pray the Lord and sing, O bounty fraught! Would I knew, and thy moan were sign of joy, or cry of love desire in heart inwrought, and moan thou pining for a lover gone, who left thee woe-begone to pine in thought, or if like me hast lost thy fondest friend, and severance long desire to memory brought. O Allah, guard a faithful lover's lot, I will not leave her though my bones go rot. Then after ending his verses he fainted again, and presently reviving he went on to the second cage, wherein he found a ringdove. When it saw him, it sang out, "O Eternal, I thank thee!" And he groaned and recited these couplets. I heard a ringdove chanting plaintively, I thank thee, O Eternal, for this misery. Haply perchance may Allah of His grace send me by this long round my love to see. Full oft she comes with honeyed lips dark red, and heaps up low upon love's ardency. Quoth I, while longing fires flame high and fierce in heart and wasting life's vitality, and tears like gouts of blood go railing down in torrents over cheeks now pale oblee. None ever trod earth that was not born to woe, but I will patient dree mine agony. So help me Allah till that happy day, when with my mistress I unite shall be. Then will I spend my good on lover wights, who are of my tribe and of the faith of me, and loose the very birds from jail set free, and change my grief for gladdest gree and glee. Then he went on to the third cage, wherein he found a mocking bird, which, when it saw him, set up a song, and he recited the following couplets. Pleaseth me yon hazard of mocking strain, like voice of lover pained by love in vain. Woe's me for lovers, and how many men by nights and pine and passion low are lain. As though by stress of love they had been made mornless and sleepless by their pain and bane. When I went daft for him who conquered me, and pined for him who proved of proudest strain, my tears in streams down trickled, and I cried, these long-linked tears bind like an adamant chain. Grew concupiscence, severance long, and I lost patience, hoards, and grief waxed sovereign. If justice bide in world and me unite, with him I love, and Allah veil us stain, I'll strip my clothes that he my form shall sight, with parting distance grief how poor of plight. Then he went to the fourth cage, where he found a bulbul, which at sight of him began to sway to and fro and sing its plaintive descant. And when he heard its complaint, he burst into tears and repeated these couplets. The bulbul's note, whenas dawn is nigh, tells the lover from strains of strings to fly. Complaineth for passion Uns al Wujud, for pine that would being to him deny. How many a strain do we hear, whose sound softens stones and the rock can mollify. And the breeze of morning that sweetly speaks of meadows in flowered greenery, and scents and sounds in the morning tide of birds and zephyrs in fragrance vie. But I think of one, of an absent friend, and tears rail like rain from a showery sky, and the flamy tongues in my breast uprise as sparks from gleed that in dark air fly. Allah deign vouchsafe to a lover distraught some day the face of his dear to descry. For lovers indeed no excuse is clear, save excuse of sight and excuse of eye. Then he walked on a little and came to a goodly cage, than which was no goodlier there, and in it a culver of the forest, that is to say, a wood pigeon, the bird renowned among birds as the minstrel of love longing, with a collar of jewels about its neck, marvellous fine and fair. He considered it awhile, and, seeing it absently brooding in its cage, he shed tears and repeated these couplets. O culver of copse, with salams I greet, O brother of lovers who woe must weet. I love a gazelle who is slender slim, whose glances for keenness the scimitar beat. For her love are my heart and my vitals afire, and my frame consumes in love's fever heat. The sweet taste of food is unlawful for me, and forbidden is slumber, unlawfulest sweet. Endurance and solace have travelled from me, and love homes in my heart, and grief takes firm seat. How shall life deal joy when they flee my sight, who are joy and gladness and life and sprite? As soon as Uns al-Wujud had ended his verse, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 5. Read by Lars Rolander.
Section 6, Volume 5 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 6. 377th Night to 380th Night. When it was the 377th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that, as soon as Uns al-Wujud had ended his verse, the wood culver awoke from its brooding, and cooed a reply to his lines, and shrilled and trilled with its thrilling notes, till it all but spake with human speech, and the tongue of the case talked for it, and recited these couplets. O lover, thou bringest to thought a tide, when the strength of my youth first faded and died, and a friend of whose form I was enamoured, seductive and dight with beauty's pride, whose voice as he sat on the sandhill tree, from the neigh's sweet sound turned my heart aside. A fowler snared him in net the while. Oh, that man would leave me at large, he cried. I had hoped he might somewhat of mercy show, when a hapless lover he so espied. But alas, might him who tore me away, in his hardness of heart from my lover's side. But aye my desire for him groweth more, and my heart with the fires of disjunction is fried. Allah guard a true lover who strives with love, and hath borne the torments I still abide, and seeing me bound in this cage with mind of wrath release me, my love to find. Then Uns al-Wujud turned to his companion, the Ispahi, and said, What palace is this? Who built it and who abideth in it? Quoth the eunuch, The Wazir of a certain king built it to guard his daughter, fearing for her the accidents of time and the incidents of fortune, and lodged her herein, her and her attendants, nor do we open it save once in every year, when their provision cometh to them. And Uns al-Wujud said to himself, I have gained my end, though I may have long to wait. Such was his case, but as regards Rose in Hood, of a truth she took no pleasure in eating or drinking, sitting or sleeping, but her desire and passion and distraction redoubled on her, and she went wandering about the castle corners, but could find no issue, wherefore she shed tears and recited these couplets. They have cruelly ta'en me from him my beloved, and made me taste anguish in prison ta'en. They have fired my heart with the flames of love, barred all sight of him whom to see I'm fain.
In a lofty palace they prisoned me, on a mountain placed in the middle main. If they'd have me forget him, right vain's their wish, for my love is grown of a stronger strain. How can I forget him whose face was cause of all I suffer, of all I plain? The whole of my days in sorrow spent, and in thought of him through the night I'm lain. Remembrance of him cheers my solitude, while I lorn of his presence and lone remain. Would I knew it, after this all my fate, to oblige the desire of my heart will deign. When her verses were ended, she ascended to the terrace roof of the castle, after donning her richest clothes and trinkets, and throwing a necklace of jewels around her neck. Then, binding together some dresses of Baalbak stuff by way of rope, she tied them to the crenels and let herself down thereby to the ground. And she fared on over wastes and waterless wilds, till she came to the shore, where she saw a fisherman plying here and there over the sea, for the wind had driven him on to the island. When he saw her he was affrighted and pushed off again, flying from her. But she cried out and made pressing signs to him to return, versifying with these couplets. O fisherman, no care hast thou to fear, I'm but an earth-born maid in mortal sphere. I pray thee linger and my prayer grant, and to my true unhappy tale give ear. Pity, so Allah spare thee, warmest love, say hast thou seen him, my beloved fair? I love a lovely youth whose face excels sunlight and passes moon when clearest clear. The fawn that sees his glance is fain to cry, I am his thrall and own himself no peer. Beauty hath written on his winsome cheek rare lines of pregnant sense for every seer. Who sights the light of love his soul is saved, who strays is infidel to hell anear. And thou in mercy show his sight, O rare! Thou shalt have every wish the dearest dear, of rubies and what likest are to them, fresh pearls and unions new, the sea shells tear. My friend, thou wilt for sure grant my desire, whose heart is melted in love's hottest fire. When the fisherman heard her words, he wept and made moan and lamented. Then, recalling what had betided himself in the days of his youth, when love had the master over him and longing and desire and distraction were sore upon him and the fires of passion consumed him, replied with these couplets. What fair excuse is this my pining plight, with wasted limbs and tears unceasing blight, and eyelids open in the nightly murk, and heart like fire stick ready fire to smite? Indeed love burdened us in early youth, and true from false coin soon we learned aright. Then did we sell our soul on way of love, and drunk of many a well to win her sight, venturing very life to gain her grace, and make high profit perilling a mite. 'Tis love's religion whoso buys with life his lover's grace, with highest gain is dight. And when he ended his verse, he moored his boat to the beach and said to her, Embark, so I may carry thee whither thou wilt. Thereupon she embarked and he put off with her. But they had not gone far from land before there came out a stern wind upon the boat and drove it swiftly out of sight of shore. Now the fisherman knew not whither he went, and the strong wind blew without ceasing 3 days, when it fell by leave of Allah Almighty, and they sailed on and ceased not sailing till they came in sight of a city sitting upon the seashore. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 378th Night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the fisherman's craft carrying Rose in Hood made the city sitting upon the seashore, the man set about making fast to the land. Now the King of the city was a prince of pith and puissance, named Dirbas the Lion, and it chanced at that moment to be seated with his son at the window in the royal palace giving upon the sea. And happening to look out seawards, they saw the fishing boat make the land. They observed it narrowly and espied therein a young lady, as she were the full moon overhanging the horizon edge, with pendants in her ears of costly balass rubies and a collar of precious stones about her throat. Hereby the King knew that this must indeed be the daughter of some king or great noble, and going forth of the sea gate of the palace, went down to the boat, where he found the lady asleep and the fisherman busied in making fast to shore. So he went up to her and aroused her, whereupon she awoke, weeping, and he asked her, whence comest thou and whose daughter art thou, and what be the cause of thy coming hither? And she answered, I am the daughter of Ibrahim, Wazir to King Shamikh, and the manner of my coming hither is wondrous and the cause thereof marvellous. And she told him her whole story, first and last, hiding naught from him. Then she groaned aloud and recited these couplets. Tear drops have chafed mine eyelids and railed down in wondrous wise, for parting pain that fills my sprite and turns to springs mine eyes. For sake of friend who ever dwells within my vitals homed, and I may never win my wish of him in any guise. He hath a favour fair and bright, and brilliant is his face, which every Turk and Arab wight in loveliness outvies. The sun and fullest moon lout low whenas his charms they sight, and lover like they bend to him whenever he deigneth rise. A wondrous spell of gramarye like kohl bedecks his eyne, and shows thee bow with shaft on string make ready ere it flies. O thou, to whom I told my case, expecting all excuse, pity a lover wight for whom love shafts such fate devise. Verily love hath cast me on your coast despite of me, of will now weak, and fain I trust mine honour thou wilt prize. For noble men, whenas perchance alight upon their bounds, grace worthy guests confess their worth and raise to dignities, then, O thou hope of me, to lovers folly veil afford, and be to them reunion cause, thou only liefest lord. And when she had ended her verses, she again told the King her sad tale and shed plenteous tears and recited these couplets bearing on her case. We lived till saw we all the marvels love can bear. Each month to thee we hope shall fare as Rajab fair. Is it not wondrous when I saw them march a morn, that I with water o' eyes in heart lit flames that flare? That these mine eyelids rain fast dropping gouts of blood? That now my cheek grows gold where rose and lily were? As though the safflower hue that overspread my cheeks were Joseph's coat made stain of lying blood to wear. Now when the King heard her words, he was certified of her love and longing and was moved to wrath for her. So he said to her, fear nothing and be not troubled. Thou hast come to the term of thy wishes, for there is no help but that I win for thee thy will and bring thee to thy desire. And he improvised these couplets. Daughter of nobles, who thine aim shalt gain,
hear gladdest news, nor fear aught hurt of bane. This day I'll pack up wealth and send it on to Shamik, guarded by a champion train. Fresh pods of musk I'll send him, and brocades, and silver white and gold of yellow vein. Yes, and a letter shall inform him eke that I of kinship with that king am fain. And I this day will lend thee bestest aid, that all thou covetest thy soul assain. I too have tasted love and know its taste, and can excuse whoso the same cup drain. Then ending his verse, he went forth to his troops and summoned his Wazir, and causing him to pack up countless treasure, commanded him carry it to King Shamik and say to him, Needs must thou send me a person named Uns al-Wujud, and say, moreover, the king is minded to ally himself with thee by marrying his daughter to Uns al-Wujud, thine officer. So there is no help but thou dispatch him to me, that the marriage may be solemnized in her father's kingdom. And he wrote a letter to King Shamik to this effect, and gave it to the minister, charging him strictly to bring back Uns al-Wujud, and warning him, An thou fail, thou shalt be deposed and degraded. Answered the Wazir, I hear and obey. And setting out forthright with the treasures, in due course arrived at the court of King Shamik, whom he saluted in the name of King Dirbas, and delivered the letter and the presents. Now when King Shamik read the letter and saw the name of Uns al-Wujud, he burst into tears and said to the Wazir, And where is Uns al-Wujud? He went from us, and we know not his place of abiding. Only bring him to me, and I will give thee double the presents thou hast brought me. And he wept and groaned and lamented, saying these couplets, To me restore my dear. I want not wealth untold, nor crave I gifts of pearls, or gems, or store of gold. He was to us a moon, in beauty's heavenly fold, passing in form and soul, with roe compare withhold. His form a willow wand, his fruit lures manifold, but willow lacketh power, men's hearts to have and hold. I reared him from a babe, on cot of coaxing rolled, and now I mourn for him, with woe in soul ensouled. Then turning to the Wazir, who had brought the presents and the missive, he said, Go back to thy liege and acquaint him that Uns al-Wujud hath been missing this year past, and his lord knoweth not whither he is gone, nor hath any tidings of him. Answered the minister of King Dirbas, O my lord, my master said to me, An thou fail to bring him back, thou shalt be degraded from the Wazirate and shall not enter my city. How then can I return without him? So King Shamik said to his Wazir Ibrahim, Take a company and go with him, and make ye search for Uns al-Wujud everywhere. He replied, Hearkening and obedience, and taking a body of his own retainers, set out accompanied by the Wazir of King Dirbas, seeking Uns al-Wujud. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 379th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Ibrahim, Wazir to King Shamik, took him a body of his retainers and, accompanied by the minister of King Dirbas, set out seeking Uns al-Wujud. And as often as they fell in with wild Arabs or others, they asked of the youth, saying, Tell us, have ye seen a man whose name is so and so, and his semblance thus and thus? But they all answered, We know him not. Still they continued their quest, enquiring in city and hamlet, and seeking in fertile plain and stony hall, and in the wild and in the wold, till they made the mountain of the bereaved mother. And the Wazir of King Dirbas said to Ibrahim, "Why is this mountain thus called?" He answered, "Once of old time here sojourned a Jinniyah of the Jinn of China, who loved a mortal with passionate love, and being in fear of her life from her own people, searched all the earth over for a place where she might hide him from them, till she happened on this mountain and, finding it cut off from both men and Jinn, there being no access to it, carried off her beloved and lodged him therein. There, when she could escape notice of her kith and kin, she used privily to visit him, and continued so doing till she had borne him a number of children, and the merchants sailing by the mountain in their voyages over the main heard the weeping of the children, as it were the wailing of a woman bereft of her babes, and said, "Is there here a mother bereaved of her children?" For which reason the place was named the Mountain of the Bereaved Mother. And the Wazir of King Dirbas marvelled at his words. Then they landed and making for the castle, knocked at the gate, which was opened to them by an eunuch who knew the Wazir Ibrahim, and kissed his hands. The minister entered and found in the courtyard among the serving men a Fakir, which was Uns al Wujud, but he knew him not and said, "Whence cometh yonder wight?" Quoth they, "He is a merchant who has lost his goods, but saved himself, and he is an ecstatic." So the Wazir left him and went on into the castle, where he found no trace of his daughter, and questioned her women, who answered, "We wot not how or whither she went. This place misliked her and she tarried in it but a short time." Whereupon he wept sore and repeated these couplets, "Who thou, the house whose birds were singing gay, whose sills their wealth and pride were wont display, till came the lover wailing for his love, and found thy doors wide open to the way. Would Heaven I knew where is my soul that erst was homed in house whose owners fared away. 'Twas stored with all things bright and beautiful, and showed its porters ranged in fair array. They clothed it with brocades, a bride become. Would I knew whither went its lords, ah say!" After ending his verses he again shed tears and groaned and bemoaned himself, exclaiming, "There is no deliverance from the destiny decreed by Allah, nor is there any escape from that which He hath predestined." Then he went up to the roof and found the strips of Ba'albak stuff tied to the crenels and hanging down to the ground, and thus it was he knew that she had descended thence and had fled forth, as one distracted and demented with desire and passion. Presently he turned and seeing there two birds, a gore crow and an owl, he justly deemed this an omen of ill, so he groaned and recited these couplets, "I came to my dear friend's door, of my hopes the goal, whose sight mote assuage my sorrow and woes of soul. No friends found I there, nor was there another thing to find save a corby crow and an ill-omened owl. And the tongue of the case to me seemed to say, indeed this parting two lovers fond was cruel and foul. So taste thou the sorrow thou madest them taste and live. In grief wend thy ways, and now in thy sorrow prowl." Then he descended from the castle roof weeping, and bade the servants fare forth and search the mount for their mistress. So they sought for her, but found her not. Such was their case. But as regards Uns al Wujud, when he was certified that Rose in Hood was indeed gone, he cried with a great cry and fell down in a fainting fit, nor came to himself for a long time, whilst the folk deemed that his spirit had been withdrawn by the compassionating One, and that he was absorbed in contemplation of the splendour, majesty and beauty of the Requiting One. Then, despairing of finding Uns al Wujud, and seeing that the Wazir Ibrahim was distracted for the loss of his daughter, the minister of King Dirbas addressed himself to return to his own country,
albeit he had not attained the object of his journey. And while bidding his companion adieu, said to him, I have a mind to take the Fakir with me. It may be Allah Almighty will incline the King's heart to me by His blessing, for that he is a holy man, and thereafter I will send him to Ispahan, which is near our country. Do as thou wilt, answered Ibrahim. So they took leave of each other and departed, each for his own motherland, the Wazir of King Dirbas carrying with him Uns al-Wujud.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 380th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Wazir of King Dirbas carried with him Uns al-Wujud, who was still insensible. They bore him with them on muleback, he unknowing if he were carried or not, for 3 days, when he came to himself and said, Where am I? Thou art in company with the Minister of King Dirbas, replied they, and went and gave news of his recovering to the Wazir, who sent him rose water and sherbet of sugar, of which they gave him to drink and restored him. Then they ceased not faring on till they drew near King Dirbas' capital, and the King, being advised of his Wazir's coming, wrote to him, saying, If Uns al-Wujud be not with thee, come not to me ever. Now when the Wazir read the royal mandate, it was grievous to him, for he knew not that Rose in Hood was with the King, nor why he had been sent in quest of Uns al-Wujud, nor the King's reason for desiring the alliance, whilst Uns al-Wujud also knew not whither they were bearing him, or that the Wazir had been sent in quest of him. Nor did the Wazir know that the Fakir he had with him was Uns al-Wujud himself. And when the Minister saw that the sick man was whole, he said to him, I was dispatched by the King on an errand which I have not been able to accomplish. So when he heard of my return, he wrote to me, saying, Except thou have fulfilled my need, enter not my city. And what is the King's need? asked Uns al-Wujud. So the Wazir told him the whole tale, and he said, Fear nothing, but go boldly to the King and take me with thee, and I will be surety to thee for the coming of Uns al-Wujud. At this the Wazir rejoiced and cried, Is this true what thou sayest? Yes, replied he, whereupon the Wazir mounted and carried him to King Dirbas, who, after receiving their salutations, said to him, Where is Uns al-Wujud? Answered the young man, O King, I know where he is. So the King called him to him and said, Where? Returned Uns al-Wujud, He is near hand and very near, but tell me what thou wouldst with him, and I will fetch him into thy presence. The King replied, With joy and good gree, but the case calleth for privacy. So he ordered the folk to withdraw, and carrying Uns al-Wujud into his cabinet, told him the whole story, whereupon quoth the youth, Robe me in rich raiment, and I will forthright bring Uns al-Wujud to thee. So they brought him a sumptuous dress, and he donned it and said, I am Uns al-Wujud, the world's delight, and to the envious a despite. And presently he smote with his glances every sprite, and began these couplets to recite. My loved one's name in cheerless solitude aye cheereth me, and driveth me of my desperance and despondency. I have no helper but my tears that ever flow in fount, and as they flow, they lighten woe and force my grief to flee. My longing is so violent, naught like it e'er was seen. My love tale is a marvel, and my love a sight to see. I spend the night with lids of eye that never close in sleep, and pass in passion twixt the hells of Eden's heavenly. I had of patience fairish store, but now no more have I, and love's sole gift to me hath been aye growing misery. My frame is wasted by the pain of parting from my own, and longing changed my shape and form and made me other be. Mine eyelids by my torrent tears are chafed and ulcerate, the tears whose flow to stay is mere impossibility. My manly strength is sore impaired, for I have lost my heart. How many griefs upon my griefs have I been doomed to dree! My heart and head are like in age with similar hoariness, by loss of beauty's lord of lords the galaxy. Despite our wills they parted us and doomed us parted wone, while they, our lords, desire no more than love in unity. Then, would heaven that I wot if stress of parting done, the world will grant me sight of them in union fain and free. Roll up the scroll of severance which others would unroll, efface my trouble by the grace of meeting's jubilee. And shall I see them home with me in cup company, and change my melancholic mood for joy and jollity? And when he had ended his verses, the king cried aloud, By Allah, ye are indeed a pair of lovers true and fain, and in beauty's heaven of shining stars at twain. Your story is wondrous and your case marvellous. Then he told him all that had befalled Rose in Hood, and Uns al Wujud said, Where is she, O King of the age? She is with me now, answered Dirbas, and sending for the Kazi and the witnesses, drew up the contract of marriage between her and him. Then he honoured Uns al Wujud with favours and bounties and sent to King Shamikh, acquainting him with what had befallen, whereat this king joyed with exceeding joy and wrote back the following purport: Since the ceremony of contract hath been performed at thy court, it behoveth that the marriage and its consummation be at mine. Then he made ready camels, horses and men and sent them in quest of the pair. And when the embassy reached King Dirbas, he gave the lovers much treasure and dispatched them to King Shamikh's court, with a company of his own troops. The day of their arrival was a notable day, never was seen a grander, for the king gathered together all the singing women and players of instruments of music, and made wedding banquets and held high festival 7 days. And on each day he gave largesse to the folk and bestowed on them sumptuous robes of honour. Then Uns al Wujud went in to Rose in Hood, and they embraced and sat weeping for excess of joy and gladness, whilst she recited these couplets: Joyance is come, dispelling cark and care. We are united, enviers may despair. The breeze of union blow enquickening, forms hearts and vitals fresh with fragrant air. The splendour of delight with scents appears, and round us flags and drums show gladness rare. Deem not we're weeping for our stress of grief, it is for joy our tears as torrents fare. How many fears we've seen that now are past, and bore we patient what was sore to bear. 1 hour of joyance made us both forget what from excess of terror greyed our hair. And when the verses were ended, they again embraced and ceased not from their embrace till they fell down in a swoon. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 6. Read by Lars Rolander.
Section 7, Volume 5 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 7. 381st Night to 384th Night. When it was the 381st Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Uns al Wujud and Rosinhood embraced when they foregathered, and ceased not from their embrace, till they fell down in a swoon for the delight of reunion. And when they came to themselves, Uns al Wujud recited these couplets: How joyously sweet are the nights that unite, when my dearling deigns keep me the troth she did plight. When union conjoins us in all that we have, and parting is severed and sundered from sight, to us comes the world with her favours so fair, after frown and aversion and might despite, hath planted her banner good fortune for us. And we drink of her cup in the purest delight. We have met and complained of the pitiful past, and of nights a full many that doomed us to blight. But now, O my lady, the past is forgot, the compassionate pardon the past for unright. How sweet is existence, how glad is to be, this union my passion doth only incite. And when he ended his verses, they once more embraced, drowned in the sea of passion, and lay down together in the private apartment, carousing and conversing, and quoting verses and telling pleasant tales and anecdotes. On this wise 7 days passed over them, whilst they knew not night from day, and it was to them, for very stress of gaiety and gladness, pleasure and possession, as if the 7 days were but one day, with never a morrow. Nor did they know the 7th day, but by the coming of the singers and players on instruments of music, whereat Rosinhood beyond measure wondered and improvised these couplets: In spite of envious jealousy at end, we have won all we hoped of the friend. We've crowned our meeting with a close embrace, on quilts where new brocades with sandal blend, on bed of perfumed leather, which the spoils of downy birds luxuriously distend. But I abstain me from unneeded wine, when honey dews of lips sweet musk can lend. Now from the sweets of union we unknow time near and far, if slow or fast it wend. The 7th night hath come and gone, oh strange! How went the nights we never recked or kenned, till on the 7th wishing joy they said, Allah prolong the meet of friend with friend. When she had finished her song, Uns al Wujud kissed her more than 100 times, and recited these couplets: O day of joys to either lover fain! The loved one came and freed from lonely pain. She blessed me with all inner charms she hath, and companied with inner grace deep lain. She made me drain the wine of love till I was faint with joys her love had made me drain. We toyed and joyed and on each other lay, then fell to wine and soft melodious strain. And for excess of joyance never knew how went the day and how it came again. Fair fall each lover, may he union win, and gain of joy like me the amplest gain. Nor weet the taste of severance bitter fruit, and joys assain them as they us assain. Then they went forth and distributed to the folk alms and presents of money and raiment and rare gifts and other tokens of generosity, after which Rosinhood bade clear the bath for her, and turning to Uns al Wujud said to him, O coolth of my eyes, I have a mind to see thee in the Hammam and therein we will be alone together." He joyfully consented to this, and she let scent the Hammam with all sorts of perfumed woods and essences, and light the wax candle. Then of the excess of her contentment she recited these couplets: "Oh, who didst win my love in other date, and present dear must speak of past estate. And oh, who art my sole sufficiency, nor want I other friends with me to mate. Come to the Hammam, O my light of eyes, and enter Eden through Gehenna gate. We'll scent with ambergris and aloes wood, till float the heavy clouds with fragrant freight. And to the world will pardon all her sins, and sue for mercy the compassionate. And I will cry when I descry thee there, good cheer, sweet love, all blessings on thee wait." Whereupon they arose and fared to the bath and took their pleasure therein, after which they returned to their palace and there abode in the fullness of enjoyment till there came to them the Destroyer of delights and the Sunderer of societies. And glory be to Him who changes not neither ceaseth, and to whom everything returneth. And they also tell a tale of Abu Nowas with the 3 boys and the Caliph Harun al-Rashid. Abu Nowas one day shut himself up, and making ready a richly furnished feast, collected for it meats of all kinds and of every colour that lips and tongue can desire. Then he went forth to seek a minion worthy of such entertainment, saying, "Allah, my Lord and my master, I beseech thee to send me one who befitteth this banquet and who is fit to carouse with me this day." Hardly had he made an end of speaking, when he espied 3 youths, handsome and beardless, as they were of the boys of Paradise, differing in complexion, but fellows in incomparable beauty, and all hearts yearned with desire to the swaying of their bending shapes, even to what saith the poet: "I passed a beardless pair without compare, and cried, 'I love you both, you fairly fair.' Moneyed, quoth one, quoth I, and lavish too. Then said the fair pair, 'Père, c'est notre affaire.'" Now Abu Nowas was given to these joys, and loved to sport and make merry with fair boys, and cull the rose from every brightly blooming cheek, even as saith the bard: "Full many a reverend sheikh feels sting of flesh, love's pretty faces shows at pleasure's depot, awakes in Mosul land of purity, and all the day dreams only of Aleppo." So he accosted them with a salutation, and they returned his greeting with civility and all honour, and would have gone their several ways, but he stayed them, repeating these couplets: "Steer ye your steps to none but me, who hath a mine of luxury, old wine that shines with brightest blee, made by the monk in monastery, and mutton meat the toothsomest, and birds of all variety. Then eat of these and drink of those old wines that bring you jollity, and have each other turn by turn, shampooing this my tool, you see." Thereupon the youths were beguiled by his verses and consented to his wishes.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 382nd Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Abu Nowas beguiled the youths with his wishes, saying, "We hear and obey," and accompanied him to his lodging, where they found all ready that he had set forth in his couplets, they sat down and ate and drank and made merry awhile, after which they appealed to Abu Nowas to decide which of them was handsomest of face and shapeliest of form. So he pointed to one of them, and having kissed him twice over, recited the following verses: I'll ransom that beauty spot with my soup. Where is it, and where is a money dole? Praise him who hairless hath made that cheek, and bid beauty bide in that mole, that mole. Then he pointed to another, and kissing his lips, repeated these couplets: And loveling weareth on his cheek a mole, like musk, which virgin camphor never lets off it. My peepers marvel such a contrast seeing, and cried the mole to me, Now bless the prophet. Then he pointed to the third, and after kissing him half a score times, repeated these couplets: Melted pure gold in silvern bowl to drain, the youth whose fingers wore a winey stain. He with the drawer served one cup of wine, and served his wondering eyes the other twain. A loveling of the sons of Turks, a fawn, whose waist conjoins the double mounts Honayn. Could Eve's corrupting daughters tempt my heart, content with twofold lure 'twould bear the bane. Unto Diyar-i-Bakr, maid land, this one lures, that lures two mosque cities of the plain. Now each of the youths had drunk 2 cups, and when it came to the turn of Abu Nowas, he took the goblet and repeated these couplets: Drink not strong wine save at the slender dearling's hand. Each like to other in all gifts the spirit grace, for wine can never gladden toper's heart and soul, unless the cup boy show a bright and sparkling face. Then he drank off his cup, and the bowl went round, and when it came to Abu Nowas again, joyance got the mastery of him, and he repeated these couplets: For cup friend's cup succeeding cup assign, brimming with grape juice brought in endless line, by hand of brown lipped beauty who is sweet, at wake as apple or musk finest fine. Drink not the wine except from hand of fawn, whose cheek to kiss is sweeter than the wine. Presently the drink got into his noddle, drunkenness mastered him, and he knew not hand from head, so that he lolled from side to side in joy and inclined to the youths one and all, anon kissing them, and anon embracing them leg overlying leg. And he showed no sense of sin or shame, but recited these couplets: None wotteth best joyance but generous youth, when the pretty ones deign with him company keep. This sings to him that when he wants a pick-me-up, lying there all of a heap, and when of a loveling he needeth a kiss, he takes from his lips or a draught or a nip. Heaven bless them! How sweetly my day with them sped! A wonderful harvest of pleasure I reap. Let us drink our good liquor, both watered and pure, and agree to swive all who dare slumber and sleep. While they were in this debauched state, behold, there came a knocking at the door. So they bade him who knocked enter, and behold, it was the Commander of the Faithful, Harun al-Rashid. When they saw him, they all rose and kissed ground before him. And Abu Nowas threw off the fumes of the wine for awe of the Caliph, who said to him, Holla, Abu Nowas! He replied, Adsum at thy service, O Commander of the Faithful, whom Allah preserve. The Caliph asked, What state is this? And the poet answered, O Prince of True Believers, my state indubitably dispenseth with questions. Quoth the Caliph, O Abu Nowas, I have sought direction of Allah Almighty, and have appointed thee Kazi of pimps and panders. Asked he, Dost thou indeed invest me with that high office, O Commander of the Faithful? And the Caliph answered, I do. Whereupon Abu Nowas rejoined, O Commander of the Faithful, Hast thou any suit to prefer to me?" Hereat the Caliph was wroth and presently turned away and left them, full of rage, and passed the night sore and angered against Abu Nowas, who amid the party he had invited spent the merriest of nights and the jolliest and the joyousest. And when daybreak dawned and the star of morn appeared, it sheen and shone, he broke up the sitting and dismissing the youths donned his court dress and leaving his house set out for the palace of the Caliph. Now it was the custom of the Commander of the Faithful, when the Divan broke up, to withdraw to his sitting saloon and summon thither his poets and cup companions and musicians, each having his own place, which he might not overpass. So it happened that day he retired to his saloon, and the friends and familiars came and seated themselves, each in his rank and degree. Presently in walked Abu Nowas and was about to take his usual seat, when the Caliph cried to Masrur the sworder and bade him strip the poet of his clothes and bind an ass's pack saddle on his back and a halter about his head and a crupper under his rump, and lead him round to all the lodgings of the slave girls. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 383rd Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Caliph commanded Masrur the sworder to strip Abu Nowas of his court suit and bind an ass's pack saddle on his back and a halter about his head and a crupper under his rump, and lead him round to all the lodgings of the slave girls and the chambers of the Harim, that the women might make mock of him, then cut off his head and bring it to him. "Hearkening and obedience," replied Masrur, and doing with Abu Nowas as the Caliph had bidden him, led him round all the chambers, whose number equalled the days of the year. But Abu Nowas was a funny fellow, so he made all the girls laugh with his buffooneries, and each gave him something, whereby he returned, not save with a pocketful of money. And while this was going on, behold, Ja'afar the Barmecide, who had been absent on an important business for the Commander of the Faithful, entered and recognizing the poet, albeit in his plight, said to him, "Holla, Abu Nowas." He said, "Here at thy service, O our lord." Ja'afar asked, "What offence hast thou committed to bring this punishment on thee?" Thereupon he answered, "None whatsoever, except that I made our lord the Caliph a present of the best of my poetry, and he presented me in return with the best of his raiment." When the Prince of True Believers heard this, he laughed from a heart full of wrath and pardoned Abu Nowas and also gave him a myriad of money. And they also recount the tale of Abdallah bin Ma'amar with the man of Bassorah and his slave girl. A certain man of Bassorah once bought a slave girl and reared and educated her right well. Moreover, he loved her very dearly and spent all his substance in pleasuring and merrymaking with her, till he had naught left and extreme poverty was sore upon him. So she said to him, "O my master, sell me, for thou needest my price, and it maketh my heart ache to see thy sorry and wantful plight. If thou vend me and make use of my value, 'twill be better for thee than keeping me by thee, and haply Almighty Allah will ample thee and amend thy fortune." He agreed to this, for the straitness of his case, and carried her to the bazar, where the broker offered her for sale to the Governor of Bassorah, by name Abdallah bin Ma'amar al-Taymi, and she pleased him. So he bought her for 500 dinars and paid the sum to her master. But when he took the money and was about to go away, the girl burst into tears and repeated these two couplets: "May coins thou gainest joy in heart instill, for me remaineth naught save saddest ill. I say unto my soul, which sorely grieves, thy friend departeth, and thou will nor nill. And when her master heard this, he groaned and replied in these couplets, albeit this thy case lack all resource, nor findeth aught but death's doom pardon still. Evening and morning thoughts of thee will dole, comfort to heart all woes and griefs fulfill. Peace be upon thee, meet we now no more, nor pair except at Ibn Ma'amar's will. Now when Abdullah bin Ma'amar heard these verses and saw their affection, he exclaimed, by Allah, I will not assist fate in separating you, for it is evident to me that ye two indeed love each other. So take the money and the damsel, O man, and Allah bless thee in both, for verily parting be grievous to lovers. So they kissed his hand, and going away ceased not to dwell together till death did them part, and glory be to him whom death overtaketh not. And among stories is that of the lovers of the Banu Osra. There was once among the Banu Osra a handsome and accomplished man, who was never a single day out of love. And it chanced that he became enamoured of a beauty of his own tribe, and sent her many messages. But she ceased not to entreat him with cruelty and disdain, till for stress of love and longing and desire and distraction, he fell sick of a sore sickness, and took to his pillow and murdered sleep. His malady redoubled on him, and his torments increased, and he was well nigh dead when his case became known among the folk, and his passion notorious. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 384th Night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the man took to his pillow and murdered sleep. So his case became known and his passion notorious, and his infirmity grew upon him and his pains redoubled until he was well nigh dead. His family and hers were urgent with her to visit him, but she refused till he was at the point of death, when, being told of this, she relented towards him and vouchsafed him a visit. As soon as he saw her, his eyes ran over with tears, and he repeated from a broken heart, and by the life past thee my funeral train, a bier upborne upon the necks of four, wilt thou not follow it and greet the grave? Where shall my corpse be graved for evermore? Hearing this, she wept with sore weeping and said to him, by Allah, I suspected not that passion had come to such a pass with thee, as to cast thee into the arms of death. Had I wist of this, I had been favourable to thy wish, and thou shouldst have had thy will. At this his tears streamed down even as the clouds rail rain, and he repeated this verse, she drew near whenas death was departing us, and deigned union grant when 'twas useless all. Then he groaned one groan and died. So she fell on him, kissing him and weeping, and ceased not weeping until she swooned away. And when she came to herself, she charged her people to bury her in his grave, and with streaming eyes recited these two couplets. We lived on earth a life of fair content, and tribe and house and home of us were proud. But time in whirling flight departed us, to join us now in womb of earth and shroud. Then she fell again to weeping, nor gave over shedding tears and lamenting till she fainted away. And she lay 3 days senseless. Then she died and was buried in his grave. This is one of the strange chances of love. and I have heard related a tale of the Wazir of Al Yaman and his young brother. It is said that Badr al-Din, Wazir of Al Yaman, had a young brother of singular beauty and kept straight watch over him. So he applied himself to seek a tutor for him, and coming upon a sheikh of dignified and reverend aspect, chaste and religious, lodged him in a house next his own. This lasted a long time, and he used to come daily from his dwelling to that of Sahib Badr al-Din and teach the young brother. After a while the old man's heart was taken with love for the youth, and longing grew upon him, and his vitals were troubled, till one day he bemoaned his case to the boy, who said, "What can I do, seeing that I may not leave my brother night or day? And thou thyself seest how careful he is over me." Quoth the Shaykh, "My lodging adjoineth thine, so there will be no difficulty when thy brother sleepeth to rise and, entering the privy, feign thyself asleep. Then come to the parapet of the terrace roof, and I will receive thee on the other side of the wall. So shalt thou sit with me, an eye twinkling, and return without thy brother's knowledge." "I hear and obey," answered the lad, and the tutor began to prepare gifts suitable to his degree. Now when a while of the night was past, he entered the water closet and waited until his brother lay down on his bed, and took patience till he was drowned in sleep, when he rose and, going to the parapet of the terrace roof, found standing there to await him the old man, who gave him his hand and carried him to the sitting chamber, where he had made ready various dainties for his entertainment, and they sat down to carouse. Now it was the night of the full moon, and as they sat with the wine cup going round, her rays shone upon them, and the governor fell to singing. But whilst they were thus in joy and jollity and mirth and merriment, such as confoundeth the wit and the sight and defieth description, lo, the Wazir awoke and, missing his brother, arose in a fright and found the door open. So he went up to the roof and, hearing a noise of talk, climbed over the parapet to the adjoining terrace and saw a light shining from the lodging. He looked in from behind the wall and espied his brother and his tutor sitting at carouse, but the Shaykh became aware of him and sang, cup in hand, to a lively measure these couplets: "He made me drain his wine of honeyed lips, toasting with cheeks which rose and myrtle smother, then nighted in embrace cheek to my cheek, a loveling midst mankind without another. When the full moon arose on us and shone, pray she traduce us not to the big brother." And it proved the perfect politeness of the Wazir Badr al-Din, that when he heard this he said, "By Allah, I will not betray you," and he went away and left them to their diversions. They also tell a tale concerning the loves of the boy and girl at school. A free boy and a slave girl once learned together in school, and the boy fell passionately in love with the girl. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 7. Read by Lars Rolander. Section 8, Volume 5 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 8. 385th Night to 388th Night. When it was the 385th Night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the lad fell passionately in love with the slave lass. So one day, when the other boys were heedless, he took her tablet and wrote on it these two couplets. What sayst thou of him by sickness waste, until he's clean distraught for love of thee? Who in the transport of his pain complains, nor can bear load of heart in secrecy? Now when the girl took her tablet, she read the verses written thereon, and understanding them, wept for wrath of him. Then she wrote thereunder these two couplets. And if we behold a lover love fordone, desiring us our favours he shall see. Yea, what he wills of us he shall obtain, and so befall us what befalling be. Now it chanced that the teacher came in on them, and taking the tablet unnoticed read what was written thereon. So he was moved to pity of their case, and wrote on the tablet beneath those already written these two couplets addressed to the girl. Console thy lover, fear no consequence. He is daft with loving love's insanity. But for the teacher fear not aught from him. Love pained he learnt long before learnt ye. Presently it so happened that the girl's owner entered the school about the same time, and, finding the tablet, read the above verses indited by the boy, the girl, and the schoolmaster, and wrote under them these two couplets. May Allah never make you parting dree, and be your censurer shamed warily. But for the teacher, never by Allah I of mine beheld a bigger pimp than he. Then he sent for the Kazi and witnesses and married them on the spot. Moreover, he made them a wedding feast and treated them with exceeding munificence, and they ceased not abiding together in joy and happiness, till there came to them the destroyer of delights and the severer of societies. And equally pleasant is the story of Al-Mutalamis and his wife Umayma. It is related, Al-Mutalamis once fled from Al-Nu'uman bin Munsir, and was absent so long that folk deemed him dead. Now he had a beautiful wife, Umayma by name, and her family urged her to marry again. But she refused, for that she loved her husband Al-Mutalamis very dearly. However, they were urgent with her, because of the multitude of her suitors, and importuned with her till at last she consented, albeit reluctantly, and they espoused her to a man of her own tribe. Now on the night of the wedding, Al-Mutalamis came back, and hearing in the camp a noise of pipes and tabrets, and seeing signs of a wedding festival, asked some of the children what was the merrymaking, to which they replied, They have married Umayma, wife of Al-Mutalamis, to such an one, and he goes in to her this night. When he heard this, he planned to enter the house amongst the mob of women, and saw the twain seated on the bridal couch. By and by the bridegroom came up to her, whereupon she sighed heavily and weeping recited this couplet. Would heaven I knew, but many are the shifts of joy and woe, in what far distant land thou art, my Mutalamis, oh. Now Al-Mutalamis was a renowned poet, so he answered her, saying, Right near at hand, Umayma mine, whenever the caravan halted, I never ceased for thee to pine, I would thou know. When the bridegroom heard this, he guessed how the case stood, and went forth from them in haste improvising. I was in bestest luck, but now my luck goes contrary. A hospitable house and room contain your loves, you two. And he returned not, but left the twain to their privacy. So Al-Mutalamis and his wife abode together in all comfort and solace of life, and in all its joys and jollities, till death parted them. And glory be to him at whose command the earth and the heavens shall arise. And among other tales is that of the Caliph Harun al-Rashid and Queen Zubaydah in the bath. The Caliph Harun al-Rashid loved the Lady Zubaydah with exceeding love, and laid out for her a pleasaunce wherein he made a great tank, and set thereabouts a screen of trees, and led thither water from all sides. Hence the trees grew and interlaced over the basin so densely that one could go in and wash without being seen of any, for the thickness of the leafage. It chanced one day that Queen Zubaydah entered the garden, and coming to the swimming bath, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 386th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Queen Zubaydah entered the garden one day and, coming to the swimming bath, gazed upon its goodliness, and the sheen of the water and the overshading of the trees pleased her. Now it was a day of exceeding heat, so she doffed her clothes and, entering the tank, which was not deep enough to cover the whole person, fell to pouring the water over herself from an ewer of silver. It also happened that the Caliph heard she was in the pool, so he left his palace and came down to spy upon her through the screen of the foliage. He stood behind the trees and espied her mother nude, showing everything that is kept hidden. Presently she became aware of him, and turning, saw him behind the trees, and was ashamed that he should see her naked. So she laid her hands on her parts, but the mount of Venus escaped from between them, by reason of its greatness and plumpness, and the Caliph at once turned and went away, wondering and reciting this couplet: I looked on her with loving eyne, and grew anew my old repine. But he knew not what to say next, so he sent for Abu Nowas and said to him, Make me a piece of verse commencing with this line. I hear and obey, replied the poet, and in an eye twinkling extemporized these couplets. I looked on her with longing eyne, and grew anew my old repine, for the gazelle who captured me, where the two lotus trees incline. There was the water poured on it from ewer of the sylvan mine, and seen me she had hidden it, but was too plump for fingers fine. Would heaven that I were on it an hour, or better 2 hours line. Thereupon the Commander of the Faithful smiled and made him a handsome present, and he went away rejoicing. And I have heard another story of Harun al-Rashid and the 3 poets. The Prince of True Believers, Caliph Harun al-Rashid, was exceeding restless one night, so he rose and walked about his palace till he happened upon a handmaid overcome with wine. Now he was prodigiously enamoured of this damsel, so he played with her and pulled her to him, whereupon her zone fell down and her petticoat trousers were loosed, and he besought her of amorous favour. But she said to him, O Commander of the Faithful, wait till tomorrow night, for I am unprepared for thee, knowing not thy coming. So he left her and went away. But when the morrow showed its light and the sun shone bright, he sent a page to her, saying, The Commander of the Faithful is about to visit thine apartment. But she replied, Day doth away with the promise of night. So he said to his courtiers, Make me somewhat of verse introducing these words, The promise of night is effaced by day. Answered they, We hear and obey. And Al-Rakashi came forward and recited the following couplets. By Allah, couldst thou but feel my pain, thy rest had turned and had fled away. hath left me in sorrow and love distraught, unseen and unseeing that fairest May. She promised me grace, then jilted and said, the promise of night is effaced by day. Then Abu Musab came forward and recited these couplets. When wilt thou be wise and love heat allay, that from food and sleeping so leads astray? Suffices thee not ever weeping eye, and vitals on fire when thy name they say? He must smile and laugh and in pride must cry, the promise of night is effaced by day. Last came Abu Nowas and recited the following couplets. As love waxed longer, less met we tway, and fell out but ended the youthless fray. One night in the palace I found her foe, yet of modesty still there was some display. The veil from her shoulders had slipped and showed her loosened trousers, love's seat and stay, and rattled the breezes her huge hind cheeks, and the branch where two little pomegranates lay. Quoth I, give me tryst, whereto quoth she, tomorrow the fain shall wear best array. Next day I asked her, thy word? Said she, the promise of night is effaced by day. The Caliph bade give a myriad of money each to Al-Rakashi and Abu Musab, but bade strike off the head of Abu Nowas, saying, Thou wast with us yesternight in the palace. Said he, By Allah, I slept not but in my own house. I was directed to what I said by thine own words as to the subject of the verse. And indeed, quoth Almighty Allah, and He is the truest of all speakers. As for poets, devils pursue them. Dost thou not see that they rove as bereft of their senses through every valley, and that they say that which they do not? So the Caliph forgave him and gave him 2 myriads of money. And another tale is that of Musab bin al-Zubair and Aisha his wife. It is told of Musab bin al-Zubair that he met in Al-Medina Isa, who was one of the shrewdest of women, and said to her, I have a mind to marry Aisha, daughter of Talha, and I should like thee to go herwards and spy out for me how she is made. So she went away and returning to Musab said, I have seen her, and her face is fairer than health. She has large and well opened eyes, and under them a nose straight and smooth as a cane, oval cheeks and a mouth like a cleft pomegranate, a neck as a silver ewer, and below it a bosom with 2 breasts like twin pomegranates, and further down a slim waist and a slender stomach, with a navel therein as it were a casket of ivory, and back parts like a hummock of sand, and plumpy rounded thighs and calves like columns of alabaster. But I saw her feet to be large, and thou wilt fall short with her in time of need. Upon this report he married her. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 387th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Isa this wise reported of Aisha bint Talha, Musab married her and went in to her. And presently Isa invited Aisha and the women of the tribe Quraysh to her house, when Aisha sang these 2 couplets with Musab standing by. And the lips of girls that are perfume sweet, so nice to kiss when with smiles they greet, yet never tasted I them but in thought of him, and by thought the ruler rules worldly seat. The night of Musab's going in unto her, he departed not from her till after 7 bouts, And on the morrow a free woman of his met him and said to him, May I be thy sacrifice? Thou art perfect even in this. And a certain woman said, I was with Aisha when her husband came in to her, and she lusted for him. So he fell upon her, and she snarked and snorted, and made use of all wonder of movements, and marvellous new inventions. And I the while within hearing. So when he came out from her, I said to her, How canst thou do thus with thy rank and nobility and condition, and I in thy house? Quoth she, Verily a woman should bring her husband all of which she is mistress, by way of excitement and rare buckings and wrigglings and motivations. What dislikest thou of this? And I answered, I would have this by nights. Rejoined she, Thus is it by day and by night. I do more than this. For when he seeth me, desire stirreth him up, and he falleth in heat. So he putteth it out to me, and I obey him, and it is as thou seest. And there also hath reached me an account of Abu al-Aswad and his slave girl. Abu al-Aswad bought a native-born slave girl who was blind of an eye, and she pleased him, but his people decried her to him, whereat he wondered and turning the palms of his hands upwards, recited these two couplets. They find me fault with her, where I default ne'er find, save haply that a speck in either eye may show. But if her eyes have fault, of fault her form hath none, slim built above the waist, and heavily made below. And this is also told of Harun al-Rashid and the two slave girls. The Caliph Harun al-Rashid lay one night between two slave girls, one from Al-Medina and the other from Kufa, and the Kufite rubbed his hands, whilst the Medinite rubbed his feet, and made his concern stand up. Quoth the Kufite, I see thou wouldst keep the whole of the stock in trade to thyself. Give me my share of it. And the other answered, I have been told by Malik, on the authority of Hisham ibn Orwa, who had it of his grandfather, that the Prophet said, Whoso quickeneth the dead belongeth to him and is his. But the Kufite took her unawares, and pushing her away, seized it all in her own hand and said, Al-A'amasha telleth us on the authority of Khaisama, who had it of Abdallah bin Masud, that the Prophet declared, Game belongeth to him who taketh it, not to him who raiseth it. And this is also related of the Caliph Harun al-Rashid and the three slave girls. The Caliph Harun al-Rashid once slept with three slave girls, a Meccan, a Medinite, and an Irakite. The Medina girl put her hand to his yard and handled it, whereupon it rose, and the Meccan sprang up and drew it to herself. Quoth the other, What is this unjust aggression? A tradition was related to me by Malik, after Al-Suri, after Abdallah ibn Salim, after Said bin Said, that the Apostle of Allah, whom Allah bless and keep, said, Whoso enquickeneth a dead land, it is his. And the Meccan answered, It is related to us by Sufyan from Abu Sanad, from Al-A'arai, from Abu Hurairah, that the Apostle of Allah said, The quarry is his who catcheth it, not his who starteth it. But the Iraq girl pushed them both away, and taking it to herself, said, This is mine, till your contention be decided. And they tell a tale of the miller and his wife. There was a miller who had an ass to turn his mill, and he was married to a wicked wife, whom he loved, while she hated him because she was sweet upon a neighbour, who misliked her and held aloof from her. One night the miller saw in his sleep one who said to him, "Dig in such a spot of the ass's round in the mill, and thou shalt find a hoard." When he awoke, he told his wife the vision, and bade her keep the secret, but she told her neighbour. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 388th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the miller's wife told the secret to the neighbour whom she loved, thinking to win his favour, and he agreed with her to come to her by night. So he came, and they dug in the mill and found the treasure and took it forth. Then he asked her, "How shall we do with this?" And she answered, "We will divide it into 2 halves and will share it equally between us, and do thou leave thy wife, and I will cast about to rid me of my husband. Then shalt thou marry me, and when we are conjoined, we will join the 2 halves of the treasure one to other, and all will be in our hands." Quoth he, "I fear lest Satan seduce thee and thou take some other man other than myself, for gold in the house is like the sun in the world. I reck, therefore, it were right that the money be all in my hands, so thou give thy whole mind to getting free of thy husband and coming to me." Quoth she, "I fear even as thou fearest, nor will I yield up my part to thee, for it was I directed thee to it." When he heard this, greed of gain prompted him to kill her. So he slew her and threw her body into the empty hoard hole. But day overtook him and hindered him from covering it up. He therefore took the money and went his way. Now after a while the miller awoke, and missing his wife, went into the mill, where he fastened the ass to the beam and shouted to it. It went on a little, then stopped, whereupon he beat it grievously. But the more he bashed it, the more it drew back, for it was affrighted at the dead woman and could not go forward. Thereupon the miller, unknowing what hindered the donkey, took out a knife and goaded it again and again, but still it would not budge. Then he was wroth with it, knowing not the cause of its obstinacy, and drove the knife into its flanks, and it fell down dead. But when the sun rose, he saw his donkey lying dead, and likewise his wife in the place of the treasure. And great was his rage and sore his wrath for the loss of his hoard and the death of his wife and his ass. All this came of his letting his wife into his secret and not keeping it to himself. And I have heard this tale of the simpleton and the sharper. A certain simpleton was once walking along, hauling his ass after him by the halter, when a pair of sharpers saw him, and one said to his fellow, "I will take that ass from yonder wight." Asked the other, "How wilt thou do that?" "Follow me, and I will show thee how," answered the first. So the coney catcher went up to the ass, and loosing it from the halter, gave the beast to his fellow. Then he haltered his own head and followed Tom Fool till he knew the other had got clean off with the ass, when he stood still. The oaf hailed at the halter, but the rascal stirred not. So he turned, and seeing the halter on a man's neck, said to him, "What art thou?" Quoth the sharper, "I am thine ass, and my story is a wondrous one, and 'tis this. Know that I have a pious old mother, and come in to her one day drunk, and she said to me, 'O my son, repent to the Almighty of these thy transgressions.' But I took my staff and beat her, whereupon she cursed me, and Allah changed me into an ass and caused me fall into thy hands, where I have remained till this moment. However, to day my mother called me to mind and her heart yearned towards me. So she prayed for me, and the Lord restored me to my former shape amongst the sons of Adam. Cried the silly one, there is no majesty, and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. Allah upon thee, O my brother, acquit me of what I have done with thee in the way of riding, and so forth. Then he let the coney catcher go, and returned home drunken with chagrin and concern as with wine. His wife asked him, what aileth thee, and where is the donkey? And he answered, thou knowest not what was this ass, but I will tell thee. So he told her the story, and she exclaimed, alack and alas for the punishment we shall receive from Almighty Allah! How could we have used a man as a beast of burden all this while? And she gave alms by way of atonement, and prayed pardon of heaven. Then the man abode a while at home, idle and feckless, till she said to him, how long wilt thou sit at home doing naught? Go to the market and buy us an ass, and ply thy work with it. Accordingly he went to the market, and stopped by the ass stand, where, behold, he saw his own ass for sale. So he went up to it, and clapping his mouth to its ear, said to it, woe to thee, thou never do well. Doubtless thou hast been getting drunk again, and beating thy mother. But by Allah, I will never buy thee more. And he left it and went away. And they tell a tale concerning the Kazi Abu Yusuf with Harun al-Rashid and Queen Zubaydah. The Caliph Harun al-Rashid went up one noontide to his couch to lie down, and mounting, found upon the bedclothes semen freshly emitted, whereat he was startled and troubled with sore trouble. So he called the Lady Zubaydah and said to her, what is that spilt on the bed? She looked at it and replied, O Commander of the Faithful, it is semen. Quoth he, tell me truly what this meaneth, or I will lay violent hands on thee forthright. Quoth she, by Allah, O Commander of the Faithful, indeed I know not how it came there, and I am guiltless of that whereof you suspectest me. So he sent for the Kazi Abu Yusuf, and acquainted him of the case. The judge raised his eyes to the ceiling, and seeing a crack therein, said to the Caliph, O Commander of the Faithful, in very sooth the bat hath seed like that of a man, and this is bat's semen. Then he called for a spear and thrust it into the crevice, whereupon down fell the bat. In this manner the Caliph's suspicions were dispelled. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 8. Read by Lars Rolander.
Section 9, Volume 5 of the Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maury Cunin. The Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 9. When it was the 389th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Kazi Abu Yusuf took the spear and thrust it into the crevice, down fell the bat. And thus the Caliph's suspicions were dispelled, and the innocence of Zubaydah was made manifest. Whereat she gave loud and liberal vent to her joy, and promised Abu Yusuf a magnificent reward. Now there were with her certain delicious fruits, out of their season, and she knew of others in the garden. So she asked Abu Yusuf, O Imam of the Faith, which wouldst thou rather have of the two kinds of fruit, those that are here, or those that are not here? And he answered, Our code forbiddeth us to pronounce judgment on the absent. Whenas they are present, we will give our decision. So she let bring the two kinds of fruit before him, and he ate of both. Quoth she, "What is the difference between them?" And quoth he, "As often as I think to praise one kind, the adversary putteth in the claim." The Caliph laughed at his answer and made him a rich present. And Zubaydah also gave him what she had promised him, and he went away rejoicing. See then the virtues of this Imam, and how his hands were manifest the truth and the innocence of the lady Zubaydah. And amongst other stories is that of the Caliph al-Hakim and the merchant. The Caliph al-Hakim bi Amrillah was riding out in state procession one day when he passed along a garden wherein he saw a man surrounded by negro slaves and eunuchs. He asked him for a draught of water, and the man gave him to drink, saying, "Belike, the commander of the faithful will honor me by alighting in this my garden." So the Caliph dismounted, and with his suite entered the garden, whereupon the said man brought out to them 100 rugs, and 100 leather mats, and 100 cushions, and set before them 100 dishes of fruits, and 100 bowls of sweetmeats, and 100 jars of sugared sherbets. At which the Caliph marveled with much amaze, and said to his host, "O man, verily this thy case is wondrous. Didst thou know of our coming, and make preparation for us?" He replied, "No, by Allah, O Commander of the Faithful. I knew not of thy coming, and I am a merchant of the rest of thy subjects. But I have 100 concubines. So, when the Commander of the Faithful honored me by alighting with me, I sent to each of them, bidding her send me her morning meal in the garden. So they sent me each of her furniture and the surplus of her meat and drink. And every day each sendeth me a dish of meat, and another of cooling marinades, and also a platter of fruits, and a bowl of sweetmeats, and a jar of sherbet. This is my noonday dinner, nor have I added aught thereto for thee." Then the Commander of the Faithful, al-Hakim bi Amrillah, prostrated himself in thanksgiving to the Almighty, extolled and exalted be his name, and said, "Praise be Allah, who hath been so bountiful to one of our lieges, that when he entertaineth the Caliph and his host, without making ready for them, nay, he feedeth them with the surplusage of his day's provision." Then he sent for all the dirhams in the treasury that had been struck that year, and they were in number 3,700,000. Nor did he mount until the money came, when he gave it to the merchant, saying, "Use this as thy state may require, and thy generosity deserveth more than this." Then he took his horse and rode away. And I have heard a story concerning King Kisra Anushirwan and the village damsel. The just king, Kisra Anushirwan, one day rode forth to the chase, and in pursuit of a deer became separated from his suite. Presently he caught sight of a hamlet near hand, and being sore athirst, he made for it, and presenting himself at the door of a house that lay by the wayside, asked for a draught of water. So a damsel came out and looked at him, then, going back into the house, pressed the juice from a single sugar cane into a bowl, and mixed it with water. After which she strewed on the top some scented stuff, as it were dust, and carried it to the king. Thereupon he, seeing in it what resembled dust, drank it little by little, till he came to the end. And when he said to her, "O damsel, the drink is good, and how sweet it has been, but for the dust in it that troubleth it," answered she, "O guest, I put in that powder for a purpose." And he asked, "Why didst thou thus?" So she replied, "I saw thee exceedingly thirsty, and feared that thou wouldst drain the whole at one draught, and that this would thee mischief. And but for this dust that troubled the drink, so hadst thou done." The king wondered at her words, knowing that they came of her wit and good sense, and said to her, "From how many sugar canes didst thou express this draught?" "One," answered she. Whereat Anushirwan marveled, and calling for the register of the village taxes, saw that its assessment was but little, and bethought him to increase it on his return to his palace, saying in himself, "A village where they get this much juice out of one sugar cane, why is it so lightly taxed?" He then left the village and pursued his chase, And as he came back at the end of the day, he passed alone by the same door, and calling again for drink. Whereupon the same damsel came out, and knowing him at a look, went in to fetch him water. It was some time before she returned, and Anushirwan wondered thereat, and said to her, Why hast thou tarried? And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 390th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Anushirwan hurried the damsel and asked her, Why hast thou tarried? She answered, Because a single sugar cane gave not enough for thy need, so I pressed 3, but they yielded not so much as one did before. Rejoined he, What is the cause of that? And she replied, The cause of it is that when the Sultan's mind is changed against a folk, their prosperity ceaseth, and their good waxeth less. So Anushirwan laughed, and dismissed from his mind that which he had purposed against the villagers. Moreover, he took the damsel to wife then and there, being pleased with her much wit and acuteness, and the excellence of her speech. And they tell another tale, of the water carrier and the goldsmith's wife. There was once in the city of Bokhara a water carrier, who used to carry water to the house of a goldsmith, and had done this 30 years. Now that goldsmith had a wife of exceeding beauty and loveliness, brilliancy, and perfect grace, and she was withal renowned for piety, chastity, and modesty. One day the water carrier came, as of custom, and poured the water into the cisterns. Now the woman was standing in the midst of the court, so he went up close to her, and taking her hand, stroked it and pressed it, and then went away and left her. When her husband came home from the bazaar, she said to him, I would have thee tell me what thing thou hast done in the market this day to anger Almighty Allah. Quoth he, I have done nothing to offend the Lord. Nay, rejoined she, but by Allah, thou hast indeed done something to anger him, and unless thou tell me the whole truth, I will not abide in thy house, and thou shalt not see me, nor will I see thee. So he confessed, I will tell thee the truth of what I did this day. It so chanced that as I was sitting in my shop, as of wont, a woman came up and bade me make her a bracelet of gold. Then she went away, and I wrought her a bracelet and laid it aside. But when she returned, and I brought her out the bracelet, she put forth her hand, and I clasped the bracelet on her wrist, and I wondered at the whiteness of her hand and the beauty of her wrist, which would captivate any beholder. And I recalled what the poet saith, Her forearms dight with their bangles show, like fire ablaze on the waves aflow, as by purest gold where the water girt, and belted around by living low. So I took her hand, and pressed it, and squeezed it. Said the woman, Great God! Why didst thou this ill thing? Know that the water carrier, who hath come to our house these 30 years, nor sawest thou ever any treason in him, took my hand this day, and pressed it, and squeezed it. Said her husband, O woman, let us crave pardon of Allah. Verily, I repent of what I did. And do thou ask forgiveness of the Lord for me. She cried, Allah pardon me and thee, and receive us into his holy keeping. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 391st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the goldsmith's wife cried out, Allah pardon me and thee, and receive us into his holy keeping. And on the next day, the water carrier came to the jeweler's wife, and throwing himself at his feet, grovelled in the dust, and besought pardon of her, saying, O my lady, acquit me of that which Satan deluded me to do, for it was he who seduced me and led me astray. She answered, Go thy ways, the sin was not in thee, but in my husband, for that he did what he did in his shop, and Allah hath retaliated upon him in this world. And it related that the goldsmith, when his wife told him how the water carrier had used her, said, "Tit for tat and blow for blow. Had I done more, the water carrier had done more," which became a current byword among the folk. Therefore it behoveth a wife to be both outward and inward with her husband, contenting herself with little from him, if he cannot give her much, and taking pattern by Aisha the truthful and Fatima the virgin mother, Allah Almighty accept of them the twain, that she may be of the company of the righteous ancestry. And I have heard of the following tale of Khusrau and Shirin and the fisherman. King Khusrau Shahinshah of Persia loved fish, and one day as he sat in his saloon, he and Shirin his wife, there came a fisherman with a great fish, and he laid it before the king, who was pleased and ordered the man 4,000 dirhams. Thereupon Shirin said to the king, "Thou hast done ill." Asked he, "And why?" And she answered, "Because, if after this thou give one of thy courtiers a like sum, he will disdain it, and say, He hath given me the like of what he gave the fisherman. And if thou give him less, the same will he say, He despiseth me, and giveth me less than he gave the fisherman." Rejoined Khusrau, "Thou art right, but it would dishonor a king to go back on his gift, and the thing is done." Quoth Shirin, "If thou wilt, I will contrive thee a means to get it back from him." Quoth he, "How so?" And she said, "Call back, if thou please, the fisherman, and ask him if the fish be male or female. If he say male, say thou, we want a female, and if he say female, say, we want a male." So the king sent for the fisherman, who was a man of wit and astuteness, and said to him, "Is this fish male or female?" Whereupon the fisherman kissed the ground and answered, "This fish is a hermaphrodite, neither male nor female." Khusrau laughed at his clever reply, and ordered him other 4,000 dirhams. So the fisherman went to the treasurer, and taking his 8,000 dirhams, placed them in the sack he had with him. Then, throwing it over his shoulder, he was going away when he dropped a dirham. So he laid the bag off his back and stooped down to pick it up. Now the king and Shirin were looking on, and the queen said, "O king, didst thou note the meanness of the man, in that he must needs stoop down to pick up the 1 dirham, and could not bring himself to leave it for any of the king's servants?" When the king heard these words, he was exceeding wroth with the fisherman, and said, "Thou art right, O Shirin." So he called the man back, and said to him, "Thou low-minded carle, thou art no man. How couldst thou put the bag with all this money off thy back, and bend thee groundwards to pick up the 1 dirham, and grudge to leave it where it fell?" Thereupon the fisherman kissed the earth before him, and answered, "May Allah prolong the king's life! Indeed, I did not pick up the dirham off the ground because of its value in my eyes, but I raised it off the earth, because on one of its faces is the likeness of the king, and on the other his name. And I feared lest any should unwittingly set foot upon it, thus dishonoring the name and the presentment of the king, and I be blamed for this offense." The king wondered at his words, and approved of his wit and shrewdness, and ordered him yet another 4,000 dirhams. Moreover, he bade cry abroad in his kingdom, saying, "It behoveth none to be guided by women's counsel, for whoso followeth their advice loseth with his 1 dirham other twain." And here is the tale they tell of Yahya bin Khalid the Barmecide and the poor man. Yahya bin Khalid the Barmecide was returning home one day from the caliph's palace, when he saw at the gate of his mansion a man who rose as he drew near and saluted him, saying, "O Yahya, I am in sore need of that which is in thy hand, and I make Allah my intermediary with thee." So Yahya caused a place to be set aside for him in his house, and bade his treasurer carry him 1,000 dirhams every day, and ordered that his diet be of the choicest of his own meat. The man abode in this case a whole month, at the end of which time, having received in all 30,000 dirhams, and fearing lest Yahya should take the money from him because of the greatness of the sum, he departed by stealth. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 392nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the man, taking with him the money, departed by stealth. But when they told Yahya of this, he said, By Allah, though he had tarried with me to the end of his days, yet had I not stinted him of my largesse, nor cut off from him the bounties of my hospitality. For indeed the excellences of the Barmecides were past count, nor can their virtues be committed to description, especially those of Yahya bin Khalid, for he was an ocean of noble qualities. Even as saith the poet of him, I asked of bounty, art thou free? Quoth she, No, I am slave to Yahya Khalid's son. Batin, asked I. Allah forfend, quoth she, by heirship, sire to sire's transmission. And the following is related of Muhammad al-Amin and the slave girl. Ja'afar bin Musa al-Hadi once had a slave girl, a lutist, called al-Badr al-Kabir, than whom there was not in her time a fairer of face, nor a shapelier of shape, nor a more elegant of manners, nor a more accomplished in the art of singing and striking the strings. She was indeed perfect in beauty and extreme in every charm. Now Muhammad al-Amin, son of Zubaydah, heard of her and was urgent with Ja'far to sell her to him. But he replied, Thou knowest, it beseemeth not one of my rank to sell slave girls, nor set prices on concubines. But, were she not a rearling, I would send her to thee as a gift, not grudge her to thee. And Muhammad al-Amin, some days after this, went to Ja'far's house to make merry. And the host set before him that which behooveth to set before true friends, and bade the damsel al-Badr al-Kabir to sing to him and to gladden him. So she tuned the lute and sang with a ravishing melody, whilst Muhammad al-Amin fell to drinking and jollity, and bade the cupbearers ply Ja'far with much wine till they made him drunken, when he took the damsel and carried her to his own house, but laid not a finger on her. And when the morrow dawned, he bade invite Ja'far, and when he came, he set wine before him, and made the girl sing to him from behind the curtain. Ja'far knew her voice, and was angered at this, but of the nobleness of his nature and the magnanimity of his mind, he showed no change. Now when the carousal was at an end, al-Amin commanded one of his servants to fill the boat wherein Ja'far had come with dirhams and dinars, and all manner of jewels and jacinths, and rich raiment and goods galore. So he laid therein 1,000 myriads of money and 1,000 fine pearls, each worth 20,000 dirhams. Nor did he give over loading the barge with all manner of things precious and rare, till the boatmen cried out for help, saying, This boat cannot hold any more. Whereupon he bade them carry all this to Ja'far's palace. Such are the exploits of the magnanimous. Allah have mercy on them. And a tale is related of the sons of Yahya bin Khalid and Sa'id bin Salim al-Bahili. Quoth Sa'id bin Salim al-Bahili, I was once in a very narrow case during the days of Harun al-Rashid, and debts accumulated upon me, burdening my back, and these I had no means of discharging. I was at my wit's end what to do, for my doors were blocking up with creditors, and I was without cease importuned for payment by claimants, who dunned me in crowds, till at last I was sore perplexed and troubled. So I betook myself to Abdallah bin Malik al-Khuzai, and besought him to extend the hand of aid with his judgment, and direct me of his good counsel to the door of relief. And he said, None can save thee from this thy strait and sorrowful state, save the Barmecides. Quoth I, who can brook their pride and put up patiently with their arrogant pretensions? And quoth he, thou wilt put up with all this for the bettering of thy case. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 9. Recording by Maury Cunin. Section number 10, Volume 5 of the Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maury Cunin. The Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 10. When it was the 393rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Abdallah ibn Malik al-Khuzai said to Sa'id bin Salim, Thou wilt put up with all this for the bettering of thy case. So I left him suddenly, continued Sa'id, and went straight to Al-Fazl and Jafar, sons of Yahya bin Khalid, to whom I related my circumstances. Whereto they replied, Allah give thee his aid, and render thee by his bounties independent of his creatures, and vouchsafe thee abundant weal, and bestow on thee what shall suffice thee, without the need of any but himself. For whatso he willeth, that he can, and he is gracious with his servants, and knoweth their wants. So I went out from the twain, and returned to Abdallah, with straitened breast, and mind perplexed and heavy of heart, and repeated to him what they had said. Quoth he, Thou wouldst do well to abide with us this day, that we may see what Allah Almighty will decree. So I sat with him a while, when lo, up came my servant, who said to me, O my lord, there are at our door many laden mules, and with them a man who says he is the agent of Al-Fazl and Jafar bin Yahya. Quoth Abdallah, I trust that relief is come to thee. Rise up and go see what is the matter. So I left him, and hastening to my house, found at the door a man who gave me a note wherein was written the following. After thou hadst been with us, and we heard thy case, we betook ourselves to the Caliph, and informed him that ill condition had reduced thee to the humiliation of begging. Whereupon he ordered us to supply thee with 1,000 dirhams from the treasury. We represented to him, The debtor will spend this money in paying off creditors and wiping off debt. Whence then shall he provide for his subsistence? So he ordered thee other 300,000, and each of us hath also sent thee of his proper wealth 1,000 dirhams, so that thou hast now 3,000 and 300,000 dirhams, wherewithal to order and amend thine estate. See then the munificence of these magnificos. Almighty Allah have mercy on them. And a tale is told of the woman's trick against her husband. A man brought his wife a fish one Friday, and bidding her to cook it against the end of the congregational prayers, went out to his craft and business. Meanwhile, in came her friend, who bade her to a wedding at his house. So she agreed, and laying the fish in a jar of water, went off with him, and was absent a whole week till the Friday following. Whilst her husband sought her from house to house, and inquired after her, but none could give him any tidings of her. So on the next Friday she came home, and he fell foul of her. But she brought out to him the fish, alive from the jar, and assembled the folk against him, and told them of her tale. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 394th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the woman brought out the fish alive from the water jar, and assembled the folk against her husband, and told them her tale. He also told his, but they credited him not, and said, It cannot be that the fish should have remained alive all this while. So they proved him mad, and imprisoned him, and mocked him, whereupon he shed tears in floods, and recited these 2 couplets. Old hag of high degree and filthy life, whose face her monstrous lewdness witness, when menstruous she bawds, when clean she hoards, and all her time bawd or adulteress is. And a tale is related of the devout woman and the 2 wicked elders. There was in times of yore, and in ages long gone before, a virtuous woman among the children of Israel, who was pious and devout, and used every day to go out to the place of prayer, first entering a garden which adjoined thereto, and there making the minor ablution. Now there were in this garden 2 old men, its keepers, and both sheikhs fell in love with her and sought her favors. But she refused, whereupon said they, Unless thou yield thy body to us, we will bear witness against thee of fornication. Quoth she, Allah will preserve me from your frowardness. Then they opened the garden gate and cried out, and the folk came to them from all places, saying, What aileth you? Quoth they, We found this damsel in company with a youth who was doing lewdness with her, but he escaped from our hands. Now it was the wont of the people in those days to expose adulterer and adulteress to public reproach for 3 days, and after stone them. So they cried her name in the public streets for 3 days, while the 2 elders came up to her daily, and laying their hands on her head, said, Praised be Allah, who hath sent down on thee his righteous indignation. Now on the 4th day, when they bore her away to stone her, they were followed by a lad named Daniel, who was then only 12 years old, and this was to be the first of his miracles, upon our prophet and upon him the blessing and peace. And he ceased not following them to the place of execution, till he came up with them, and said to them, Hasten not to stone her, till I judge between them. So they set him in a chair, and he sat down and summoned the old men separately. Now he was the first ever separated witnesses. Then he said to the first, What sawest thou? So he repeated to him the story, and Daniel asked, In what part of the garden did this befall? And he answered, On the eastern side, under a pear tree. Then he called the other old man, and asked him the same question, and he replied, On the western side of the garden, under an apple tree. Meanwhile the damsel stood by, and with her hands and eyes raised heavenwards, implored the Lord for deliverance. Then Allah Almighty sent down his blasting levin fire upon the elders and consumed them. And on this wise the Lord made manifest the innocence of the damsel. Such was the first of the miracles of the prophet Daniel, on whom be blessing and peace. And they relate a tale of Ja'far the Barmecide and the old Badawi. The commander of the faithful, Harun al-Rashid, went out one day with Abu Yaqub, the cup champion, and Ja'far the Barmecide, and Abu Nawas into the desert, where they fell in with an old man propped against his ass. The Caliph bade Ja'far learn of him whence he came. So he asked him, Whence comest thou? And he answered, From Bassorah. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 395th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Ja'far asked the man, Whence comest thou? He answered, From Bassorah. Quoth Ja'far, And whither goest thou? Quoth the other, To Baghdad. Then Ja'far inquired, And what wilt thou do there? And the old man replied, I go to seek medicine for my eye. Said the Caliph, O Ja'far, make thou sport with him. And answered Ja'far, I shall hear what I shall exceedingly mislike. But al-Rashid rejoined, I charge thee on my authority, jest with him. Thereupon Ja'afar said to the Badawi, "If I prescribe thee a medicine that shall profit thee, what wilt thou give me in return?" Quoth the other, "Allah Almighty will requite this kindness with what is better for thee than any requital of mine." Continued Ja'afar, "Now lend me an ear, and I will give thee a prescription which I have given to none but thee." "What is that?" asked the Badawi, and Ja'afar answered, "Take 3 ounces of wind breaths, and the like of sunbeams, and the same of moonshine, and as much of lamplight. Mix them well together, and let them lie in the wind 3 months. Then place them 3 months in a mortar without a bottom, and pound them into a fine powder, and after trituration, set them in a cleft platter, and let it stand in the wind other 3 months. After which, use of this medicine 3 drachms every night in thy sleep, and inshallah thou shalt be healed and whole." Now, when the Badawi heard this, he stretched himself out to full length on the donkey's back, and let fly a terrible loud fart, and said to Ja'afar, "Take this fart in payment of thy prescription. When I have followed it, if Allah grant me recovery, I will give thee a slave girl, who shall serve thee in thy lifetime a service, wherewith Allah shall cut short thy term. And when thou diest, and the Lord hurrieth thy soul to hellfire, she shall blacken thy face with her skite of her mourning for thee, and shall keen and beat her face, saying, O frosty beard, what a fool thou wast." Thereupon Harun al-Rashid laughed till he fell backward, and ordered the Badawi 3,000 silver pieces. And a tale is told of the Caliph Omar bin al-Khattab and the young Badawi. The Sharif Hussein bin Rayyan relateth that the Caliph Omar bin al-Khattab was sitting one day judging the folk and doing justice between his subjects, attended by the best and wisest of his counselors, when there came up to him a youth, comely and cleanly attired, upon whom 2 very handsome youths had laid hold, and were hauling by the collar till they set him in the presence. Whereupon the commander of the faithful, Omar, looked at him and looked at them, and bade them loose him. Then, calling him near to himself, asked the twain, "What is your case with him?" They answered, "O Prince of true believers, we are 2 brothers by one mother, and as followers of verity known we are. We had a father, a very old man of good counsel, honored by the tribes, sound of baseness, renowned for goodliness, who reared us tenderly in childhood, and loaded us with favors in manhood." And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 396th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the 2 youths said to the commander of the faithful, Omar, son of Khattab, Our father was a man honored by the tribes, sound of baseness, and renowned for goodliness, who reared us delicately in childhood, and loaded us with favors in manhood. In fine, a sea of noble and illustrious qualities, worthy of the poet's praise." "Is Abs Sakr of Shaiban?" they asked. Quoth I, "Nay, by my life, of hymns Shaiban. How many a sire rose high by a noble son, as Allah's prophet glorified Adnan." Now he went forth this day to his garden, to refresh himself amongst its trees, and pluck the ripe fruits, when this young man slew him wrongously, and swerved from the road of righteousness. Wherefore we demand of thee the retribution of his crime, and call upon thee to pass judgment upon him, according to the commandment of Allah. Then Omar cast a terrible look at the accused youth, and said to him, "Verily, thou hearest the complaint these 2 young men prefer. What hast thou in reply to aver?" But he was brave of heart and bold of speech, having doffed the robe of pusillanimity, and put off the garb of cowardry. So he smiled, and spake in the most eloquent and elegant words, and after paying the usual ceremonial compliments to the Caliph, said, "By Allah, O Commander of the Faithful, I have indeed given ear to their complaint, and they have told the truth in that which they tell, so far as they have set out what befell. And the commandment of Allah is a decreed decree. But I will forthright state my case between thy hands, and it is for thee to give commands. Know then, O Prince of the Faithful, that I am a very Arab of the Arabes, the noblest of those that are beneath the skies. I grew up in the dwellings of the wold and fell, till evil times my tribe befell. When I came to the outskirts of this town with my family and whatso goods I own, and as I went along one of the paths leading to its gardens, orchards, and garths, with my she-camels highly esteemed, and by me most precious deemed, and in the midst of them a stallion of noble blood and shape right good, a plenteous getter of brood, by whom the females abundantly bore, and walked among them as though a kingly crown he wore. One of the she-camels broke away, and running to the garden of these young men's father, where the trees showed above the wall, put forth her lips, and began to feed as in a stall. I ran to her to drive her away, when behold there appeared at a breach of the wall an old man and gray, whose eyes sparkled with angry ray, holding in his right a stone to throw, and swaying to and fro with a swing like a lion ready for a spring. He cast the stone at my stallion, and it killed him, for it struck a vital part. When I saw the stallion drop dead beside me, I felt live coals of anger kindled in my heart. So I took up the very same stone, and throwing it at the old man, it was the cause of his bane and ban. Thus it was his own wrongful act returned to him anew, and the man was slain of that wherewith he slew. When the stone struck him, he cried out with a great cry, and shrieked out a terrible shriek, whereupon I hastened from the spot. But these two young men hurried after me, and laid hands on me, and before thee carried me. Quoth Omar, Almighty Allah accept of him, Thou hast confessed what thou committedst, and of acquittal there is no possible occasion. For urgent is the law of retaliation, and they cried for mercy, but it was not a time to escape. The youth answered, I hear and obey the judgment of the Imam, and I consent to all required by the law of Al-Islam. But I have a young brother, whose old father before his decease appointed to him wealth in great store and gold galore, and committed his affair to me before Allah, saying, I give this into thy hand for thy brother. Keep it for him with all thy might. So I took the money and buried it, nor doth any know of it but I. Now, if thou adjudge me to be justest forthright, the money will lost, and thou wilt be the cause of its loss. Wherefore the child will sue thee for his due on the day when the Creator shall judge between his creatures. But if thou wilt grant me 3 days' delay, I will appoint some guardian to administer the affairs of the boy, and return to answer my debt. And I have one who will be my surety for the fulfillment of this my promise. So the commander of the faithful bowed his head awhile, then raised it, and looking round upon those present, said, Who will stand surety by my side for his return to this place? And the youth looked at the faces of those who were in company, and pointing to Abu Zar, in the preference to all present, said, This man shall answer for me, and be my bail. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 10. Recording by Maury Cunin.
Section 11, Volume 5 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Easton. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 11, 397th Night to 400th Night. When it was the 397th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the youth pointed to Abu Zar and said, This man shall answer for me and be my bail, Omar, Allah accept of him, said, O Abu Zar, dost thou hear these words, and wilt thou be surety to me for the return of this youth? He answered, Yes, O Commander of the Faithful, I will be surety for him for 3 days. So the Caliph accepted his guarantee and let the young man go. Now when the appointed time passed, and the days of grace were nearly or quite at end, yet the youth came not, the Caliph took seat in his council, with the companions surrounding him, like the constellations about the moon, Abu Zar and the plaintiffs being also present. And the avengers said, Where is the defendant, O Abu Zar, and how shall he return, having once fled? But we will not stir from our places till thou bring him to us, that we may take of him our blood revenge. Replied Abu Zar, By the truth of the all-wise King, if the 3 days of grace expire, and the young man returneth not, I will fulfill my warranty and surrender my person to the Imam. And added Omar, whom Allah accept, By the Lord, if the young man appear not, I will assuredly execute on Abu Zar that which is prescribed by the law of Al-Islam. Thereupon the eyes of the bystanders ran over with tears. Those who looked on groaned aloud, and great was the clamor. Then the chiefs of the companions urged the plaintiffs to accept the blood wit and deserve the thanks of the folk. But they both refused and would accept nothing save the talion. However, as the folk were swaying to and fro like waves, and loudly bemoaning Abu Zar, behold, up came the young Badawi, and standing before the Imam, saluted him right courteously, with sweat-beaded face, and shining with the crescent's grace, and said to him, I have given the lad in charge to his mother's brothers, and have made them acquainted with all that pertaineth to his affairs, and let them into the secrets of his monies, after which I braved the heats of noon, and have kept my word as a free-born man. Thereupon the folk marvelled, seeing his good faith and loyalty, and his offering himself to death with so stout a heart, and one said to him, How noble a youth art thou, and how loyal to thy word of honour and thy devoir. Rejoined he, Are ye not convinced that when death presenteth itself, none can escape from it? And indeed I have kept my word, that it be not said, Good faith is gone from among mankind. Said Abu Zar, By Allah, O Commander of the Faithful, I became warrant for this young man, without knowing to what tribe he belonged, nor had I seen him before that day. But when he turned away from all who were present, and singled me out, saying, This man shall answer for me and be my bail, I thought it not right to refuse him, and generosity forbade to disappoint his desire, there being no harm in compliance therewith, that it be not bruited abroad, benevolence is gone from among mankind. Then said the 2 young men, O Commander of the Faithful, we forgive this youth our father's blood, seeing that he hath changed desolation into cheerfulness, that it be not said, Humanity is gone from among mankind. So the Caliph rejoiced in the acquittance of the youth, and his truth and good faith. Moreover, he magnified the generosity of Abu Zar, extolling it over all his companions, and approved the resolve of the 2 young men for its benevolence, giving them praise with thanks, and applying to their case the saying of the poet, "Who doth kindness to men shall be paid again. Ne'er is kindness lost betwixt God and men." Then he offered to pay them from the treasury the blood wit for their father, but they refused, saying, "We forgave him only of our desire unto Allah, the Bountiful, the Exalted, and he who is thus intentioned followeth not his benefits with reproach or with mischief." And amongst the tales they relate is that of the Caliph Al-Ma'mun and the Pyramids of Egypt. It is told that the Caliph Al-Ma'mun, son of Harun al-Rashid, when he entered the God-guarded city of Cairo, was minded to pull down the pyramids, that he might take what was therein. But when he went about to do this, he could not succeed, albeit his best was done. He expended a mint of money in the attempt. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 398th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Al-Ma'mun, attempting to pull down the pyramids, expended his mint of money, but succeeded only in opening up a small tunnel in one of them, where in it said he found treasure to the exact amount of the monies he had spent in the works, neither more nor less. Whereat he marveled, and taking what he found there, desisted from his determination. Now the pyramids are 3, and they are one of the wonders of the world. Nor is there on the face of earth aught like them for height and fashion and mysteries. For they are built of huge rocks, and the builders proceeding by piercing one block of stone, and setting therein upright rods of iron, after which they pierced a second block of stone, and lowered it upon the first. Then they poured melted lead upon the clamps, and set the blocks in geometrical order, till the building was complete. Now the height of each pyramid was 100 cubits, of the normal measure of the day, and it had 4 faces, each 300 cubits long from the base, and thence battering upwards to a point. The ancients say that in the western pyramid are 30 chambers of party-colored syenite, full of precious gems and treasures galore, and rare images and utensils, and costly weapons, which are anointed with ergomantic unguents, so that they may not rest until the day of resurrection. Therein also are vessels of glass, which bend and break not, containing various kinds of compound drugs and sympathetic waters. In the second pyramid are the records of the priests, written on tablets of syenite, to each priest his tablet, whereupon are engraved the wonders of his craft and his feats, and on the walls are the human figures like idols, working with their hands at all manner of mechanism, and seated on stepped thrones. Moreover, to each pyramid there is a guardian treasurer, who keepeth watch over it and wardeth it, to all eternity, against the ravages of time and the shifts of events. And indeed the marvels of these pyramids astound all who have sight and insight. Many are the poems that describe them. Thou shalt thereby profit no small matter, and among the rest, quoth one of them, if kings would see their high emprise preserved, 'twill be by tongues of monuments they laid. Seest not the pyramids? These too endure, despite what change time and change have made. And quoth another, look on the pyramids and hear the twain recount their annals of the long gone past. Could they but speak, high marvels had they told of what time did to man from first to last. And quoth a third, My friend, I prithee tell me, 'neath the sky is aught with Egypt's pyramids can compare? Buildings which frighten time, all be what dwells on back of earth, in fear of time must fare. If on their marvels rest my sight no more, yet these I ever shall in memory bear. And quoth a fourth, Where is the man who built the pyramids? What was his tribe? What day and where his tomb? The monuments survive the men who built, a while till overthrown by touch of doom. And men also tell a tale of the thief and the merchant. There was once a thief who repented to Almighty Allah with sincere penitence. So he opened himself a shop for the sale of stuffs, where he continued to trade a while. It so chanced one day that he locked his shop and went home, and in the night there came to the bazaar an artful thief disguised in the habit of the merchant, and pulling out keys from his sleeve, said to the watchman of the market, Light me this wax candle. The watchman took the taper and went to light it. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 399th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the watchman took the taper and went to light it, whilst the thief opened the shop and lit another candle he had by him. When the watchman came back, he found him seated in the shop, account books in hand, and reckoning with his fingers. Nor did he cease to do thus till point of day, when he said to the man, Fetch me a camel driver and his camel, to carry some goods for me. So the man fetched him a camel, and the thief took 4 bales of stuffs and gave them to the cameleer, who loaded them on his beast. Then he gave the watchman 2 dirhams and went away after the camel driver, leaving the watchman believing him to be the owner of the shop. Now when the morning dawned and day broke, the merchant came, and the watchman began greeting him with blessings because of the 2 dirhams. But the shopkeeper wondered at his words, as one not knowing what he meant. When he opened his shop, he saw the droppings of the wax and the account book lying on the floor, and looking round found 4 bales of stuffs missing. So he asked the watchman what had happened, and he told him what has passed in the night and what had been said to the cameleer. Whereupon the merchant bade him fetch the man and asked him, Whither didst thou carry the stuffs this morning? Answered the driver, To such a landing place, and I stowed them on board such a vessel. Said the merchant, Come with me thither. So the camel driver carried him to the landing place and said to him, This be the bark, and this be her owner. Quoth the merchant to the seaman, Whither didst thou carry the merchant and the stuff? Answered the boatmaster, To such a place where he fetched a camel driver, and setting the bales on the camel, went his ways I know not whither. Fetch me the cameleer who carried the goods, said the merchant. So he fetched him, and the merchant said to him, Whither didst thou carry the bales of goods from the ship? To such a khan, answered he. And the merchant rejoined, Come thither with me and show it to me. So the camel man went with him to a place far distant from the shore, and showed him the khan, where he had set down the stuffs, and at the same time the false merchant's magazine, which he opened and found therein his 4 bales bound up as they had been packed. The thief had laid his cloak over them. So the merchant took the cloak, as well as the bales, and delivered them to the camel driver, who laid them on his camel. After which he locked the magazine and went away with the cameleer. On the way he was confronted with the thief who followed him till he had shipped the bales, when he said to him, O my brother, Allah have thee in his holy keeping, thou hast indeed recovered thy goods, and naught of them is lost. So give me back my cloak. The merchant laughed, and giving him back his cloak, let him go unhindered, whereupon both went their ways. And they tell a tale of Masrur the eunuch and Ibn al-Karibi. The commander of the faithful, Harun al-Rashid, was exceedingly restless one night. So he said to his wazir Ja'afar, I am sleepless tonight, and my breast is straitened, and I know not what to do. Now his castrato Masrur was standing before him, and he laughed. Whereupon the Caliph said, At whom laughest thou? Is it to make mock of me, or hath madness seized thee? Answered Masrur, Nay, by Allah, O Commander of the Faithful. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 400th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Harun al-Rashid said to Masrur the sworder, Dost thou laugh to make mock of me, or hath madness seized thee? Answered Masrur, Nay, by Allah, O Commander of the Faithful, I swear by thy kinship to the Prince of Apostles, I did it not of my free will, but I went out yesterday to walk within sight of the palace, and coming to the bank of the Tigris, saw there the folk collected. So I stopped and found a man, Ibn al-Karibi hight, who was making them laugh. But just now I recalled what he said, and laughter got the better of me, and I crave pardon of thee, O Commander of the Faithful. Quoth the Caliph, Bring him to me forthright. So Masrur repaired in all haste to Ibn al-Karibi and said to him, Answer the summons of the Commander of the Faithful, whereto he replied, I hear and obey. But on condition, added Masrur, that if he give thee aught, thou shalt have a quarter, and the rest shall be mine. Replied the droll, Nay, thou shalt have half, and I half. Rejoined Masrur, Not so, I will have 3/4. Lastly said Ibn al-Karibi, Thou shalt have 2/3, and I the other third. To which Masrur agreed, after much higgling and haggling, and they returned to the palace together. Now when Ibn al-Karibi came into the Caliph's presence, he saluted him as men greet the Caliphate, and stood before him. Whereupon said al-Rashid to him, If thou do not make me laugh, I will give thee 3 blows with this bag. Quoth Ibn al-Karibi in his mind, And a small matter were blows with that bag, seeing that beating with whips hurteth me not, for he thought the bag was empty. Then he began to deal out his drolleries, such as would make the dismallest jemmy guffaw, and gave vent to all manner of buffooneries. But the Caliph laughed not, neither smiled, whereat Ibn al-Karibi marvelled and was chagrined and affrighted. Then said the Commander of the Faithful, Now hast thou earned the beating, and gave him a blow with the bag, wherein were 4 pebbles, each 2 rotols in weight. The blow fell on his neck, and he gave a great cry. Then calling to mind his compact with Masrur, said, Pardon, O Commander of the Faithful, hear 2 words from me. Quoth the Caliph, Say on. And quoth Ibn al-Karibi, Masrur made it a condition with me, and I a covenant with him, that whatsoever largesse might come to me of the bounties of the Commander of the Faithful, 1/3 thereof should be mine, and the rest his. Nor did he agree to leave me so much as 1/3, save after much higgling and haggling. I have had my share, and here standeth he, ready to receive his portion. so pay him the 2 other blows." Now when the Caliph heard this, he laughed until he fell on his back. Then calling Masrur, he gave him a blow, whereat he cried out and said, "O Commander of the Faithful, the 1/3 sufficeth me, give him the 2/3." And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 11. Recording by Eva Easton. Section 12, Volume 5 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night. Translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Easton. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 12, 401st through 404th Night. When it was the 401st night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Masrur cried out, O Commander of the Faithful, the 1/3 sufficeth me, give him the 2/3. So the Caliph laughed at them and ordered them 1,000 dinars each, and they went away, rejoicing at the largesse. And of the tales they tell is one of the devotee prince. The Commander of the Faithful, Harun al-Rashid, had a son, who from the time he attained the age of 16 renounced the world and walked in the way of ascetics and devotees. He was wont to go out to the graveyards and say, "Ye once ruled the world, but that saved you not from death, and now are ye come to your sepulchres. Would heaven I knew what ye said and what is said to you." And he wept, as one weepeth who is troubled with fear and apprehension, and repeated the words of the poet: "Affright me funerals at every time, and wailing women grieve me to the soul." Now it chanced one day, as he sat among the tombs, according to his custom, his father passed by in all his state, surrounded by his wazirs and lords of the realm. And the officers of his household, who seeing the Caliph's son with a gown of woolen stuff on his body and a twist of wool on his head by way of turband, said to one another, "Verily this youth dishonoureth the Commander of the Faithful among kings, but if he reproved him, he would leave his present way of life." The Caliph heard these words, so quoth he to his son, "O my dear child, of a truth thou disgracest me by thy present way of life." The young man looked at him and made no reply. Then he beckoned to a bird perched on the battlements of the palace, and said to it, "O thou bird, I conjure thee by him who created thee, alight upon my hand." Whereupon straightway it swooped down and perched on his finger. Then quoth he, "Return to thy place," and it did so. Presently he said, "Alight on the hand of the Commander of the Faithful," but it refused there to perch. And he cried to his father, "It is thou that disgracest me amongst the holy ones by the love of the world. And now I am resolved to part from thee, never to return to thee, save in the world to come." Then he went down to Bassorah, where he took to working with those which wrought in clay, receiving as his day's hire but a dirham and a danik. And with the danik he fed himself, and gave alms of the dirham. Quoth Abu Amir of Bassorah, "There fell down a wall in my house, so I went forth to the station of the artisans to find a man who should repair it for me. And my eyes fell on a handsome youth of a radiant countenance. So I saluted him and asked him, 'O my friend, dost thou seek work?' Yes, answered he. And I said, Come with me and build a wall. He replied, On certain conditions I will make with thee. Quoth I, What are they, O my friend? And quoth he, My wage must be a dirham and a danik. And again, when the Muezzin calleth to prayer, thou shalt let me go pray with the congregation. It is well, answered I, and carried him to my lace, where he fell to work, such work as I never saw the like of. Presented I name to him the morning meal, but he said no, and I knew that he was fasting. When he heard the call to prayer, he said to me, Thou knowest the condition? Yes, answered I. So he loosed his girdle, and applying himself to the lesser ablution, made it after a fashion than which I never saw a fairer. Then he went to the mosque and prayed with the congregation, and returned to his work. He did the same upon the call to mid-afternoon prayer. And when I saw him fall to work again thereafterward, I said to him, O my friend, verily the hours of labor are over. A workman's day is but till the time of afternoon prayer. But he replied, Praise to the Lord, my service is till the night. And he ceased not to work till nightfall, when I gave him 2 dirhams. Whereupon he asked, What is this? And I answered, By Allah, this is but part of thy wage, because of thy diligence in my service. But he threw them back to me, saying, I will have no more than was agreed upon between us twain. I urged him to take them, but could not prevail upon him. So I gave him the dirham and the danik, and he went away. And when morning dawned, I went to the station, but found him not. So I inquired for him, and was told, He cometh thither only on Sabbaths. Accordingly, when Saturday came, I betook me to the market, and finding him there, said to him, Bismillah, do me the favor to come and work for me. Said he, Upon the conditions thou wottest, and I answered, Yes. Then carrying him to my house, I stood to watch him where he could not see me. And he took a handful of puddled clay, and laid it on the wall, when behold, the stones ranged themselves one upon other. And I said, On this wise are Allah's holy ones. He worked out his day, and did even more than before. And when it was night, I gave him his hire, and he took it and walked away. Now when the 3rd Saturday came round, I went to the place of standing, but found him not. So I asked after him, and they told me, He is sick and lying in the shanty of such a woman. Now this was an old wife, renowned for piety, who had a hovel of reeds in the burial ground. So I fared thither, and found him stretched on the floor, which was bare, with a brick for a pillow, and his face beaming like the new moon with light. I saluted him, and he returned my salam, and I sat down at his head, weeping over his fair young years, and absence from home, and submission to the will of his Lord. Then said I to him, Hast thou any need? Yes, answered he, and I said, What is it? He replied, Come hither tomorrow in the forenoon, and thou wilt find me dead. Wash me, and dig my grave, and tell none thereof, but shroud me in this my gown, after thou hast unsewn it, and taken out what thou shalt find in the bosom pocket, which keep with thee. Then, when thou hast prayed over me, and laid me in the dust, go to Baghdad, and watch for the Caliph Harun al-Rashid till he come forth, when do thou give him what thou shalt find in the breast of my gown, and bear him my salutation." Then he ejaculated the profession of the faith and glorified his God in the most eloquent of words, reciting these couplets: "Carry the trust of him whom death awaits to Al-Rashid, and God reward thy care. And say, an exile who desired thy sight, long loving, from afar sends greeting fair. Nor hate nor irk, no, him from thee withdrew, kissing thy right to heaven brought him near. But what estranged his soul, O sire, from thee, is that thy worldly joys it would not share." Then he betook himself to prayer, asking pardon of Allah. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 402nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the youth then betook himself to asking pardon of Allah and to invoking prayer and praise upon the Apostle and the Lord of the Just, and repeating verses of the Koran, after which he recited these couplets: O sire, be not deceived by worldly joys, for life must pass and joy must learn to mourn. When thou art told of folk in evil plight, think thou must answer for all hearts forlorn. And when thou bear thy dead towards the tombs, know thou wilt likewise on that way be borne. Continued Abu the Basri: Now when the youth had ended his charge and his verses, I left him and went home. On the morrow I returned at the appointed hour and found him indeed dead, the mercy of Allah be upon him. So I washed him and, unsewing his gown, found in the bosom a ruby worth thousands of gold pieces, and said to myself, By Allah, this youth was indeed weaned from worldly things. After I had buried him, I made my way to Baghdad, and going to the Caliph's palace, waited till he came forth, when I addressed him in one of the streets and gave him the ruby, which when he saw, he knew and fell down in a fainting fit. His attendants laid hands on me, but he revived and said to them, Release him and bring him courteously to the palace. They did his bidding, and when he returned, he sent for me and carrying me into his chamber, said to me, How doth the owner of this ruby? Quoth I, Verily, he is dead, and told him what had passed. Whereupon he fell a weeping and said, The son hath gained, but the sire hath lost. Then he called out, saying, Ho, such a one! And behold, there came out to him a lady, who when she saw me would have withdrawn, but he cried to her, Come and mind him not. So she entered and saluted, and he threw her the ruby, which when she saw and she knew, she shrieked a great shriek and fell down in a swoon. As soon as she came to herself, she said, O Commander of the Faithful, what hath Allah done with my son? And he said to me, Do thou tell her his case, as he could not speak for weeping. Accordingly, I repeated the story to her, and she began to shed tears and say in a faint and wailing voice, How I have longed for thy sight, O solace of mine eyes! Would I might have given thee to drink, when thou hadst none to slake thy thirst. Would I might have cheered thee, whenas thou foundest never a cheerer. And she poured forth tears and recited these couplets: I weep for one whose lot a lonely death befell, without a friend to whom he might complain and moan. And after glory and glad union with his friends, he woke to desolation, friendless, lorn, and lone. What fortune hides awhile, she soon to all men shall show. Death never spared a man, no, not a single one. O absent one, my Lord decreed thee strangerhood, far from thy nearest friends, and to long exile gone. Though death forbid my hope of meeting here again, on doomed day's morrow we shall meet again, my son. Quoth I, Commander of the Faithful, was he indeed thy son? Quoth he, Yes, and indeed before I succeeded to this office, he was wont to visit the learned and company with the devout. But when I became Caliph, he grew estranged from me and withdrew himself apart. Then said I to his mother, Verily, this thy son hath cut the world and devoted his life to Almighty Allah, and it may be that hard times shall befall him, and he be smitten with trial of evil chance. Wherefore do thou given him this ruby, which he may find useful in hour of need. So she gave it to him, conjuring him to take it, and he obeyed her bidding. Then he left to us the things of our world and removed himself from us. Nor did he cease to be absent from us till he went to the presence of Allah, to whom be honor and glory, pious and pure. Then said he, Come, show me his grave. So I travelled with him to Bassorah and showed him his son's grave, and when he saw it he wept and lamented, till he fell down in a swoon, after which he recovered and asked pardon of the Lord, saying, We are Allah's, and unto him we are returning, and involved blessings on the dead. Then he asked me to become his companion, but I said to him, O Commander of the Faithful, verily in thy son's case is for me the most momentous of admonitions. And I recited these couplets. 'Tis I am the stranger visited by none, I am the stranger, though in town my own. 'Tis I am the stranger, lacking kith and son, and friend to whom I mote for aidance run. I house in mosques, which are my only home. My heart there wones and shall forever wone. Then laud ye Allah, Lord of worlds, as long as soul and body dwell in union. And a famous tale is told of the unwise schoolmaster who fell in love by report. Quoth one of the learned, I passed once by a school, wherein a schoolmaster was teaching children. So I entered, finding him a good-looking man and a well-dressed, when he rose to me and made me sit with him. Then I examined him in the Koran and in syntax and prosody and lexicography, and behold, he was perfect in all required of him. So I said to him, Allah strengthen thy purpose. Thou art indeed versed in all that is requisite. Thereafter I frequented him a while, discovering daily some new excellence in him, and quoth I to myself, This is indeed a wonder in any dominie, for the wise are agreed upon a lack of wit in children's teachers. Then I separated myself from him and sought him and visited him only every few days, till coming to see him one day as of wont, I found the school shut and made enquiry of his neighbors, who replied, Some one is dead in his house. So I said in my mind, It behoveth me to pay him a visit of condolence, and going to his house knocked at the door, when a slave girl came out to me and asked, What dost thou want? And I answered, I want thy master. She replied, He is sitting alone, mourning. And I rejoined, Tell him that his friend so and so seeketh to console him. She went in and told him, and he said, admit him." So she brought me in to him, and I found him seated alone and his head bound with mourning fillets. So I said to him, "Allah requite thee amply. This is a path all must perforce tread, and it behoveth thee to take patience," adding, "But who is dead unto thee?" He answered, "One who was dearest of the folk to me and best beloved." "Perhaps thy father?" "No." "Thy brother?" "No." "One of thy kindred?" "No." Then asked I, "What relation was the dead to thee?" And he answered, "My lover." Quoth I to myself, "This is the first proof to swear by his lack of wit." So I said to him, "Assuredly there be others than she and fairer." And he made answer, "I never saw her, that I might judge whether or no there be others fairer than she." Quoth I to myself, "This is another proof positive." Then I said to him, "And how couldst thou fall in love with one thou hast never seen?" He replied, "Know that I was sitting one day at the window, when lo, there passed by a man, singing the following distich: Amr, thy boons Allah repay, give back my heart, be it where it may." And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 403rd Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the schoolmaster continued, "When I heard the man humming these words as he passed along the street, I said to myself, except this Amru were without equal in the world, the poets had not celebrated her in ode and canzon. So I fell in love with her. But 2 days after, the same man passed, singing the following couplet: Ass and Amr went their way, nor she nor ass returned for I. Thereupon I knew she was dead and mourned for her. This was 3 days ago, and I have been mourning ever since. So I left him," concluded the learned one, "and fared forth, having assured myself of the weakness of the gerund grinder's wit." And they tell another and a similar tale of the foolish dominie. Once upon a time a schoolmaster was visited by a man of letters who entered a school, and sitting down by the host's side, entered into discourse with him, and found him an accomplished theologian, poet grammarian, philologist, and poet, intelligent, well-bred, and pleasant spoken. Whereat he wondered, saying in himself, It cannot be that a man who teacheth children in a school should have a perfect wit. Now when he was about to go away, the pedant said to him, Thou art my guest to-night, and he consented to receive hospitality, and accompanied him to his house, where he made much of him and set food before him. They ate and drank and sat talking till a third part of the night was past, when the host spread his guest a bed and went up to his harem. The stranger lay down and addressed himself to sleep, when behold, there arose a great clamour in the women's rooms. He asked what was the matter, and they said, A terrible thing hath befallen the Shaykh, and he is at the last gasp. Said he, Take me up to him. So they took him up to the pedagogue, whom he found lying insensible, with his blood streaming down. He sprinkled water on his face, and when he revived, he asked him, What hath betided thee? When thou leftest me, thou wast in all good cheer and whole of body. And he answered, O my brother, after I left thee, I sat meditating on the creative works of Almighty Allah, and said to myself, In everything the Lord hath created for man, there is an use, for He, to whom be glory, made the hands to seize, the feet to walk, the eyes to see, the ears to hear, and the penis to increase and multiply, and so on with all the members of the body, except these two bullocks. There is no use in them. So I took a razor I had by me and cut them off, and there befell me what thou seest." So the guest left him and went away, saying, "He was in the right who said, Verily no schoolmaster who teacheth children can have a perfect wit, though he know all the sciences." And they tell a pleasant tale of the illiterate who set up for a schoolmaster. There was once among the menials of a certain mosque a man who knew not how to write or even to read, and who gained his bread by gulling folk. One day it occurred to him to open a school and teach children. So he got together writing tablets and written papers and hung them up in a high place. Then he greatened his turband and sat down at the door of the school. And when the people who passed by saw his huge headgear and tablets and scrolls, they thought he must be a very learned pedagogue. So they brought him their children, and he would say to this, "Write," and to that, "Read," and thus the little ones taught each other. Now one day, as he sat as of wont at the door of the school, behold, up came a woman, letter in hand, and he said in his mind, "This woman doubtless seeketh me that I may read her the missive she hath in her hand. How shall I do with her, seeing that I cannot read writing?" And he would fain have gone down and fled from her, but, before he could do this, she overtook him and said to him, "Whither away?" Quoth he, "I purpose to pray the noon prayer and return." Quoth she, "Noon is yet distant, so read me this letter." He took the letter and turning it upside down, fell to looking at it, now shaking his head till his turband quivered, then dancing his eyebrows, and anon showing anger and concern. Now the letter came from the woman's husband, who was absent. And when she saw the dominie do on this wise, she said to herself, "Doubtless my husband is dead, and this learned doctor of law and religion is ashamed to tell me so." So she said to him, "O my lord, if he be dead, tell me." But he shook his head and held his peace. Then said she, "Shall I rend my raiment?" "Rend," replied he. "Shall I beat my face?" asked she, and he answered, "Beat." So she took the letter from his hand and returned home, fell a weeping, she and her children. Presently one of her neighbours heard her sobbing, and asking what aileth her, was answered, "Of a truth she had gotten a letter, telling her that her husband is dead." Quoth the man, "This is a falsehood, for I had a letter from him but yesterday, advising me that he is whole and in good health, and will be with her after 10 days." So he rose forthright, and going in to her said, "Where is the letter which came to thee?" She brought it to him, and he took it and read it, and lo, it ran as follows: "After the usual salutations, I am well and in good health and whole, and will be with you all after 10 days. Meanwhile, I send you a quilt and an extinguisher." So she took the letter and returning to the schoolmaster, said to him, "What induced thee to deal thus with me?" And she repeated to him what her neighbour had told her of her husband's well-being and of his having sent her a quilt and an extinguisher. Answered he, "Thou art in the right, O good woman, for I was at the time." And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 404th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the pedagogue replied, "Verily, I was at that time fashed and absent-minded, and seeing the extinguisher wrapped up in the quilt, I thought that he was dead and they had shrouded him. The woman not smoking the cheat said, "Thou art excused," and taking the letter went her ways. And they relate a story of the king and the virtuous wife. A certain king once went forth in disguise to look into the affairs of his lieges. Presently he came to a great village which he entered unattended, and being athirst, stopped at the door of a house and asked for water. There came out to him a fair woman with a gugglet, which she gave him, and he drank. When he looked at her, he was ravished with her and besought her favours. Now she knew him, so she led him into the house, and making him sit down, brought out a book and said to him, "Look therein whilst I order my affair and return to thee." So he looked into the book, and behold, it treated of the divine prohibition against advoutry, and of the punishments which Allah hath prepared for those who commit adulterous sin. When he read this, his flesh quaked and his hair bristled, and he repented to Almighty Allah. Then he called the woman, and giving her the book, went away. Now her husband was absent, and when he returned, she told him what had passed, whereat he was confounded, and said in himself, "I fear lest the king's desire have fallen upon her." And he dared not have to do with her and know her carnally after this. When some time had passed, the woman told her kinsfolk of her husband's conduct, and they complained of him to the king, saying, "Allah advance the king! This man hired of us a piece of land for tillage, and tilled it a while, then left it fallow, and neither tilled it nor forsook it, that we might let it to one who would till it. Indeed, harm is come to the field, and we fear its corruption, for such land as that, if it not be sown, spoileth." Quoth the king to the man, "What hindereth thee from sowing thy land?" Answered he, "Allah advance the king! It reached me that the lion entered the field, wherefore I stood in awe of him and dared not draw near it, since knowing that I cannot cope with the lion, I stand in fear of him." The king understood the parable and rejoined, saying, "O man, the lion trod and trampled not thy land, and it is good for seed, so do thou till it, and Allah prosper thee in it, for the lion hath done it no hurt." Then he bade give the man and his wife a handsome present, and sent them away. And amongst the stories is that of Abd al-Rahman, the Maghribi stories of the Rukh. There was once a man of the people of West Africa who had journeyed far and wide and traversed many a desert and a tide. He was once cast upon an island, where he abode a long while, and returning thence to his native country, brought with him the quill of a wing feather of a young Rukh, whilst yet in egg and unhatched. And this quill was big enough to hold a goat skin of water, for it is said that the length of the Rukh chick's wing, when he cometh forth of the egg, is 1,000 fathoms. The folk marvelled at this quill when they saw it, and the man, who was called Abd al-Rahman the Moor, and he was known to boot as the Chinaman for his long sojourn in Cathay, related to them the following adventure, one of many of his travellers' tales of marvel. He was on a voyage in the China seas, and Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 12. Recording by Eva Easton, Sloatsburg, New York.
Section 13, Volume 5 of The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 13. When it was the 405th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Abd al-Rahman, the Moorman, the Chinaman, was wont to tell wondrous tales, amongst which was the following. He was on a voyage in the China seas with a company of merchants, when they sighted an island from afar. So they steered for it, and making fast thereto, saw that it was large and spacious. The ship's crew went ashore to get wood and water, taking with them hatchets and ropes and water-skis, the travellers accompanying them, and presently espied a great dome, white and gleaming, 100 cubits long. So they made towards it, and drawing near found that it was an egg of the rook, and fell on it with axes and stones and sticks, till they uncovered the young bird, and found the chick as it were a firm set hill. So they plucked out one of the wing feathers, but could not do so, save by helping one another, for all the quills were not full grown. After which they took what they could carry of the young bird's flesh, and cutting the quill away from the vein, returned to the ship. Then they set sail, and putting out to sea, voyaged with a fair wind all that night, till the sun rose. And while everything went well, they saw the rook come flying after them, as he were a vast cloud, with a rock in his talons, like a great heap bigger than the ship. As soon as he poised himself in air over the vessel, he let fall the rock upon it, but the craft, having great way on her, out went the rock, which fell into the sea with a loud crash, and a horrible. So Allah decreed their deliverance and saved them from doom. And they cooked the young bird's flesh and ate it. Now there were amongst them old white-bearded men, and when they awoke on the morrow, they found that their beards had turned black, nor did any who had eaten of the young rook grow gray ever after. Some said the cause of the return of youth to them and the ceasing of hoariness from them was that they had heated the pot with arrow wood, whilst others would have it that it came of eating the rook chick's flesh. And this is indeed a wonder of wonders. And a story is related of Adi bin Zaid and the Princess Hind. Al-Numan bin al-Munzar, king of the Arabs of Iraq, had a daughter named Hind, who went out one Pash, which is a feast day of the Nazarenes, to the White Church to take the sacrament. She was 11 years old, and was the loveliest woman of her age and time. And it so chanced that on the same day came to Hira a young man called Adi bin Zaid, with presents from the Khosrow to Al-Nu'aman, and he also went to the White Church to communicate. He was tall of stature and fair of favor, with handsome eyes and smooth cheeks, and had with him a company of his people. Now there was with Hind bint al-Nu'aman a slave girl named Mariah, who was enamored of Adi, but had not been able to foregather with him. So when she saw him in the church, she said to Hind, Look at yonder youth. By Allah, he is handsomer than all thou seest. Hind asked, And who is he? And Mariah answered, Adi bin Zaid. Quoth al-Nu'aman's daughter, I fear lest he know me, if I draw nearer to look on him. Quoth Mariah, How should he know thee, when he hath never seen thee? So she drew near him, and found him jesting with the youths his companions, and indeed he surpassed them all, not only in his personal charms, but in the excellence of his speech, the eloquence of his tongue, and the richness of his raiment. When the princess saw him, she was ravished with him. Her reason was confounded, and her color changed. And Mariah, seeing her inclination to him, said to her, Speak him. So she spoke to him, and went away. Now when he looked upon her, and heard her speech, he was captivated by her, and his wit was dazed. His heart fluttered, and his color changed, so that his companions suspected him, and he whispered one of them to follow her, and find out who she was. The young men went after her, and returning, informed him that she was Princess Hind, daughter of al-Nu'aman. So Adi left the church, knowing not whither he went, for excess of love, and reciting these 2 couplets. O friends of me, one favour more I pray, unto the covenants find more your way. Turn me, that so I face the land of Hind, then go, and fairest greetings for me say. Then he went to his lodging, and lay that night, restless and without appetite for the food of sleep. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 406th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Adi ended his verses, he went to his lodging and lay that night, restless and without appetite for the food of sleep. Now on the morrow Maria accosted him, and he received her kindly, though before he would not incline to her, and said to her, What is thy will? Quoth she, I have a want of thee. And quoth he, Name it, for by Allah thou shalt not ask me aught, but I will give it thee. So she told him that she loved him, and her want of him was that he would grant her a lover's privacy, and he agreed to do her will, on condition that she would serve him with Hind, and devise some device to bring them together. Then he took her into a vintner's tavern in one of the by-streets of Hira, and lay with her. After which she returned to Hind, and asked her, Dost thou not long to see Adi? She answered, How can this be? Indeed, my longing for him makes me restless, and no repose has left me since yesterday. Quoth Maria, I will appoint him to be in such a place where thou canst look on him from the palace. Quoth Hind, Do what thou wilt, and agreed with her upon the place. So Adi came, and the princess looked out upon him, and, when she saw him, she was like to topple down from the palace top, and said, O Maria, except thou bring him into me this night, I shall die. So saying, she fell to the ground in a fainting fit, and her serving woman lifted her up and bore her into the palace. Whilst Maria hastened to Al-Nu'aman, and discovered the whole matter to him with perfect truth, telling him that indeed she was mad for the love of Adi, and except he marry her to him, she must be put to shame and die of love for him, which would disgrace her father among the Arabs, adding at the end, There is no cure for this but wedlock. The king bowed his head a while in thought, and exclaimed again and again, Verily, we are Allah's, and unto him we are returning. Then said he, Woe to thee! How shall the marriage be brought about, seeing I mislike to open the matter? And she said, He is yet more ardently in love, and yet more desireful of her than she is of him. And I will so order the affair that he shall be unaware of his case being known to thee. But do not betray thyself, O king. Then she went to Adi, and after acquainting him with everything, said, Make a feast, and bid the king thereto. And when the wine hath gotten the better of him, ask of him his daughter, for he will not refuse thee. Quoth Adi, I fear lest this enrage him against me, and be the cause of enmity between us. But quoth she, I came not to thee till I had settled the whole affair with him. Then she returned to Al-Nu'aman, and said to him, Seek of Adi that he entertain thee in his house. Replied the king, There is no harm in that. And after 3 days besought Adi to give him and his lords the morning meal in his house. He consented, and the king went to him. And when the wine had taken effect on Al-Nu'aman, Adi rose, and sought of him his daughter in wedlock. He consented, and married them, and brought her to him after 3 days, and they abode at Al-Nu'aman's court in all solace of life and its delight. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 407th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Adi abode with Hind bint al-Nu'aman bin Munzar 3 years in all solace of life and its delight, after which time the king was wroth with Adi, and slew him. Hind mourned for him with grievous mourning, and built her an hermitage outside the city, whither she retired and became a religious, weeping and bewailing her husband till she died. And her hermitage is seen to this day in the suburbs of Hira. They also tell a tale of Di-Ibl al-Khuzai with the lady and Muslim bin al-Walid. Quoth Di-Ibl al-Khuzai, I was sitting one day at the gate of Al-Kark, when a damsel came past. Never saw I a fairer faced or better formed than she, walking with a voluptuous swaying gait, and ravishing all beholders, with her lithe and undulating pace. Now as my eyes fell on her, I was captivated by her, and my vitals trembled, and meseemed my heart flew forth of my breast. So I stood before her, and I accosted her with this verse. The tears of these eyes find easy release, but sleep flies these eyelids without surcease. Whereon she turned her face, and looking at me straightway, made answer with this distich: A trifle this, and his eyes be sore, when her eyes say yes to his love's caprice. I was astounded at the readiness of her reply and the fluency of her speech, and rejoined with this verse: Say, cloth heart, of my fair inclined to him, whose tears like a swelling stream increase. And she answered me without hesitation thus: If thou crave our love, know that love's a loan, and a debt to be paid by us twain apiece. Never entered my ears aught sweeter than her speech, nor ever saw I brighter than her face. So I changed rhyme and rhythm to try her, in my wonder at her words, and repeated this couplet: Will fate with joy of union ever bless our sight, and one desireful one with other one unite? She smiled at this. Never saw I fairer than her mouth, nor sweeter than her lips, and answered me without stay or delay in the following distich: Pray tell me what hath fate to do betwixt us twain? Thou art elate, so bless our ain with union and delight. At this I sprang up and fell to kissing her hands, and cried, I had not thought that fortune would vouchsafe me such occasion. Do thou follow me, not of bidding or against thy will, but of the grace of thee and thy favour to me? Then I went on, and she after me. Now at that time I had no lodging I deemed fit for the like of her. But Muslim bin al-Walid was my fast friend, and he had a handsome house, so I made for his abode, and knocked at the door, whereupon he came out, and I saluted him, saying, 'Tis for time like this that friends are treasured up. And he replied, With love and gladness, come in you twain. So we entered, but found money scarce with him. However, he gave me a kerchief, saying, Carry it to the bazaar, and sell it, and buy food, and what else thou needest. I took the handkerchief, and hastening to the market, sold it, and bought what we required of victuals and other matters. But when I returned, I found that Muslim had retired with her to an underground chamber. When he heard my step, he hurried out, and said to me, Allah requite thee the kindness thou hast done me, O Abu Ali, and reward thee in time to come and reckon it of thy good deeds on the day of doom. So saying, he took from me the food and wine, and shut the door in my face. His words enraged me, and I knew not what to do. But he stood behind the door, shaking from mirth, and when he saw me thus, he said to me, I conjure thee on my life, O Abu Ali, tell who it was composed this couplet. I lay in her arms all night, leaving him to sleep foul-hearted, but clean of staff. At this my rage redoubled, and I replied, Who wrote this other couplet? One, I wish him in belt 1,000 horns, exceeding in mighty height Manaf. Then I began to abuse him, and reproach him with the foulness of his action and his lack of honour, and he was silent, never uttering a word. But when I had finished, he smiled and said, Out on thee, O fool! Thou hast entered my house, and sold my kerchief, and spent my silver. So with whom art thou wroth, O pimp? Then he left me, and went away to her, whilst I said, By Allah, thou art right to twit me as nincompoop and pander. Then I left his door, and went away in sore concern, and I feel its trace in my heart to this very day. For I never had my will of her, nor, indeed, ever heard of her more. And amongst other tales is that about Isaac of Mosul and the merchant. Quoth Ishaq bin Ibrahim al-Mausali, It so chanced that one day, feeling weary of being on duty at the palace and in attendance upon the Caliph, I mounted horse and went forth at break of dawn, having a mind to ride out in the open country and take my pleasure. So I said to my servants, If there come a messenger from the Caliph or another, say that I set out at daybreak upon a pressing business, and that ye know not whither I am gone. Then I fared forth alone, and went round about the city, till the sun waxed hot, when I halted in a great thoroughfare known as Al-Haram. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 408th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Ishaq ben Ibrahim the Musali continued, When the sun waxed hot, I halted in a great thoroughfare known as Al-Haram, to take shelter in the shade, and found it in a spacious wing of a house which projected over the street. And I stood there but a little while, before there came up a black slave, leading an ass bestridden by a damsel. and under her were housings set with gems and pearls, and upon her were the richest of clothes. Richness can go no farther. And I saw that she was elegant of make, with languorous look and graceful mien. I asked one of the passers by who she was, and he said, She is a singer. So I fell in love with her at first sight. Hardly could I keep my seat on horseback. She entered the house at whose gate I stood, and as I was planning a device to gain access to her, there came up two men, young and comely, who asked admission, and the house-master gave them leave to enter. So they alighted, and I also, and they entered, and I with them, they supposing that the master of the house had invited me. And we sat a while, till food was brought, and we ate. Then they set wine before us, and the damsel came out with a lute in her hand. She sang, and we drank, till I rose to obey a call of nature. Thereupon the host questioned the two others of me, and they replied that they knew me not. Whereupon quoth he, This is a parasite, but he is a pleasant fellow, so treat him courteously. Then I came back and sat down in my place, whilst the damsel sang to a pleasing air these two couplets. Say to the she-gazelle, who's no gazelle, and cold Ariel, who's no Ariel, who lies with male, and yet no female is, whose gait is female, most unlike the male. She sang it right well, and the company drank, and her song pleased them. Then she carolled various pieces to rare measures, and amongst the rest one of mine, which consisted of this distich. Bare hills and campground desolate, and friends who all have gained their gate, how severance after union leaves me and their homes in saddest state. Her singing this time was even better than the first. Then she chanted other rare pieces, old and new amongst them, another of mine with the following two couplets. Say to angry lover who turns away, and shows thee his side, whatso thou wroughtest, all that by thee was wrought. Alb 'twas haply thy sport and play. I prayed her to repeat the song, that I might correct it for her, whereupon one of the two men accosted me, and said, Never saw we a more impudent lick-platter than thou. Art thou not content with a sponging, but thou must eke meddle and muddle? Of very sooth, in thee is the saying made true, parasite and pushing wight. So I hung down my head for shame, and made him no answer, whilst his companion would have withheld him from me, but he would not be restrained. Presently they rose to pray, but I lagged behind a little, and, taking the lute, screwed up the sides, and brought it into perfect tune. Then I stood up in my place to pray with the rest, and when we had ended praying, the same man fell again to blaming and reviling me, and persisted in his rudeness, whilst I held my peace. Thereupon the damsel took the lute, and touching it, knew that it had been altered, and said, Who hath touched my lute? Quoth they, None of us have touched it. Quoth she, Nay, by Allah, some one hath touched it, and he is an artist, a past master in the craft, for he hath arranged the strings and tuned them like one who is a perfect performer. Said I, It was I tuned it. And said she, Then Allah upon thee, take it and play on it. So I took it, and playing a piece so difficult and so rare, that it went nigh to deaden the quick and quicken the dead, I sang thereto these couplets. I had a heart, and with it lived my life. 'Twas seared with fire, and burnt with loving lowe. I never won the blessing of her love. God would not on his slave such boon bestow. If what I've tasted be the food of love, must taste it all men who love food would know. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 13. Recording by Matt Pagan. Section 14, Volume 5 of The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night. Translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 14. When it was the 409th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Ishak of Mosul thus continued. Now, when I had finished my verse, there was not one of the company but sprang from his place and sat down like schoolboys before me, saying, Allah upon thee, O our Lord, sing us another song. With pleasure, said I, and playing another measure in masterly fashion, sang thereto these couplets. O thou whose heart is melted down by force of Amor's fire, and griefs from every side against thy happiness conspire, unlawful is that he who pierced my vitals with his shaft, my blood between my midriff and my breastbone he desire. 'Twas plain upon our severance day that he had set his mind on an eternal parting, moved by tongue of envious liar. He sheds my blood he ne'er had shed except by wound of love. Will none demand my blood of him, my wreck of him require? When I had made an end of this song, there was not one of them but rose to his feet and threw himself upon the ground for excess of delight. Then I cast the lute from my hand, but they said, Allah upon thee, do not this wise, but let us hear another song, so Allah Almighty increase thee of his bounty. Replied I, O folk, I will sing you another song, and another, and will tell you who I am. I am Ishak bin Ibrahim al-Musali, and by Allah, I bear myself proudly to the Caliph when he seeketh me. Ye have today made me hear abuse from an unmannerly carle such as I loathe, and by Allah I will not speak a word nor sit with you, till ye put yonder quarrelsome churl out from among you. Quoth the fellow's companion to him, This is what I warned thee against, fearing for thy good name. So they hent him by the hand and thrust him out. And I took the lute and sang over again the songs of my own composing which the damsel had sung. Then I whispered the host that she had taken my heart, and that I had no patience to abstain from her. Quoth he, She is thine on one condition. I asked, What is that? And he answered, It is that thou abide with me a month, when the damsel and all belonging to her of raiment and jewelry shall be thine. I rejoined, It is well, I will do this. So I tarried with him a whole month, whilst none knew where I was, and the Caliph sought me everywhere, but could come by no news of me. And at the end of this time the merchant delivered to me the damsel, together with all that pertained to her of things of price, and an eunuch to attend upon her. So I brought all that to my lodging, feeling as I were lord of the whole world, for exceeding delight in her. Then I rode forthright to Al-Mamun, and when I stood in the presence, he said, Woe to thee, O Ishak, where hast thou been? So I acquainted him with the story, and he said, Bring me that man at once. Thereupon I told him where he lived, and he sent and fetched me and questioned him of the case. When he repeated the story, and the Caliph said to him, Thou art a man of right generous mind, and it is only fitting that thou be aided in thy generosity. Then he ordered him 100,000 dirhams, and said to me, O Ishak, bring the damsel before me. So I brought her to him, and she sang and delighted him, and being greatly gladdened by her, he said to me, I appoint her turn of service every Thursday, when she must come and sing to me from behind the curtain. And he ordered her 50,000 dirhams. So by Allah, I profited both myself and others by my ride. And amongst the tales they tell is one of the 3 unfortunate lovers. Quoth Al-Utbi, I was sitting one day with a company of educated men, telling stories of the folk, when the talk turned upon legends of lovers, and each of us said his say thereanent. Now there was in our company an old man who remained silent till all had spoken, and had no more to say, when, quoth he, Shall I tell you a thing, the like of which you never heard? No, never? Yes, quoth we. And he said, Know then, that I had a daughter who loved a youth, but we knew it not, while the youth loved a singing girl, who in her turn loved my daughter. One day I was present at an assembly wherein were also the youth. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 410th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Shaykh continued, One day I was present at an assembly wherein were also the youth and the singing girl, and she chanted to us these couplets. Prove how love bringeth low lover those tears that run, lowering him still the more, when pity finds he none. Cried the youth, By Allah, thou hast said well, O my mistress. Dost thou incite me to die? Answered the girl from behind the curtain, Yes, if thou be a true lover. So he laid his head on a cushion and closed his eyes. And when the cup came round to him, we shook him, and behold, he was dead. Therewith we all flocked to him, and our pleasure was troubled, and we grieved and broke up at once. When I came home, my people took in bad part my returning before the appointed time, and I told them what had befallen the youth, thinking that thereby I should greatly surprise them. My daughter heard my words, and rising, went from the sitting chamber into another, whither I followed her, and found her lying with her head on a cushion, even as I had told of the young man. So I shook her, and lo, she was dead. Then we laid her out, and set forth next morning to bury her, whilst the friends of the young man set forth in like guise to bury him. As we were on the way to the burial place, we met a third funeral, and asking whose it was, were told that it was that of the singing girl, who, hearing of my daughter's death, had done even as she did, and was dead. So we buried them all three on one day, and this is the rarest tale that ever was heard of lovers. And they also tell a tale of how Abu Hassan brake wind. They recount that in the city Kaukaban of Al-Yaman there was a man of the Fazli tribe who had left Badawi life, and become a townsman for many years, and was a merchant of the most opulent merchants. His wife had deceased when both were young, and his friends were instant with him to marry again, ever quoting to him the words of the poet, Go gossip, re-wed thee, for prime draweth near. A wife is an almanac, good for the year. So being weary of contention, Abu Hassan entered into negotiations with the old women who procure matches, and married a maid like Canopus, when he hangeth over the seas of Al-Hind. He made high festival, therefore, bidding to the wedding banquet kith and kin, Olema and fakirs, friends and foes, and all his acquaintances of that countryside. The whole house was thrown open to feasting. There were rices of 5 several colors, and sherbets of as many more, and kids stuffed with walnuts and almonds and pistachios, and a camel colt roasted whole. So they ate and drank and made mirth and merriment. And the bride was displayed in her 7 dresses and one more to the women who could not take their eyes off her. At last the bridegroom was summoned to the chamber where she sat enthroned, and he rose slowly and with dignity from his divan. But in so doing, for that he was over full of meat and drink, lo and behold, he let fly a fart, great and terrible. Thereupon each guest turned to his neighbor and talked aloud, and made as though he had heard nothing, fearing for his life. But a consuming fire was lit in Abu Hassan's heart. So he pretended a call of nature, and in lieu of seeking the bride chamber, he went down to the house court and saddled his mare and rode off, weeping bitterly, through the shadow of the night. In time he reached Lahaj, where he found a ship ready to sail for India. So he shipped on board and made Calicut of Malabar. Here he met with many Arabs, especially Hazramis, who recommended him to the king. And this king, who is a Kafir, trusted him and advanced him to the captainship of his body guard. He remained 10 years in all solace and delight of life, at the end of which time he was seized with homesickness, and the longing to behold his native land was that of a lover pining for his beloved. And he came near to die of yearning desire, but his appointed day had not dawned. So after taking the first bath of health, he left the king without leave, and in due course landed at Makalla of Hazramat. Here he donned the rags of a religious, and keeping his name and case secret, fared for Kaukaban afoot, enduring 1,000 hardships of hunger, thirst, and fatigue, and braving 1,000 dangers from the lion, the snake, and the ghoul. But when he drew near his old home, he looked down upon it from the hills with brimming eyes, and said in himself, Haply they might know thee. So I will wander about the outskirts, and hearken to the folk. Allah grant that my case be not remembered by them." He listened carefully for 7 nights and 7 days, till it so chanced that as he was sitting at the door of a hut, he heard the voice of a young girl, saying, "O my mother, tell me the day when I was born, for such an one of my companions is about to take an omen for me." And the mother answered, "Thou was born, O my daughter, on the very night when Abu Hassan farted." Now the listener no sooner heard these words than he rose up from the bench and fled away, saying to himself, "Verily, thy fart hath become a date, which shall last for ever and ever, even as the poet said, as long as palms shall shift the flower, as long as palms shall sift the flower." And he ceased not travelling and voyaging, and returned to India, and there abode in self-exile till he died, and the mercy of Allah be upon him. And they tell another story of the lovers of the Banu Tai. Qasim, son of Adi, was wont to relate that a man of the Banu Tamim spoke as follows: "I went out one day in search of an estray, and coming to the waters of the Banu Tai, saw 2 companies of people near one another, and behold, those of one company were disputing among themselves even as the other. So I watched them, and observed in one of the companies a youth wasted with sickness, as he were a worn-out, dried-up water-skin. And as I looked on him, lo, he repeated these couplets: What ails thee, beauty, she returneth not? Is beauty's irk or grudging to my lot? I sickened, and my friends all came to call. What stayed thee calling with a friendly knot? Hadst thou been sick, I had come running fast to thee, nor threats had kept me from the spot. Mid them I miss thee, and I lie alone. Sweetheart, to lose thy love, sad loss I wot. His words were heard by a damsel in the other company, who hastened towards him, and when her people followed her, she fought them off. Then the youth caught sight of her, and sprang up and ran towards her, whilst the people of his party ran after him and laid hold of him. However, he hailed and freed himself from them, and she in like manner loosed herself. And when they were free, each ran to other, and meeting between the 2 parties, embraced and fell dead upon the ground. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 411th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the young man and the maid met between the 2 parties, and embraced, and both fell dead upon the ground, whereat came there out an old man from one of the tents, and stood over them, exclaiming, Verily, we are Allah's, and unto him we are returning. Then weeping sore, he said, Allah hath ruth on you both. By the Almighty, though you were not united in your lives, I will at least unite you after your deaths. And he bade lay them out. So they washed them, and shrouded them in one shroud, and dug for them one grave, and prayed one prayer over them both, and buried them in one tomb. Nor was there man or woman in the 2 parties, but I saw weeping over them, and buffeting their faces. Then I questioned the sheikh of them, and he said, She was my daughter, and he my brother's son, and love brought them to the pass thou seest. I exclaimed, Allah amend thee! But why didst thou not marry them to each other? Quoth he, I feared shame and dishonor, and now I am fallen into both. And they tell a tale of the mad lover. Quoth Abu Labas al-Mubarrad, I set out one day with a company to al-Barid on an occasion, and coming to the monastery of Hirakal, we alighted in its shade. Presently a man came out to us and said, There are madmen in the monastery, and amongst them one who speaketh wisdom. If ye saw him, ye would marvel at his speech. So we arose all and went into the monastery, where we saw a man seated on a skin mat in one of the cells, with bare head and eyes intently fixed upon the wall. We saluted him, and he returned our salam without looking at us. And one said to us, Repeat some verses to him, for when he heareth verse he speaketh. So I repeated these 2 couplets. O best of race, to whom gave Hawa boon of birth, Except for thee the world were neither sweet nor fair. Thou art he whose face by Allah shown to man doth ward off death, decay, and hoary hair." When he heard from me this praise of the Apostle, he turned towards us and repeated these lines: "Well, Allah wotteth I am sorely plagued, nor can I show my pain to human sight. 2 souls have I, one soul is here contained, while other woneth in another sight. Meseems the absent soul is like present soul, and that she suffers what to me is dight." Then he asked us, "Have I said well or said ill?" And we answered, "Thou hast said the clean contrary of ill, well, and right well." Then he put out his hand to a stone that was by him and took it up. Whereupon, thinking he would throw it at us, we fled from him. But he fell to beating upon his breast there with violent blows, and said to us, "Fear not, but draw near and hear somewhat from me and receive it from me." So we came back, and he repeated these couplets: "When they made their camels yellow white kneel down at dawning grey, they mounted her on crupper, and the camel went his way. Mine eyeballs through the prison wall beheld them, and I cried, with streaming eyelids and a heart that burnt in dire dismay, O camel driver, turn thy beast, that I farewell my love. In parting and farewelling her I see my doomed day. I'm faithful to my vows of love, which I have never broke. Would heaven I kenned what they have done with vows that vowed they." Then he looked at me and said, "Say me, dost thou know what they did?" Answered I, "Yes, they are dead. Almighty Allah have mercy on them." At this his face changed, and he sprang to his feet and cried out, "How knowest thou they be dead?" And I replied, "Were they alive, they had not left thee thus." Quoth he, "By Allah, thou art right, and I care not to live after them." Then his side muscles quivered, and he fell on his face, and we ran up to him and shook him and found him dead, the mercy of the Almighty be on him. At this we marvelled and mourned for him, and, sore mourning, laid him out and buried him. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 412th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Al-Mubarrad thus continued: When the man fell, we mourned over him with sore mourning, and laid him out and buried him. And when I returned to Baghdad and went in to the Caliph Al-Mutawakkil, he saw the trace of tears on my face and said to me, 'What is this?' So I told him what had passed, and it was grievous to him, and he cried, 'What moved thee to deal thus with him? By Allah, if I thought thou didst not repent it and regret him, I would punish thee therefor.' And he mourned for him the rest of the day." And amongst the tales they tell is one of the Prior who became a Moslem. Quoth Abu Bakr Muhammad ibn al-Anbari, "I once left Anbar on a journey to Amuriyah, where there came out to me the prior of the monastery and superior of the monkery, Abd al-Masih hight, and brought me into the building. There I found 40 religious, who entertained me that night with fair guest right, and I left them after seeing among them such diligence in adoration and devotion as I never beheld the like of in any others. Next day I farewelled them and fared forth, and, after doing my business at Amuriyah, I returned to my home at Anbar. And next year I made pilgrimage to Mecca, and as I was circumambulating the holy house, I saw Abd al-Masih, the monk, also compassing the Kaaba, and with him 5 of his fellows, the shavelings. Now when I was sure that it was indeed he, I accosted him, saying, 'Art thou not Abd al-Masih, the religious?' And he replied, 'Nay, I am Abdallah, the desirous.' Therewith I fell to kissing his grey hairs and shedding tears. Then taking him by the hand, I led him aside into a corner of the temple, and said to him, 'Tell me the cause of thy conversion to Al-Islam.' And he made reply, 'Verily, 'twas a wonder of wonders, and befell thus. A company of Moslem devotees came to the village wherein is our convent, and sent a youth to buy them food. He saw in the market a Christian damsel selling bread, who was of the fairest of women, and he was struck at first sight with such love of her that his senses failed him, and he fell on his face in a fainting fit. When he revived, he returned to his companions, and told them what had befallen him, saying, Go ye about your business, I may not go with you. They chided him and exhorted him, but he paid no heed to them. So they left him whilst he entered the village, and seated himself at the door of the woman's booth. She asked him what he wanted, and he told her that he was in love with her, whereupon she turned from him. But he abode in his place 3 days without tasting food, keeping his eyes fixed on her face. Now when as she saw that he departed not from her, she went to her people and acquainted them with his case, and they set on him the village boys, who stoned him and bruised his ribs and broke his head. But for all this he would not budge. Then the villagers took counsel together to slay him. But a man of them came to me and told me of his case, and I went to him and found him lying prostrate on the ground. So I wiped the blood from his face and carried him to the convent, and dressed his wounds, and there he abode with me 14 days. But as soon as he could walk, he left the monastery. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 14. Section 15, Volume 5 of The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night. Translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 5, Section 15. When it was the 413th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Abdallah the religious continued. So I carried him to the convent, and dressed his wounds, and he abode with me 14 days. But as soon as he could walk, he left the monastery, and returned to the door of the woman's booth, where he sat gazing on her as before. When she saw him, she came out to him, and said, By Allah, thou movest me to pity. Wilt thou enter my faith, that I may marry thee? He cried, Allah forbid that I should put off the faith of unity, and enter that of plurality. Quoth she, Come in with me to my house, and take thy will of me, and wend thy ways in peace. Quoth he, Not so, I will not waste the worship of 12 years for the lust of an eye twinkle. Said she, Then depart from me forthwith. And he said, My heart will not suffer me to do that. Whereupon she turned her countenance from him. Presently the boys found him out, and began to pelt him with stones. And he fell on his face, saying, Verily Allah is my protector, who sent down the book of the Quran, and he protecteth the righteous. At this I sallied forth, and driving away the boys, lifted his head from the ground, and heard him say, Allah mine, unite me with her in paradise. Then I carried him to the monastery, but he died before I could reach it. And I bore him without the village, and I dug for him a grave, and buried him. And next night, when half of it was spent, the damsel cried with a great cry, and she in her bed. So the villagers flocked to her, and questioned her of her case. Quoth she, As I slept, behold, the Moslem man came in to me, and taking me by the hand, carried me to the gate of paradise. But the guardian denied me entrance, saying, 'Tis forbidden to unbelievers. So I embraced all Islam at his hands, and, entering with him, beheld therein pavilions and trees, such as I cannot describe to you. Moreover, he brought me to a pavilion of jewels, and said to me, Of a truth, this is my pavilion and thine, nor will I enter it save with thee. But after 5 nights thou shalt be with me therein, if it be the will of Allah Almighty. Then he put forth his hand to a tree, which grew at the door of the pavilion, and plucked therefrom 2 apples, and gave them to me, saying, Eat this, and keep the other, that the monks may see it. So I ate one of them, and never tasted I aught sweeter. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 414th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the woman continued. So he plucked 2 apples, and gave them to me, saying, Eat this, and keep the other, that the monks may see it. So I ate one of them, and never tasted I aught sweeter. Then he took my hand and fared forth and carried me back to my house. And, when I awoke, I found the taste of the apple in my mouth and the other in my hand. So saying, she brought out the apple, and in the darkness of the night it shone as it were a sparkling star. So they carried her, and the apple with her, to the monastery, where she repeated her vision and showed it to us. Never saw we its like among all the fruits of the world. Then I took a knife and cut the apple into pieces according as we were folk in company. And never knew we aught more delicious than its savour, nor more delightsome than its scent. But we said, haply this was a devil that appeared unto her to seduce her from her faith. Thereupon her people took her and went away. But she abstained from eating and drinking, and on the 5th night she rose from her bed, and going forth the village to the grave of her Moslem lover, threw herself upon it and died, her family not knowing what was come of her. But on the morrow there came to the village 2 Moslem elders, clad in haircloth, and with them 2 women in like garb, and said, O people of the village, with you is a woman saint, a Waliyah of the friends of Allah, who died a Moslemah, and we will take charge of her in lieu of you. So the villagers sought her and found her dead on the Moslem's grave, and they said, This was one of us, and she died in our faith, so we will take charge of her. Rejoined the 2 old men, Nay, she died a Moslemah, and we claim her. And the dispute waxed to a quarrel between them, till one of the sheikhs said, Be this the test of her faith. The 40 monks of the monastery shall come and try to lift her from the grave. If they succeed, then she died a Nazarene. If not, one of us shall come and lift her up, and if she be lifted by him, she died a Moslemah. The villagers agreed to this, and fetched the 40 monks, who heartened one another and came to her to lift her, but could not. Then we tied a great rope round her middle and haled at it, but the rope broke in sunder, and she stirred not. And the villagers came and did the like, but could not move her from her place. At last, when all means failed, we said to one of the 2 sheikhs, Come thou and lift her. So he went up to the grave, and, covering her with his mantle, said, In the name of Allah the Compassionating, the Compassionate, and of the faith of the Apostle of Allah, on whom be prayers and peace. Then he lifted her, and taking her in his bosom, betook himself with her to a cave hard by, where they laid her, and the 2 women came and washed her and shrouded her. Then the 2 elders bore her to her Moslem lover's grave, and prayed over her, and buried her by his side, and went their ways. Now we were eyewitnesses of all this, and when we were alone with one another, we said, In sooth, the truth is most worthy to be followed, and indeed the verity hath been made manifest to us. Nor is there a proof more patent of the truth of all Islam than that we have seen this day with our eyes. So I and all the monks became Moslems, and on like wise did the villagers. And we sent to the people of Mesopotamia for a doctor of the law, to instruct us in the ordinances of all Islam and the canons of the faith. They sent us a learned man and a pious, who taught us the rites of prayer and the tenets of the faith, and we are now in ease abounding, so to Allah be the praise and the thanks. And they also tell a tale of the loves of Abu Isa and Kurat al-Ain. Quoth Amru bin Masadah, Abu Isa, son of al-Rashid and brother to al-Mamun, was enamored of one Kurat al-Ain, a slave girl belonging to Ali bin Hashim, and she also loved him, but he concealed his passion, complaining of it to none, neither discovering his secret to anyone of his pride and magnanimity. For he had used his utmost endeavour to purchase her of her master, but he had failed. At last, when his patience was at an end, and his passion was sore on him, and he was helpless in the matter, he went in to al-Mamun one day of state after the folk had retired, and said to him, O Commander of the Faithful, if thou wilt this day make trial of thine Alcaydes by taking them unawares, thou wilt know the generous from the mean, and note each one's place after the quality of his mind. But in saying this, he proposed only to sit with Kurat al-Ain in her lord's house. Quoth al-Mamun, Right is thy recking, and bade make ready a barge called the Flyer, wherein he embarked with Abu Isa and a party of his chief officers. The first mansion he visited unexpectedly was that of Hamid al-Tawil of Tus, whom he found seated. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 415th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that al-Mamun embarked with his chief officers and fared on till they reached the mansion of Hamid al-Tawil of Tus, and, unexpectedly entering, they found him seated on a mat, and before him singers and players with lutes and flageolets and other instruments of music in their hands. So al-Mamun sat with him awhile, and presently he set before him dishes of nothing but flesh meat, with no birds among them. The Caliph would not taste thereof, and Abu Isa said to him, O Commander of the Faithful, we have taken the owner of this place unawares, and he knew not of thy coming. But now let us go to another place which is prepared for thee and fitted for thee. Thereupon the Caliph arose and betook himself with his brother Abu Isa and his suite to the abode of Ali son of Hashim, who, on hearing of their approach, came out and received them with the goodliest of reception, and kissed the earth before the king. Then he brought them into his mansion and opened to them a saloon than which seer never saw a goodlier. Its floors, pillars, and walls were of many-colored marbles, adorned with Greek paintings, and it was spread with matting of Sind, whereon were carpets and tapestry of Bassorah make, fitted to the length and breadth of the room. So the Caliph sat awhile, examining the house and its ceilings and walls, then said, Give us somewhat to eat. So they brought him forthwith nearly 100 dishes of poultry, besides other birds and brewesses, fritters and cooling marinades. When he had eaten, he said, Give us something to drink, O Ali. And the host set before him in vessels of gold and silver and crystal, raisin wine boiled down to 1/3, with fruits and spices. And the cupbearers were pages like moons, clad in garments of Alexandrian stuff, interwoven with gold, and bearing on their breasts beakers of crystal, full of rose water mingled with musk. So al-Mamun marvelled with exceeding marvel at all he saw, and said, Ho thou, Abu al-Hasan! Whereupon Ali sprang to the Caliph's carpet, and kissing it, said, At thy service, O Commander of the Faithful, and stood before him. Quoth al-Mamun, Let us hear some pleasant and merry song. Replied Ali, I hear and obey, O Commander of the Faithful, and said to one of his eunuchs, Fetch the singing women. So the slave went out and presently returned, followed by 10 castratos, bearing 10 stools of gold, which they set down in due order. And after these came 10 damsels, concubines of the master, as they were shining full moons, or gardens full of bloom, clad in black brocade, with crowns of gold on their heads. And they passed along the room till they sat down on the stools, when sang they sundry songs. Al-Mamun looked at one of them, and being captivated by her elegance and fair favour, asked her, What is thy name, O damsel? And she answered, My name is Sajahi, O Commander of the Faithful. And he said, Sing to us, O Sajahi. So she played a lively measure, and sang these couplets. I walk for fear of interview, the weakling's walk, who sees 2 lion whelps the fount draw nigh. My cloak acts sword, my heart's perplexed with fright, lest jealous hostile eyes the approach descry, till sudden happed I on a delicate maid, like desert doe that fails her fawns to espy. Quoth the Caliph, Thou hast done well, O damsel. Whose are these lines? She answered, Written by Amru bin Mahdi Karib al-Zubaydi, and the air is Ma-Abid's. Then the Caliph and Abu Isa and Ali drank, and the damsels went away and were succeeded by other 10, all clad in flowered silk of al-Yaman, brocaded with gold, who sat down on the chairs and sang various songs. The Caliph looked at one of the concubines, who was like a wild heifer of the waste, and said to her, What is thy name, O damsel? She replied, My name is Zabiyah, O Commander of the Faithful. And he, Sing to us, Zabiyah. So she warbled like a bird with many a trill, and sang these 2 couplets. Houris and high-born dames who feel no fear of men, like Meccan game forbidden man to slam. Their soft sweet voices make you deem them whores, but bars them from all whoring all Islam. When she had finished, al-Mamun cried, Favoured of Allah art thou. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 416th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the slave girl finished her song, Al Maamun cried, 'Favoured of Allah art thou! Whose is this verse?' And she answered, 'Jahrir's, and the air is by Ibn Surayj.' Then the Caliph and his company drank, whilst the girls went away, and there came forth yet other 10, as they were rubies, robed in red brocade, inwoven with gold, and purfled with pearls and jewels, whilst all their heads were bare. They sat down on the stools and sang various airs. So the Caliph looked at one of them, who was like the sun of the day, and asked her, 'What is thy name, O damsel?' And she answered, 'O Commander of the Faithful, my name is Fatin.' 'Sing to us, O Fatin,' quoth he, whereat she played a lively measure and sang these couplets. Deign grant thy favours, since 'tis time I were engraced. T'enough of severance hath it been my lot to taste. Thou'rt he whose face cloth every gift and charm unite. Yet is my patience spent for that 'twas sore misplaced. I've wasted life in loving thee, and would high Heaven grant me one meeting hour for all this wilful waste." "Well sung, O Fatin!" exclaimed the Caliph. "Whose verse is this?" And she answered, "Adi bin Zayd's, and the air is antique." Then all three drank, whilst the damsels retired and were succeeded by other 10 maidens, as they were sparkling stars, clad in flowered silk, embroidered with red gold, and girt with jewelled zones. They sat down and sang various motives. And the Caliph asked one of them, who was like a wand of willow, "What is thy name, O damsel?" And she answered, "My name is Rashaa, O Commander of the Faithful." "Sing to us, O Rashaa," quoth he. So she played a lively measure and sang these couplets. "And wan like Houri, who can passion heal, like young gazelle that paceth o'er the plain, I drain this wine cup on the toast her cheek, each cup disputing till she bends in twain. Then sleeps the night with me the while I cry, this the only gain my soul would gain." Said the Caliph, "Well done, O damsel, sing us something more." So she rose and kissing the ground before him, sang the following distich. She came out to gaze on the bridal at ease, in a ship that reeked of ambergris. The Caliph was highly pleased with this couplet, and when the slave girl saw how much it delighted him, she repeated it several times. Then said Al Maamun, "Bring up the flyer," being minded to embark and depart. But Ali bin Hashim said to him, "O Commander of the Faithful, I have a slave girl, whom I bought for 10,000 dinars. She hath taken my heart in whole and part, and I would fain display her to the Commander of the Faithful. If she please him and he will accept of her, she is his, and if not, let him hear something from her." Said the Caliph, "Bring her to me." And forth came a damsel, as she were a branchlet of willow, with seducing eyes and eyebrows set like twin bows, and on her head she wore a crown of red gold, crusted with pearls and jewelled, under which was a fillet, bearing this couplet, wrought in letters of chrysolite: "A Jinniyah this with her Jinn to show how to pierce man's heart with a stringless bow. The handmaiden walked with the gait of a gazelle in flight, and fit to damn a devotee, till she came to a chair, whereon she seated herself." And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 417th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the handmaiden walked with the gait of a gazelle in flight, fit to damn a devotee, till she came to a chair, whereon she seated herself. And Al Maamun marvelled at her beauty and loveliness. But when Abu Isa saw her, his heart throbbed with pain, his colour changed to pale, and wan, and he was in evil case. Asked the Caliph, "O Abu Isa, what aileth thee to change thus?" And he answered, "O Commander of the Faithful, it is because of a twitch that seizeth me betimes." Quoth the Caliph, "Hast thou known yonder damsel before to-day?" Quoth he, "Yes, O Commander of the Faithful. Can the moon be concealed?" Then said Al Maamun to her, "What is thy name, O damsel?" And she replied, "My name is Kurat al Ain, O Commander of the Faithful." And he rejoined,
Sing to us, O Kurrat al-Ain." So she sang these two couplets: "The loved ones left thee in middle night, and fared with the pilgrims when dawn shone bright. The tents of pride round the domes they pitched, and with broidered curtains were veiled fro' sight." Quoth the Caliph, "Favoured of heaven art thou, O Kurrat al-Ain! Whose song is that?" Whereto she answered, "The words are by Di'ibul al-Khuzai, and the air is by Zorzor al-Saghir." Abu Isa looked at her and his tears choked him, so that the company marvelled at him. Then she turned to al-Maamun and said to him, "O Commander of the Faithful, wilt thou give me leave to change the words?" Said he, "Sing what thou wilt." So she played a merry measure and carolled these couplets: "If thou should please a friend who pleaseth thee, frankly in public practise secrecy, and spurn the slanderer's tale, who seldom seeks, except the severance of true love to see. They say, when lover's near he tires of love, and absence is for love best remedy. Both cures we tried, and yet we are not cured. Withal we judge that nearness easier be. Yet nearness is of no avail when he thou lovest lends thee love unwillingly." But when she had finished, Abu Isa said, "O Commander of the Faithful," and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. End of Section 15.
The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 16. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 5, Section 16. When it was the 418th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Kurrat al-Ain had finished her verse, Abu Isa said, 'O Commander of the Faithful, though we endure disgrace, we shall be at ease. Dost thou give me leave to reply to her?' Quoth the Caliph, 'Yes, say what thou wilt to her.' So he swallowed his tears and sang these two distichs. Silent I woned and never owned my love, but from my heart I hid love's blissful boon. Yet if my eyes should manifest my love, 'tis for my nearness to the shining moon." Then Kurrat al-Ain took the lute and played a lively tune and rejoined with these couplets: "And what thou claimest were the real truth, with only hope content thou hadst not been, nor couldst patient live without the girl, so rare of inner grace and outward mien. But there is nothing in the claim of thee at all save tongue and talk that little mean." When Abu Isa heard this, he fell to weeping and wailing, and evidencing his trouble and anguish. Then he raised his eyes to her, and sighing, repeated these couplets: "Under my raiment a waste body lies, and in my spirit all compromising prize. I have a heart whose pain shall I endure, and tears like torrents pour these woeful eyes. Whene'er a wise man spies me, straight he chides love that misleads me thus in ways unwise. O Lord, I lack the power this dole to bear. Come sudden death or joy in bestest guise." When he had ended, Ali bin Hisham sprang up and kissing his feet said, "O my Lord, Allah, hearing thy secret, hath answered thy prayer, and consenteth to thy taking her with all she hath of things rare and fair. So the Commander of the Faithful have no mind to her." Quoth al-Maamun, "Had we a mind to her, we would prefer Abu Isa before ourselves, and help him to his desire." So saying, he rose and, embarking, went away, whilst Abu Isa tarried for Kurrat al-Ain, whom he took and carried to his own house, his breast swelling with joy. See then the generosity of Ali son of Hisham. And they tell a tale of Al-Amin son of Al-Rashid and his uncle Ibrahim bin al-Mahdi. Al-Amin, brother of al-Maamun, once entered the house of his uncle Ibrahim bin al-Mahdi, where he saw a slave girl playing upon the lute, and she being one of the fairest of women, his heart inclined to her. Ibrahim, seeing how it was with him, sent the girl to him with rich raiment and precious ornaments. When he saw her, he thought that his uncle had lain with her, so he was loath to have to do with her. Because of that, and accepting what came with her, sent her back to Ibrahim. His uncle learnt the cause of this from one of Al-Amin's eunuchs. So he took a shift of watered silk and worked upon its skirt in letters of gold these 2 couplets. No, I declare by him to whom all bow, of nothing neath her petticoat I trow, nor meddle with her mouth, nor aught did I, but see and hear her, and it was enow. Then he clad her in the shift, and, giving her a lute, sent her back again to his nephew. When she came into Al-Amin's presence, she kissed ground before him, and tuning the lute, sang thereto these 2 couplets. Thy breast thou baredest, sending back the gift, showing unlove for me withouten shift. And thou bear spite of past, the past forgive, and for the caliphate cast the past adrift. When she had made an end of her verse, Al-Amin looked at her, and, seeing what was upon her skirt, could no longer control himself. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 419th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Al-Amin looked at the damsel, and saw what was upon her skirt, he could no longer control himself, but drew near unto her, and kissed her, and appointed her a separate lodging in his palace. Moreover, he thanked his uncle for this, and bestowed on him the government of Ray. And a tale is told of Al-Fath bin Kakin and the Caliph Al-Mutawakil. Al-Mutawakil was once taking medicine, and folks sent him by way of solace all sorts of presents and rarities and things costly and precious. Amongst others, Al-Fath bin Kakin sent him a virgin slave, high-breasted, of the fairest among women of her time, and with her a vase of crystal containing ruddy wine and a goblet of red gold, whereon were graven in black these couplets. Since our Imam came forth from medicine, which made him health and hardiness rewin, there is no healing draught more sovereign than well-boiled wine this golden goblet in. Then let him break the seal for him secured, 'tis best prescription after medicine. Now when the damsel entered, the physician Johanna was with the Caliph, and as he read the couplets, he smiled and said, By Allah, O Commander of the Faithful, Fath is better versed than I in the art of healing, so let not the Prince of True Believers gainsay his prescription. According, the Caliph followed the recipe contained in the poetry, and was made whole by the blessing of Allah, and won his every wish. And among tales they tell is one of the man's dispute with the learned woman concerning the relative excellence of male and female. Quoth a certain man of learning, I never saw amongst womankind one wittier and wiser, better read, and by nature more generously bred, and in manners and morals more perfected than a preacher of the people of Baghdad, by name Sit al-Masha'ik. It chanced that she came to Hamas city in the year of the flight 561, and there delivered salutary exhortations to the folk from the professorial chair. Now there used to visit her house a number of students of divinity, and persons of learning and polite letters, who would discuss with her questions of theology, and dispute with her on controversial points. I went to her one day with a friend of mine, a man of years in education, and when we had taken our seats, she set before us a dish of fruit, and seated herself behind a curtain. Now she had a brother, a handsome youth, who stood behind us to serve us. And when we had eaten, we fell to disputing upon points of divinity, and I propounded to her a theological question bearing upon a difference between the Imams, the founders of the 4 schools. She proceeded to speak in answer whilst I listened, but all the while my friend fell to looking upon her brother's face, and admiring his beauties without paying any heed to what she discoursed. Now, as she was watching him from behind the curtain, When she had made an end of her speech, she turned to him and said, Methinks thou be of those who give men the preference over women. He replied, Assuredly. And she asked, And why so? Whereto he answered, For that Allah hath made the masculine worthier than the feminine. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 420th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Shaykh replied, For that Allah hath made the masculine worthier than the feminine, and I like the excelling and mislike the excelled. She laughed and presently said, Wilt thou deal fairly with me in debate if I battle the matter with thee? And he rejoined, Yes. Then quoth she, What is the evidence of the superiority of the male to the female? Quoth he, It is of two kinds, traditional and reasonable. The authoritative part deriveth from the Quran and the traditions of the Apostle. As for the first, we have the very words of Almighty Allah, Men shall have the preeminence above women because of those advantages wherein Allah hath caused the one of them to excel the other. And again, If there be not two men, let there be one man and two women. And again, when treating of inheritance, if there be brothers and sisters, let a male have as much as the portion of two females. Thus Allah, extolled and exalted be He, hath in these places preferred the male over the female, and teacheth that a woman is as the half of a man, for that he is worthier than she. As for the Sunnah traditions, is it not reported of the Prophet, whom Allah save and assain, that he appointed the blood money for a woman to be half that of a man? And as for the evidence of reason, the male is the agent and active, and the female the patient and passive. Rejoined she, Thou hast said well, O my Lord, but, by Allah, thou hast proved my contention with thine own lips, and hast advanced evidence which telleth against thee, and not for thee. And thus it is, Allah, extolled and exalted be He, preferred the male above the female solely because of the inherent condition and essential quality of masculinity. And in this there is no dispute between us. Now this quality of malehood is common to the child, the boy, the youth, the adult, and the old man. Nor is there any distinction between them in this. If then the superior excellence of male masculine belong to him solely by virtue of manhood, it behooveth that thy heart incline and thy soul delight in the grey beard, equally with the boy, seeing that there is no distinction between them in point of malehood. But the difference between thee and me turneth upon the accident of qualities that are sought as constituting the pleasure of intercourse and its enjoyment. And thou hast adduced no proof of the superiority of the youth over the young girl in this matter of non-essentials. He made answer, O reverend lady, knowest thou not that which is peculiar to the youth of limber shape and rosy cheeks and pleasant smile and sweetness of speech? Youths are, in these respects, superior to women, and the proof of this is what they traditionally report of the Prophet, whom Allah bless and preserve, that he said, Stay not thy gaze upon the beardless, for in them is a momentary eye glance at the black-eyed girls of paradise. Nor indeed is the superiority of the lad over the lass hidden to any of mankind, and how well saith Abu Nowas, The least of him is the being free from monthly courses and pregnancy. And the saying of another poet, Quoth our Imam Abu Nowas, who was for mad debauch and waggishness renowned, O tribe that loves the cheeks of boys, take fill, of joys in paradise shall ne'er be found. So if anyone enlarge in praise of a slave girl and wish to enhance her value by the mention of her beauties, he likened her to a youth. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 16.
Section 17, Volume 5 of The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night. Translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night. Volume 5, Section 17. When it was the 421st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Shaykh continued. So if any one enlarge in praise of a slave girl and wish to enhance her value by the mention of her beauties, he likeneth her to a youth, because of the illustrious qualities that belong to the male, even as saith the poet, Boy like of backside in the deed of kind, she sways as sways the wand like bows a wind. And youths then were not better and fairer than girls, why should these be likened to them? And know also, Almighty Allah preserve thee, that a youth is easy to be led, adapting himself to every rede, pleasant of converse and manners, inclining to assent rather than dissent, especially when his side face is newly downed, and his upper lip is first embrowned, and the purple lights of youth on his cheeks abound, so that he is like the full moon sound. And how goodly is the saying of Abu Tamam, The slanderers said, There's hair upon his cheeks. Quoth I, Exceed not, that's no blemish there, when he could bear that hailing of his hips, and pearl beads shaded by mustachio hair. And Rose swore solemn holiest oath that is, from that fair cheek she never more would fare. I spoke with eyelids without need of speech, and they who answered me his eyebrows were. He's even fairer than thou knewest him, and cheek down guards from all would overdare. Brighter and sweeter now are grown his charms, since down robes lip and cheek before were bare. And those who blame me for my love of him, when him they mention say of him, Thy fair. And quoth Al-Hariri, and quoth excellently well, My censors say, What means this pine for him? Ceased not the flowing hair on cheeks a-flowing? I say, By Allah, an ye deem I dote, look at the truth in those fine eyes a-showing. But for the down that veils his cheek and chin, his brow had dazed all eyes, no sight allowing. And whoso sojourns in a growthless land, how shall he move from land fair growths a-growing? And quoth another, My blamers say of me, he is consoled, and lie. No consolation comes to those who pine and sigh. I had no solace when rose bloomed alone on cheek, now basil blooms thereon, and now consoled am I. And again, Slim-waisted one, whose looks with down of cheek, in slaughtering mankind each other hurtle, with the Narcissus blade he sheddeth blood, the baldric of whose sheath is freshest myrtle. And again, Not with his must I'm drunk, but verily, those curls turn manly heads like newest wine. Each of his beauties envies each and all, would be the silky down on side face lying. Such are the excellencies of the youth which women do not own, and they more than suffice to give those the preference over these. She replied, Allah give thee health! Verily thou hast imposed the debate upon thyself, and thou hast spoken and hast not stinted, and hast brought proofs to support every assertion. But now is the truth become manifest. So swerve thou not from the path thereof, and if thou be not content with a summary of evidence, I will set it before thee in fullest detail. Allah upon thee, where is the youth beside the girl, and who shall compare kid and wild cow? The girl is soft of speech, fair of form, like a branchlet of basil, with teeth like chamomile petals, and hair like halters wherefrom to hang hearts. Her cheeks are like blood-red anemones, and her face like a pippin. She hath lips like wine, and breasts like pomegranates twain, and a shape supple as a rattan cane. Her body is well formed, and with sloping shoulders dight. She hath a nose like the edge of a sword shining bright, and a forehead brilliant white, and eyebrows which unite, and eyes stained by nature's hand black as night. If she speak, fresh young pearls are scattered from her mouth forthright, and all hearts are ravished by the daintiness of her sprite. When she smileth, thou wouldst ween the moon shone out her lips between, and when she eyes thee, sword blades flash from the babes of her eyes. In her all beauties to conclusion come, and she is the centre of attraction to traveller and stay-at-home. She hath two lips of cremoisy than cream smoother, and of taste than honey sweeter. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 422nd Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the preacher woman thus pursued her theme in the praise of fair maids. She hath two lips of cremoisy than cream smoother, and than honey sweeter, adding, and she hath a bosom as it were a way two hills between which are a pair of breasts like globes of ivory sheen, likewise a stomach right smooth, flanks soft as the palm spathe, and creased with folds and dimples which overlap one another, and liberal thighs which like columns of pearl arise, and back parts which billow and beat together like seas of glass or mountains of glance, and 2 feet and hands of gracious mould like unto ingots of virgin gold. So, O miserable, where are mortal men beside the Jinn? Knowest thou not that puissant princes and potent kings before women ever humbly bend, and on them for delight depend? Verily, they may say, We rule over necks and rob hearts. These women, how many a rich man have they not paupered? How many a powerful man have they not prostrated? And how many a superior man have they not enslaved? Indeed, they seduce the sage and send the saint to shame, and bring the wealthy to want, and plunge the fortune-favoured into penury. Yet for all this, the wise but redouble in affection of them and honour, nor do they count this oppression or dishonour. How many a man for them hath offended his Maker, and called down on himself the wrath of his father and mother, and all this because of the conquest of their love over hearts. Knowest thou not, O wretched one, that for them are built pavilions, and slave girls are for sale, that for them tear floods rail, and for them are collected jewels of price, and ambergris, and musk odoriferous? And armies are arrayed, and pleasaunces made, and wealth heaped up and smitten off as many a head. And indeed he spoke sooth in the words, Whoso saith the world meaneth woman. Now as for thy citation from the holy traditions, it is an argument against thee and not for thee, in that the Prophet, whom Allah bless and preserve, compareth the beardless with the black-eyed girls of paradise. Now, doubtless, the subject of comparison is worthier than the object therewith compared. So unless women be the worthier and the goodlier, wherefore should other than they be likened to them? As for thy saying that girls are likened to boys, the case is not so, but the contrary, boys are likened to girls. For folk say, Yonder boy is like a girl. As for what proof thou quotest from the poets, the verses were the product of a complexion unnatural in this respect. And as for the habitual sodomites and catamites, offenders against religion, Almighty Allah hath condemned them in his holy book. Herein he denounceth their filthy practices, saying, Do ye approach unto the males among mankind, and leave your wives, which your Lord hath created for you? Surely ye are a people who transgress. These it is that liken girls to boys, of their exceeding profligacy and ungraciousness, and inclination to follow the fiend and own lusts, so that they say, She is apt for 2 tricks. And these are all wanderers from the way of right and the righteous. Quoth their chief Abu Nawas, Slim waist and boyish wits delight, wencher as well as sodomite. As for what thou sayest of a youth's first hair on cheek and lips, and how they add to his beauty and loveliness, by Allah thou strayest from the straight path of sooth, and sayest that which is other than the truth. For whiskers change the charms of the comely into ugliness. Quoting these couplets, That sprouting hair upon his face took wreak, For lover's vengeance all did vainly seek. I see not on his face a sign fuliginous, except his curls are hue of reek. If so his paper mostly be begrimed, where deemest thou the reed shall draw a streak? If any raise him other fares above, this only proves the judge of wits is weak. And when she ended her verse, she resumed, Laud be to Allah Almighty. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 423rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the preacher woman ended her verse, she resumed, addressing the man, Laud to Allah Almighty! How can it be hid from thee that the perfect pleasure is in women, and that abiding blessings are not to be found but with them, seeing that Allah, extolled and exalted be He, hath promised His prophets and saints black-eyed damsels in paradise, and hath appointed these for a recompense of their godly works. And had the Almighty known that the joy supreme was in the possession of other than women, He had rewarded them therewith and promised it to them. And quoth he, whom Allah bless and preserve, The things I hold dearest of the things of your world are three, women and perfume and the solace of my eyes in prayer. Verily, Allah hath appointed boys to serve His prophets and saints in paradise, because paradise is the abode of joy and delight, which could not be complete without the service of youths. But as to the use of them for aught but service, it is hell's putridity and corruption and turpitude. How well saith the poet, Men's turning unto bums of boys is bumptious. Whoso loved noble women showed their own noblesse. How many goodly wights have slept the night enjoying buttocks of boys and woke at morn in foulest mess. Their garments stained by safflower, which is yellow murd, their shame proclaiming, showing colour of distress. Who can deny the charge, when so bewrayed are they, that e'en by daylight shows the dung upon their dress? What contrast with the man, who slept a gladsome night, by houri made for glance a mere enchantress? He rises off her borrowing wholesome bonny scent, that fills the house with whiffs of perfumed goodliness. No boy deserved place by side of her to hold, canst even a low's wood with what fills pool of cess. Then said she, O folk, ye have made me to break the bounds of modesty and the circle of free-born women, and indulge in idle talk of chambering and wantonness, which beseemeth not people of learning. But the breasts of free-borns are the sepulchres of secrets, and such conversations are in confidence. Moreover, actions are according to intentions, and I crave pardon of Allah for myself and you and all Moslems, seeing that He is the pardoner and the compassionate. Then she held her peace and thereafter would answer us of naught. So we went our way, rejoicing in that we had profited by her contention, and yet sorrowing to part from her. And among the tales they tell is one of Abu Suwaid and the Pretty Old Woman. Quoth Abu Suwaid, I and a company of my friends entered a garden one day to buy somewhat of fruit, and we saw in a corner an old woman who was bright of face, but her head hair was white, and she was combing it with an ivory comb. We stopped before her, yet she paid no heed to us, neither veiled her face. So I said to her, O old woman, wert thou to dye thy hair black, thou wouldst be handsomer than a girl. What hindereth thee from this? She raised her head towards me, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 424th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Abu Suwaid continued, When I spake these words to the ancient dame, she raised her head towards me, and opening wide her eyes, recited these two couplets. I died what years have died, but this my staining lasts not, while that of days is I remaining. Days when beclad in gear of youth I fared, raked fore and aft by men with joy unfeigning. I cried, By Allah, favoured art thou for an old woman! How sincere art thou in thine afterpine for forbidden pleasures, and how false is thy pretense of repentance from frowardness." And another tale is that of the Emir Ali bin Tahir and the girl Munis. Once on a time was displayed for sale to Ali bin Muhammad bin Abdullah bin Tahir a slave girl called Munis, who was superior to her fellows in beauty and breeding, and to boot an accomplished poetess. And he asked her of her name. Replied she, "Allah advance thee, Emir, my name is Munis." Now he knew this before, so he bowed his head awhile, then raising his eyes to her, recited this verse: "What sayest of one by a sickness caught, for the love of thy love, till he waxed distraught?" Answered she, "Allah exalt the Emir," and recited this verse in reply: "If we saw a lover who pains as he ought, with love we would grant him all favours he sought." She pleased him, so he bought her for 70,000 dirhams and begat on her Obayd Allah bin Muhammad, afterwards Minister of Police. And we are told by Abu al-Aina a tale of the woman who had a boy and the other who had a man to lover. Quoth Abu al-Aina, "There were in our street 2 women, one of whom had for lover a man, and the other a beardless youth. And they foregathered one night on the terrace roof of a house adjoining mine, knowing not that I was near. Quoth the boy's lover to the other, 'O my sister, how canst thou bear with patience the harshness of thy lover's beard as it falleth on thy breast, when he busseth thee and his mustachios rub thy cheek and lips?' Replied the other, 'Silly that thou art, what decketh the tree save its leaves, and the cucumber but its warts? Didst ever see in the world aught uglier than a scald head bald of his beard? Knowest thou not that the beard is to men as the sidelocks to women, and what is the difference between chin and cheek? Knowest thou not that Allah, extolled and exalted be He, hath created an angel in heaven who saith, Glory be to him who ornamenteth men with beards and women with long hair? So were not the beard even as the tresses in comeliness, it had not been coupled with them, O silly. How shall I spread eagle myself under a boy who will emit long before I can go off, and forestall me in limpness of penis and clitoris, and leave a man who, when he taketh breath, clippeth close, and when he entereth, goeth leisurely, and when he hath done, repeateth, and when he pusheth, poketh hard, and as often as he withdraweth, returneth?" The boy's leman was edified by her speech and said, "I forswear my lover by the Lord of the Ka'abah." And amongst tales is one of Ali the Cairene and the haunted house in Baghdad. There lived once in the city of Cairo a merchant who had great store of monies and bullion, gems and jewels, and lands and houses beyond count, and his name was Hasan the jeweler, the Baghdad man. Furthermore, Allah had blessed him with a son of perfect beauty and brilliancy, rosy-cheeked, fair of face and well-figured, whom he named Ali of Cairo, and had taught the Koran and science and elocution and the other branches of polite education, till he became proficient in all manner of knowledge. He was under his father's hand in trade, but, after a while, Hasan fell sick, and his sickness grew upon him till he made sure of death. So he called his son to him. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 17. Section 18, Volume 5 of The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night. Translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 18. When it was the 425th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the jeweler, the Baghdadi, fell sick and made sure of death, he called to him his son, named Ali of Cairo, and said, O my son, verily this world passeth away, but the next world endureth for aye. Every soul shall taste of death, and now, O my son, my decease is at hand, and I desire to charge thee with a charge, which if thou observe, thou shalt abide in safety and prosperity till thou meet Almighty Allah. But if thou follow it not, there shall befall thee much weariness, and thou wilt repent of having transgressed mine injunctions." Replied Ali, "O my father, how shall I do other than hearken to thy words and act according to thy charge, seeing that I am bounden by the law of the faith to obey thee and give ear to thy command?" Rejoined his father, "O my son, I leave thee lands and houses and goods and wealth past count, so that wert thou each day to spend thereof 500 dinars, thou wouldst miss naught of it. But, O my son, look that thou live in the fear of Allah and follow His chosen one Mustafa, whom may He bless and preserve, in whatso he is reported to have bidden and forbidden in his traditional law. Be thou constant in alms deeds and the practice of beneficence, and in consorting with men of worth and piety and learning. And look that thou have a care for the poor and needy, and shun avarice and meanness and the conversation of the wicked or those of suspicious character. Look thou kindly upon thy servants and family, and also upon thy wife, for she is of the daughters of the great, and is big with child by thee. Haply Allah will vouchsafe thee virtuous issue by her." And he ceased not to exhort him thus, weeping and saying, "O my son, I beseech Allah the Bountiful, the Lord of the glorious Empyrean, to deliver thee from all straits that may encompass thee, and grant thee his ready relief." Thereupon his son wept with sore weeping and said, "O my father, I am melted by thy words, for these are as the words of one that saith farewell." Replied the merchant, "Yes, O my son, I am aware of my condition. Forget thou not my charge." Then he fell to repeating the 2 professions of the faith and to reciting verses of the Koran until the appointed hour arrived, when he said, "Draw near unto me, O my son." So Ali drew near and he kissed him. Then he sighed, and his soul departed his body, and he went to the mercy of Almighty Allah. Therewith great grief fell upon Ali. The clamour of keening arose in his house, and his father's friends flocked to him. Then he betook himself to preparing the body for burial, and made him a splendid funeral. They bore his bier to the place of prayer and prayed over him, then to the cemetery, where they buried him and recited over him what suited of the sublime Koran. After which they returned to the house and condoled with the dead man's son, and wended each his own way. Moreover, Ali prayed the Friday prayer for his father, and had perlections of the Koran every day for the normal 40, during which time he abode in the house and went not forth, save to the place of prayer, and every Friday he visited his father's tomb. So he ceased not from his praying and reciting for some time, until his fellows of the sons of the merchants came in to him one day, and saluting him said, "How long is thy mourning, and neglecting thy business and the company of thy friends? Verily, this is a fashion which will bring thee weariness, and thy body will suffer for it exceedingly." Now when they came in to him, Iblis the accursed was with them, prompting them, and they went on to recommend him to accompany them to the bazaar, whilst Iblis tempted him to consent to them, till he yielded.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 426th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the sons of the merchants went in to Ali the Cairene, son of Hasan the jeweller, they recommended him to accompany them to the bazaar till he yielded, that the will of Allah, extolled and exalted be He, might be fulfilled, and he left the house of mourning with them. Presently they said, 'Mount thy she-mule and ride with us to such a garden, that we may solace us there, and that thy grief and despondency may depart from thee.' So he mounted, and taking his slave, went with them to the garden in question. And when they entered, one of them went and making ready the morning meal, brought it to them there. So they ate and were merry and sat in talk till the end of the day, when they mounted and returned each to his own lodging, where they passed the night. As soon as the morrow dawned, they again visited Ali and said, 'Come with us.' Asked he, 'Whither?' And they answered, 'To such a garden, for it is finer than the first and more pleasurable.' So he went with them to the garden, and one of them going away made ready the morning meal and brought it to them, together with strong heady wine. And after eating, they brought out the wine, when quoth Ali, "What is this?" And quoth they, "This is what dispelleth sadness and brighteneth gladness." And they ceased not to commend it to him, till they prevailed upon him, and he drank with them. Then they sat, drinking and talking, till the end of the day, when each returned home. But as for Ali the Cairene, he was giddy with wine, and in this plight went in to his wife, who said to him, "What aileth thee that thou art so changed?" He said, "We were making merry to-day, when one of my companions brought us liquor. So my friends drank, and I with them, and this giddiness came upon me." And she replied, "O my lord, say me, hast thou forgotten thy father's injunction and done that from which he forbade thee in consorting with doubtful folk?" Answered he, "These be of the sons of the merchants; they are no suspicious folk, only lovers of mirth and good cheer." And he continued to lead this life with his friends, day after day, going from place to place and feasting with them and drinking, till they said to him, "Our turns are ended, and now it is thy turn." "Well, come and welcome and fair cheer," cried he. So on the morrow he made ready all that the case called for of meat and drink, twofold what they had provided; and taking cooks and tent pitchers and coffee makers, repaired with the others to Al Raza and the Nilometer, where they abode a whole month, eating and drinking and hearing music and making merry. At the end of the month, Ali found that he had spent a great sum of money. But Iblis the accursed deluded him and said to him, "Though thou shouldst spend every day a like sum, yet wouldst thou not miss aught of it." So he took no account of money expenses and continued this way of life for 3 years, whilst his wife remonstrated with him and reminded him of his father's charge. But he hearkened not to her words till he had spent all the ready monies he had, when he fell to selling his jewels and spending their price, until they also were all gone. Then he sold his houses, fields, farms and gardens, one after other, till they likewise were all gone, and he had nothing left but the tenement wherein he lived. So he tore out the marble and woodwork, and sold it, and spent of its price, till he had made an end of all this also, when he took thought with himself, and, finding that he had nothing left to expend, sold the house itself, and spent the purchase money. After that the man who had bought the house came to him and said, "Seek out for thyself a lodging, as I have need of my house." So he bethought himself, and finding that he had no want of a house except for his wife, who had borne him a son and a daughter, he had not a servant left, he hired a large room in one of the mean courts, and there took up his abode, after having lived in honour and luxury with many eunuchs and much wealth. And he soon came to want one day's bread. Quoth his wife, "Of this I warned thee and exhorted thee to obey thy father's charge, and thou wouldst not hearken to me. But there is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah the Glorious, the Great. Whence shall the little ones eat? Arise then, and go round to thy friends, the sons of the merchants. Belike they will give thee somewhat on which we may live this day." So he arose and went to his friends one by one, but they all hid their faces from him, and gave him injurious words revolting to hear, but naught else. And he returned to his wife and said to her, "They have given me nothing." Thereupon she went forth to beg of her neighbours the wherewithal to keep themselves alive. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 427th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the wife of Ali the Cairene, seeing her husband return empty-handed, went forth to beg of her neighbours the wherewithal to keep themselves alive, and repaired to a woman, whom she had known in former days. When she came into her and saw her case, she rose and receiving her kindly, wept and said, "What hath befallen you?" So she told her all that her husband had done, and the other replied, "Well, come and welcome and fair cheer. Whatever thou needest, seek it of me without price." Quoth she, "Allah requite thee abundantly." Then her friend gave her as much provision as would suffice herself and her family a whole month, and she took it and returned to her lodging. When her husband saw her, he wept and asked, "Whence hadst thou that?" And she answered, "I got it of such a woman, For when I told her what had befallen us, she failed me not in aught, but said, 'Seek of me all thou needest.' Whereupon her husband rejoined, 'Since thou hast this much, I will betake myself to a place I have in mind. Peradventure Allah Almighty will bring us relief.' With these words he took leave of her and kissed his children and went out, not knowing whither he should go, and continued walking on till he came to Bulak, where he saw a ship about to sail for Damietta. Here he met a man, between whom and his father there had been friendship, and he saluted him and said to him, 'Whither now?' Replied Ali, 'To Damietta. I have friends there whom I would inquire after and visit them and then return.' The man took him home and treated him honourably. Then, furnishing him with vivers for the voyage and giving him some gold pieces, embarked him on board the vessel bound for Damietta. When they reached it, Ali landed, not knowing whither to go. But as he was walking along, a merchant saw him and had pity on him, and carried him to his house. Here he abode a while, after which he said in himself, 'How long this sojourning in other folks' homes?' Then he left the merchant's place and walked to the wharf, where, after enquiry, he found a ship ready to sail for Syria. His hospitable host provided him with provisions and embarked him in the ship, and it set sail, and Ali reached in due season the Syrian shores, where he disembarked and journeyed till he entered Damascus. As he walked about the great thoroughfare, behold, a kindly man saw him and took him to his house, where he tarried for a time till, one day going abroad, he saw a caravan about to start for Baghdad, and bethought himself to journey thither with it. Thereupon he returned to his host, and taking leave of him, set out with the Kafila. Now Allah, extolled and exalted be He, inclined to him the heart of one of the merchants, so that he took him with him, and Ali ate and drank with him, till they came within one day's journey of Baghdad. Here, however, a company of highwaymen fell upon the caravan, and took all they had, and but few of the merchants escaped. These made each for a separate place of refuge. But as for Ali the Cairene, he fared for Baghdad, where he arrived at sundown, as the gatekeepers were about to shut the gates, and said to them, 'Let me in with you.' They admitted him and asked him, 'Whence come and whither wending?' And he answered, 'I am a man from Cairo city, and have with me mules laden with merchandise and slaves and servants. I forewent them to look me out a place wherein to deposit my goods. But as I rode along in my she-mule, there fell upon me a company of banditti, who took my mule and gear, nor did I escape from them but at my last gasp. The gate guard entreated him honourably, and bade him be of good cheer, saying, 'Abide with us this night, and in the morning we will look thee out a place befitting thee.' Then he sought in his breast pocket, and finding a denier of those given to him by the merchant at Bulak, handed it to one of the gatekeepers, saying, 'Take this and change it, and bring us something to eat.' The man took it and went to the market, where he changed it, and brought Ali bread and cooked meat. So he ate, he and the gate guards, and he lay the night with them. Now on the morrow, one of the warders carried him to a certain of the merchants of Baghdad, to whom he told the same story, and he believed him, deeming that he was a merchant, and had with him loads of merchandise. Then he took him up into his shop, and entreated him with honour. Moreover, he sent to his house for a splendid suit of his own apparel for him, and carried him to the hammam. So, quoth Ali of Cairo, I went with him to the bath, and when he came out, he took me and brought me to his house, where he set the morning meal before us, and we ate and made merry. Then said he to one of his black slaves, 'Ho, Mas'ud, take this thy lord, show him the 2 houses standing in such a place, and whichever pleaseth him, give him the key of it, and come back.' So I went with the slave till we came to a street road, where stood 3 houses side by side, newly built and yet shut up. He opened the first, and I looked at it, and we did the same to the second, after which he said to me, 'Of which shall I give thee the key?' 'To whom doth the big house belong?' 'To us.' 'Open it, that I may view it.' 'Thou hast no business there.' 'Wherefore?' 'Because it is haunted, and none nighteth there but in the morning he is a dead man. Nor do we use to open the door when removing the corpse, but mount the terrace roof of one of the other 2 houses, and take it up thence. For this reason my master hath abandoned the house, and saith, I will never again give it to any one.' 'Open it,' I cried, 'that I may view it.' And I said in my mind, this is what I seek. I will pass the night there, and in the morning be a dead man, and be at peace from this my case. So he opened it, and I entered, and found it a splendid house, without its like. And I said to the slave, I will have none other than this house. Give me its key. But he rejoined, I will not give thee this key till I consult my master. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 428th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the negro, continued Ali of Cairo, rejoined, I will not give thee its key till I consult my master. And going to him, reported, The Egyptian trader saith, I will lodge in none but the big house. Now when the merchant heard this, he rose, and coming to Ali, spake thus to him, O my lord, thou hast no need of this house. But he answered, I will lodge in none other than this, for I care not for this silly saying. Quoth the other, Write me an acknowledgment, that if aught happen to thee, I am not responsible. Quoth Ali, So be it. Whereupon the merchant fetched an assessor from the Qazi's court, and taking the prescribed acknowledgment, delivered to him the key wherewith he entered the house. The merchant sent him bedding by a blackamoor, who spread it for him on the built bench behind the door, and walked away. Presently Ali went about, and seeing in the inner court a well with a bucket, let this down and drew water, wherewith he made the lesser ablution, and prayed the obligatory prayers. Then he sat a while, till the slave brought him the evening meal from his master's house, together with a lamp, a candle and candlestick, a basin and ewer, and a gugglet. After which he left him and returned home. Ali lighted the candle, supped at his ease, and prayed the night prayer. And presently he said to himself, Come, take the bedding and go upstairs and sleep there. 'Twill be better than here. So he took the bed and carried it upstairs, where he found a splendid saloon with gilded ceiling and floor, and walls cased with colored marbles. He spread his bed there, and sitting down, began to recite somewhat of the sublime Koran, when, ere he was ware, he heard one calling to him, and asking, O Ali, O son of Hasan, say me, shall I send thee down the gold? And he answered, Where be the gold thou hast to send? But hardly had he spoken, when gold pieces began to rain down on him like stones from a catapult, nor ceased till the saloon was full. Then, after the golden shower, said the voice, Set me free, that I may go my way, for I have made an end of my service, and have delivered unto thee that which was entrusted to me for thee. Quoth Ali, I adjure thee by Allah the Almighty to tell me the cause of this gold rain. Replied the voice, This is a treasure that was talisman to thee of old time, and to every one who entered the house we used to come and say, O Ali, O son of Hasan, shall we send thee down the gold? Whereat he would be affrighted and cry out, and we would come down to him and break his neck and go away. But when thou camest, and we accosted thee by thy name and that of thy father, saying, Shall we send thee down the gold? And thou madest answer to us, And where be the gold? We knew thee for the owner of it, and sent it down. Moreover, there is yet another hoard for thee in the land of Al Yaman, and thou wouldst do well to journey thither and fetch it. And now I would fain have thee set me free, that I may go my way. Said Ali, By Allah, I will not set thee free, till thou bring me hither the treasure from the land of Al Yaman. Said the voice, An I bring it to thee, wilt thou release me and eke the servant of the other hoard? Yes, replied Ali. And the voice cried, Swear to me. So he swore to him, and he was about to go away, when Ali said to him, I have one other need to ask of thee. And he, What is that? Quoth Ali, I have a wife and children at Cairo in such a place. Thou needs must fetch them to me, at their ease, and without their unease. Quoth he, I will bring them to thee in a mule litter, and much state, with a train of eunuchs and servants, together with the treasure from Al Yaman, Inshallah. Then he took of him leave of absence for 3 days, when all this should be with him, and vanished. As soon as it was morning, Ali went round about the saloon, seeking a place wherein to store the gold, and saw on the edge of the dais a marble slab with a turning pin. So he turned the pin, and the slab sank and showed a door, which he opened, and entering, found a great closet full of bags of coarse stuff carefully sewn. So he began taking out the bags, and fell to filling them with gold and storing them in the closet till he had transported thither all the hoarded gold. Whereupon he shut the door, and turning the pin, the slab returned to its place. Then he went down and seated himself on the bench behind the door. And presently there came a knock. So he opened, and found the merchant's slave, who, seeing him comfortably sitting, returned in haste to his master. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 18.